Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. Why are there dragon plushies behind me? Because we're talking about Lego Masters of Spinjitzu, where there are a lot of dragons. Like, a lot of dragons. So, back in January 11th of 2011, just 1 month before I turned 7, dear God, I realized how old I am. And that was when Lego Ninjago's first release. We have these iconic set of characters that I thought ended their run back in like 2016, 2015. But come to find out back in November, they've been going for much longer. In fact, they even had a season release this year. Crazy, right? So, I did what any mentally sound individual would do. I rewatched every single episode from the first season all the way to the last during my final exam season. Yep. Mhm. And I went through absolute mental gymnastics while doing this. I was going crazy. I I was losing it a little bit. The lore in this series is very complex and confusing, and it gets retconned multiple times throughout the series. Listen, when I tell you the lore is wild, it is wild. So, let's start off this series. Basically, let's start off with the characters. We have the four main ninja, Kai, Jay, Cole, Zane. Kai is my favorite, and he is the elemental master of fire. We got Jay, the energetic one. He's the master of lightning. Cole, the somewhat level-headed one, and he's the master of earth. And then we have Zane, the weird one who has a mysterious past because he's a robot. Like I said, this lore is very complex and very strange. But we're not going to get into it. We also have Nia, the girl character, because, gotta press the bachelor test or whatever, the test for women. I don't even think they passed it in the first season. They didn't. They didn't pass it in the first season because I don't think Nia talked to any other woman in that season. She did not talk to any other woman about something other than men to pass. So she did. First season did not pass the bike chill test. Why are you two? But stop it about that. My dogs are dogs. So anyway, we also get Pixels. She comes in like season 3 or 4. We got Master Wu, who's basically the son of Jesus. Again, this lore is very complex. We have Garmadon, who is also the son of Jesus, but he's like evil. Like I said, it's fucking crazy ass lore. And then we have Lloyd, who is the son of the Son of God, who is evil. Again, complex lore. Very complex lore. But their music was absolutely bussin'. Anyway, so technically the first season, which is the Rise of the Serpentine, isn't like the first season. There's like a first season that has like the origins, but like I didn't want to like watch that either because it's really boring, really basic. It's like I can just summarize it in like a minute. So basically, Kai and Nia are working at their parents' blacksmith place. We don't know what happened to their parents until much later in the series, and they're working there. And then Master Wu comes along, and he's like, "Hey, your parents are ninja. Become a ninja." And then Kai's like, "Nah, I'm not about that life." And Wu's like, "Okay." But then these skull monsters come over and they kidnap Nia. So Kai's like, "Okay, I'll be about that life to save my sister." And Wu's like, "Okay, bet." So then they go to the monastery, and he starts to train to become a ninja. And the other three ninja basically haze him. It's fucking wild. And they get the golden weapons, and they make like this tornado of creation, and they like banish Garmadon to like this evil realm. And that's basically it for the origin story season. So like let's get into the first season. So season 1, episode 1. Basically, let's start off with some lore. The first elemental master created the 4 golden weapons for earth, fire, ice, and lightning. The nunchucks for lightning, the sword of fire, kind of basic if you ask me. the sights of quakes, so for earth, and the shurikens of ice. Honestly, they did a pretty good job at this. So after he created those weapons, there was like this dark presence that wanted to take them because, of course. But he ended up defeating that dark presence. But Wu, his son, went to go look for these four matches, and he found them. And now we're basically starting off the story where the ninja, after like beating Garmadon for the first time, for many times, trust me, it's gonna be one of many, many, many times they're gonna have to beat this motherfucker up. And they're like all happy. They're playing video games. They're just having the time of their life. But you know, Wu was all like, "You guys need to be training. You guys can't be just lazing about like this." And the ninjas start training. So while they're training, Lloyd, Garmadon's son, who is Wu's brother, so that makes Lloyd, Wu's nephew, is like causing trouble in the village. So the ninja go over to try and stop him. And instead of like doing the logical thing, which would be to send this little boy over to his uncle, they instead tie him up on a billboard as like a lesson and like throw tomatoes and stuff at him. They have like the villagers like throw tomatoes at him and
One, two.
What are we supposed to do? Spank him?
2.5. Ah! You just made me your nemesis! Mark my words! You'll pay for this!
tomatoes at him and like shouldn't you take him to his uncle? That makes the most logical conclusion. Like, I guess common sense isn't common, but because of this sends Lloyd into this little tailspin, and he goes over looking for the serpentine because a 10-year-old obviously thinks that, well, no one wants to respect me, so I'll just release an ancient evil. So the ninja get back to the monastery, and Wu tells them about the green ninja, or more likely the ninja looked at his like talismans and stuff, and they were all like, "Oh my God, the green ninja! That could be any of us." So they start training again, and then we get another alert for the city. Basically, Lloyd went to the Serpentine Cave up in the mountains, and somehow the Hypnobri, who are like the mind control snakes, they were still alive for some reason. I really don't understand seeing how they're snakes and snakes are cold blooded, which would mean they should have died or at the very least have been stuck in like this purgatory state where their bodies are like frozen. I really don't know how they managed to stay alive if they were like in this cold ass environment. It doesn't make sense. But anyway, when the leader of the Hypnobri tries to like hypnotize Lloyd, the spell bounces back and hypnotizes him instead, so he takes orders from Lloyd. And so Lloyd makes them go over to the village so he can get candy. And like the Serpentine go there and they're all like, "Yo, why the fuck are we stealing candy? Let's do like actual evil shit."
Raiding an entire town for sweets?
You will do as I command.
And the leader, because he's under mind control, he's like, "Nah, fuck that. Let's steal this candy." And Scales is like, "This don't make no damn sense." Anyway, the ninja come over and Cole ends up getting mind control, but they get the anti-venom from the staff and they end up curing the people under mind control, but not Cole because they thought he didn't get mind control, but he did. So then we end up going right back to the beginning, and it's just a whole bunch of Wallabaloo and a bunch of other shit. And now we have this whole plot line where Cole is under mind control, so we don't know what the fuck he's gonna do. Episode 2. The ninja are training, and they're talking about how weird Zane is. And, like, we have a whole montage of Zane showing signs of autism.
He's weird. Do you mind?
Goodbye, my darling.
Holy baloney! I'm sorry. I consumed the last of the deli meat. Cheese?
Yeah, he's just showing signs of autism. It would honestly have just made more sense to just make him autistic than making him a robot. But I guess him being a robot later on in the series helped a lot and gave us a lot of comedic moments. So I'll give it to them. But it just makes more sense when you think about how he's a robot. It just makes more sense. It just makes more sense. It They just left it alone and just made him autistic. It just makes more sense because if he's a robot, how did no one hug this man and realize that he's made of fucking metal? You're telling me none of you hugged him and were like, why is your skin hard and cold? But whatever, I digress. So anyway, Zan be doing some weird ass shit. He has bad social cues. He doesn't know what's going on. For some reason, he likes to like stay in the fridge. I really don't know how to explain that one, honestly. I guess that explains why he's a robot because I don't know why else he would stay in a fridge unless it was like to cool off his circuits. But yeah, I guess so. Anyway, there's this random ass falcon, but but this falcon like helps him out a lot. It like basically leads him to stuff, and he follows this falcon all the time. And like the ninja are like, why the fuck are you following this damn falcon? But the falcon ends up leading them to like this treehouse base that Lloyd has the Serpentine building, and the Serpentine again are like, why are we doing this foolish ass shit? Let's do something actually evil. But again, because the main guy is hypnotized, he's like, no, no, we gotta build this thing. Anyway, the ninja come over and they start trying to, destroy the thing. And then one hypnobrine remembers, oh yeah, I got one of those niggas mind control. Let me use that now. And so he has Cole attacking the other ninja, but then
You will obey my every command.
I will obey your every command.
Cole snaps out of it because Wu comes over with like this mystical flute. And he's all cured from his whole mind control thing. And basically, we go over to the Serpentine side of things, and Scales like, okay, so like the Serpentine start duking it out, the head, and then the second in command they start duking it. Obviously, Scales wins, and he becomes the next chief, and he's like, let's enslave this child. And Lloyd's like, fuck that shit, and he leaves to go and find more Serpentine because, of course, he does. Back in the ninja side of things, the monastery gets burned down. This monastery is gonna get burned down many times in this series. I'm just telling you this now. Trust me, it gets burned way too many times for comfort. And after that gets burned down, the ninjas start blaming Zane because he's the reason they had like went to go and do stuff, and they're like, it's all your fault. It's your fault that this is happening. I mean, really, we should be blaming Lloyd because he's the one who committed the arson. But whatever, I guess. Let's blame the autistic guy. Anyway, even though the ninja treated him like crap, he's still like, you guys are still my friends. I found us a place to stay. And he finds like this little rundown ship. And they're like, okay, let's stay here. And that's it for episode 2. So episode 3, they're like fixing down the rundown ship, giving it electricity, cleaning it up, getting all the trash out. Here we get to meet Jay's parents, who are like kind of overbearing, but like they're really sweet. They genuinely do like care for him, and they're all like, "Oh my gosh, you need to make sure you do this and do that." Basically embarrassing their son, like all parents like to do. And Jay is all like, "Man, stop embarrassing me. This is so embarrassing." But Lloyd ends up finding the vampires, and basically their whole thing is that if they bite something or someone, it can turn into a snake. I don't really understand that. I kind of understand it when it comes to like people or like organic organisms like insects and plants, but I don't understand how they were turning like metal and shit into snakes, because that happens. Like Jay's parents go back to like their junk shop and they're like doing stuff, and then the vampires come and they're like, let's bite these bitches, and they do. And while Jay's parents turning into snakes makes sense, I don't understand how they were biting like cranes and shit, and the cranes are becoming like these snake monster motorcycle devices. I'm not joking. I will put a clip in to show you. It actually does happen. It sounds crazy, but it happens. And Jay gets over to his parents because he was like he promised to visit, and then he gets there and he sees his parents are turning into snakes, and he's like, oh fuck, I gotta save my parents. So they have to get the anti venom from the Fangpire staff, and to do that, the Fangpires are already like running away, but Wu tells the ninja, hey, you guys can turn your weapons into like machines. And I'm like, how the fuck does that work? But surprise, surprise, it does happen. They like concentrate really hard, and then they become these like highly modernized like devices like motorcycles and cars and airplanes.
I hate to hurt Rocky's feelings, but I think he's just been.
Listen, man, this thing is fucking wild. Anyway, that and Wu uses his like special flute that the Serpentine like really hate because snakes and flutes have like a history, and they don't like it. And like Wu tells off Lloyd because yeah, he keeps opening up these tombs, and he's like, "Boy, stop doing this shit. You are going to fuck shit up." Of course, Lloyd doesn't listen, and so Lloyd takes the Fangpires to go and fight the regular Hypnobrai, but it turns out those niggas are like they're buddies, and they're like,
Scales, my old chum. I didn't think I'd be fighting you. Moved up in the world, have we?
If it isn't the Fangpire, of all the cold-blooded to creep up on us, I'm glad that it is a...
why don't we like enslave this boy again? I don't know what's with them and enslaving this damn boy, but
One of us.
Nah, the little tiger's pretty useless.
What if you hypnotize him and make him think he's a pig?
but yeah, still they want to enslave this boy. So Lloyd leaves again to look for more more Serpentine, because of course that's gonna solve our issue. So episode 4, Zane is having these really weird dreams, which again doesn't make sense why they would make him a fucking robot if he can dream. And not to mention, these dreams aren't even dreams, they're prophecies. These are prophecies that end up coming to pass. So he's not just having dreams, he's having whole ass prophecies, and he's a fucking robot. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And then we find out from Pixel that he's not even like a super modern robot. He's like pretty old school. So she's like, how are you so old school but are advanced at the same time? And he's like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know either. Just make this nigga a human. This is episode 4 of season 1, and I'm probably just gonna get more and more pissed as the seasons go on. So anyway, he's having these weird ass dreams, and he was dreaming about like the Green Ninja and stuff, and how it has all their powers and shit. And he defeats Lord Garmadon, and it's all wild. So he tells the other ninja about his dream, and they're like, whoa, that's cool. Do you think any of us will become the Green Ninja? And we start this whole Green Ninja bullshit all over again. And Wu's all like, man, fuck this shit. You guys gotta stop this shit. I'm sick and I'm tired. Y'all need to stop with this Green Ninja shit and focus on your training. But they're teenagers, so of course they don't fucking listen. And back to Lloyd's side of the story, this motherfucker is in the desert, and he finds the tomb for the Anacondrae. And it's like heavily implied that Pythor ate his tribe, because when we get there, we see like a bunch of bones and shit, which could also be that, the Anacondrae probably starved to death or they died off. But like the way that Pythor was talking, it sounds like he definitely ate some motherfuckers.
What happened to the others?
Poor unfortunate souls. All those years locked away with nothing to eat. Must have slowly starved away until they were just scales and bones.
Oh, cannibalism. Anyway, he kind of manipulates Lloyd into thinking that let's be best buddies forever, and they start like wreaking havoc all across Ninjago, or as much as they can for two people. And so Lloyd's like, you know what we should do? Let's go to my old boarding school and fuck their shit up. And that's exactly what they do. They basically booby trap and kidnap all the students and teachers in the school, and it's fucking wild. I also want to know why the hell of any boarding school they could bring this boy to, they pick a boarding school for badass children, children who need their ass whooped. That's the school you decide to bring him? Sure, sure, that makes complete sense. Oh my god, so much sense. So much sense. Anyway, ignoring this, the ninja go to like get Lloyd and like stop Pythor. But then during the middle of it, when like the ninja are coming up and it's starting to like fight and shit, Pythor like says deuces and just leaves Lloyd there, and Lloyd's all like, "What the hell? I thought we were friends." And he's like, "Fuck no, we ain't no friends." And he just leaves the boy. And then the ninja like gang up on Lloyd. Like they did not have to be as intimidating as they were in that scene. Like he is like 9 or 10 years old. He was not that much of a threat. But whatever, they are ganging up on him, and they bring him to Wu, and Wu's like, nephew, and you think, oh, and the ninja are like, oh, he gonna get his ass whooped. He gonna whoop his ass. But instead, Wu is like telling him a bedtime story, and it's like, I love you, Lloyd. And Lloyd's like, I love you too, Uncle. And the ninja are like, why didn't you whoop his ass? And he's like, he doesn't need that. He just needs love and compassion. And you know what? Shout outs to Wu. I agree with him. Shout outs to Wu. Wu was a real one for that. But I also kind of like Kai and his whole I'm gonna just fight you mentality. I like that too. But you know, the whole episode ends with the moral being to not trust someone as easily as you should. So, episode 5. Lloyd is like causing a whole bunch of discord with the ninja. He's like eating people's last cup of stuff, like eating people's lunches and then blaming it on somebody else. And like for Zane, he put Kai's clothes in the white that are Zane's clothes and made Zane's uniform pink. And he says, well, Kai did it. And like, I kind of can't blame Zane for coming to that conclusion because Kai does seem like the type of person who would put colors in with whites. He seems like the type of person who'd just be like, let's combine everything together and then get shocked that the whites got colored. But anyway, Wu's like, he told Lloyd to do all this shit. And the ninja are like, why the fuck would you tell him that? And he's like, because you shouldn't trust rumors so easily. And like, yeah, but you could have done that in a different way, man. Now Zane's uniform is completely ruined. It's not good for a ninja to be in hot fucking pink. But it's not good for a ninja to be in bright red either. I don't know why. Like, I can understand the other ninjas' outfits. Like, white can work, blue can work to an extent, mostly in the day and the night time. Like, blue can work. Dark blue can work. Black definitely works. But bright fucking red? He's probably the first one who gets spotted. No wonder they can never do stealth properly. We got a motherfucker in hot red, you know, in a hot red G, of course, of course. But anyway, we learn about the Great Devourer, and that's what Pythor is trying to summon. This motherfucker who's like basically gonna destroy everything. Again, evil villains just kind of forget that they too are included in everything. So it's like, motherfucker, are you really gonna bring back the dude who's probably gonna kill you too back to life? And he's like, yeah, let's bring this motherfucker back to life. So the ninja are like trying to find where the other serpentine are. So they like split up, and like Cool and Zane, they go over to where I forgot what they're called, but they like dig underneath the dirt and they like choke people out, and that's basically what happens to Zane and Cole. They get choked the fuck out. Not in the good way, in the really bad way, like they're gonna die kind of way. But they end up escaping, and they have to go, and then they figure out it's an ambush, and they've already been released. So they gotta get over to Jay and Kai. So Jay and Kai, they're in the swamps, and Kai gets hit by this hallucinogenic poison thing, and he just starts tripping balls and seeing all these elves and shit, and he's just completely out of it. He is gone.
Jay! There's so many elves and gingerbread people everywhere!
Okay, I don't know what you're seeing, but this is no time to lose yourself. I need your partner.
I never fought little people before! We're toast!
Jay is like, nigga, I need you to help. But Kai is just fucking tripping. He is like tripping out. But then the Samurai X guy comes. And they're like, he comes and saves them. And the ninja are like, who the fuck are you? And instead of even like saying anything, he just knocks them out. He just knocks them out. And then the bounty comes over and saves them. And Kai is still tripping balls while they're eating dinner. And they're all just looking at him strangely like, okay. Anyway, they get a distress call about the serpentine again, and Kai somehow in like 5 minutes flat finally has basic common, like his senses are coming back, but they still send him on this mission even though not even 5 minutes ago he thought that Master Wu's beard was a snake. I don't know why they included him in this mission. Leave this man in the fucking bounty. He is not prepped for this. But they bring him regardless, and they see like the whole serpentine are gathering, and they're making plans to find the 4 fang blades. But you know, they catch the ninja obviously, because of course it's not as if ninja are taught stealth. No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. They're not taught stealth. But anyway, they gotta escape, so they gotta go. And you know, after that, we learn about the basic lesson, which is, you know, you have to divide them against each other. Oh yeah, that's a plot line. They basically just like have a fight with the snakes. They're just like, well, the Hypno Boy are this and this and that. Basically just spreading rumors, and like the snakes turn on each other until they like see them and they gotta run away. But like, you know, that basically brings up the lesson from earlier in the episode, so whatever. So episode number 6, Pythor is looking for the Great Devourer's tomb, and he finds the lost city of the Serpentine. Awesome. Dear Lord. So again, the ninja are arguing about the green ninja, and which one of them is going to be the green ninja. And they're talking about Samurai X too, and they're like in this competition because Samurai X is getting a lot of attention, and the ninja are kind of jealous of the attention, so they're just like, you know what we should do? Let's have a competition. Whichever one of us can figure out the identity of Samurai X, we will give you this, that, or whatever. Like, I guess their whole thing was that if you can figure out who Samurai X is, you'll be the green ninja, which doesn't make the most sense, but they're teenagers, so whatever. And we have this whole montage of, like, Samurai X beating the shit out the ninja every chance they get. So, kind of funny. And during this whole competition, Kai has to babysit Lloyd, but there's a Samurai X spotting. So what do you think Kai does? A, he watches over Lloyd because Lloyd is a 10-year-old child. B, he brings Lloyd over for the mission. Or C, he leaves Lloyd alone with money to buy what he needs and leaves this 10-year-old child in a big city with no supervision. Editing me, show the correct answer. So while Lloyd is being unattended to, he sees the Serpentine going on a bus to the Lost City, and he decides to sneak on that bus with the money that Kai gave him. And he gets to the Lost City of the Serpentine, and he's like figuring out all this stuff, and he sees like Pythor use the flute that Wu had, and like he plays that flute, and he basically beats all the other warriors, like all the other chiefs, and he becomes like the head nigga. And Lloyd is like, oh no, this is bad. And they end up figuring out that Lloyd is Lloyd and not a snake. I also want to bring up, it took the ninja way too long to figure out that Lloyd was missing. Like, Kai just completely forgot he had to pick this kid up. Like, Kai went back to the bounty, and the ninja were like, where's the kid? And Kai's like, oh shit, the kid. Nigga, you forgot an entire 10-year-old?
Where's my nephew? I thought you were looking after him.
I thought Cole was gonna pick him up.
I went to the arcade, but he wasn't there. Jay was...
Don't bring me into this. I babysat yesterday.
Sensei, we have not seen him.
We must find the boy.
These niggas would be awful parents. Anyway, they go to the Lost City so they can get Lloyd, and Samurai X is there, so the Serpentine has the ninja and Samurai X fighting each other, but Samurai X is all like, well, hey man, let's not fight each other. We're not the real enemies. This is Serpentine, thinking like a actual intelligent person. And the ninja are like, okay, cool, let's do it. So they team up and they make like a catapult with like the tornado of creation, and they use it to like fire at people, and they're like getting their shit done. And they try to get Lloyd, but they can't get him, and they don't manage to get Lloyd, and they have to escape. So the other three escape, but they're separated from Kai, and Kai is with Samurai X. And Kai sees the identity of Samurai X, and he's like, oh my god, Samurai X is my sister. And so Nia, she pulls the sweet little sister card, and he's like, Lloyd, not Lloyd, Kai, you're my big brother. Please don't tell them. And Kai being a real G, he's like, okay, I won't tell him. And so he goes to the other ninja, and they're like, do you know who Samurai X is? And he's like, no, I don't know who Samurai X is. Real G. He's a real one. So, episode 7, because it just gets wilder. So in episode 7, we get like foreshadowing that Zane might not be a person, and we learn about this true potential bullshit where basically you have to get over your mental illness and be in tune with your like true powers, and that's how you can connect with your true self, by overcoming your inner demons and your mental obstacles. Anyway, Wu is leaving because he's gonna go look for Garmadon, Boyd's dad, because I guess it's gonna help with shit. So he's like, I gotta go on a business trip. Y'all can handle yourselves. You're teenagers, almost adults, so bye. And he leaves to go on his little side quest. So the ninja are left by themselves, and we see the Falcon again. And Zane's like, oh my god, it's my fucking Falcon. I gotta go follow this motherfucker. And the other ninja are like, well, okay, let's follow the Falcon too. And we're in this whole montage where we're like in the desert, in the bushes, in the fucking mountains, in the trees. We're doing a bunch of extracurricular activities.
I guess good fortune is really far away. Keep going, I'll catch up later.
I'm good. Just taking a breather. I'll meet up with you shortly. Good thing we're in peak physical condition.
Then we end up in like this like snowy forest, and Zane is like the only one there because the others, like, they're not as built as Zane is, and they like got tired halfway through, and they're like, we'll meet you there. And Zane is kind of by himself, and he sees like this whole big robot guard, and he's like, okay, time to beat him up. We start fighting, he wins, and the Falcon starts to break down. And he notices that the Falcon and the security bot have the same symbol. And he's like, damn, that's weird. But then he realizes, well, hey, the person who created you must be nearby. So he finds this little, like, place inside of a tree, and he goes down there. And then he sees the blueprint plans to make him. And he gets, like, this Oscar-worthy scream, like, no! 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 Like, his VA put his heart and soul into that.
No! It can't be! No! No!
So the ninja come over and they see Zane on the floor depressed, and they're like, what the fuck happened? and he shows them the blueprints, and they're like, well, that doesn't mean anything. And then he shows them, like, he just opens up his insides, and they're like, oh my god, you're a robot. How the fuck did we not notice? Because how did they not notice? Does he need to eat? Like, how does he eat? What does he eat? Is he just eating because he thinks he's a person, so he eats, but he doesn't actually need to eat? I'm having a fucking issue with this. I'm having such an issue, honestly. It's driving me fucking insane. But, you know, we're gonna leave it there. So Zan, like, wants to wallow in his depression, and the ninja are like, sure man, you be depressed. But then these, like, tree snow creatures start attacking the ninja, and Zan sees this happening, and he's like, well, just because I'm a robot doesn't mean I don't care for people. I gotta save my friends. And then he unlocks his true potential and starts, like, beating these motherfuckers' asses. And Zane is, like, the first one to unlock his true potential. And then we see Wu, and he gets confronted by his brother, and his brother's all like, what the fuck are you doing here? So, episode 8. Nia is giving a lesson about these, like, bones, the bones of these, like, ancient vampires, and Jay is trying to impress Nia. And here's what kind of pisses me off with Kai, because Kai was Nia's primary caregiver. He's been taking care of Nia for a very long time. Nia has an allergy to perfume, and Jay knows this, but he doesn't know if it's either perfume or cologne. So he asks, of course, Kai, because that's her brother who's taking care of her his entire life. So Kai is like, oh, I'm pretty sure she's allergic to cologne. And so Jay puts on perfume to impress her. But while she's giving this speech about the bones, she's like, is anyone wearing perfume? I am really allergic to perfume. And Jay's like, dude, you said it was cologne. And Kai just nonchalantly says, oh, I got those two mixed up.
Diminished. Excuse me, is someone wearing perfume? I'm severely allergic to perfume.
You told me it was men's cologne.
I get.
How the fuck do you get that mixed up? You've been taking care of your sister her entire life. How the fuck are you mixing up perfume and cologne? This is like a very dangerous thing to do. That's something that you shouldn't forget how to do. Because it's not like she has a minor allergy. She has a very bad allergy. She even says so when Jay asks her on a date. She's like, I'd love to go on a date with you. Let's go on a date. But I need to leave before I go into shock.
You mean like a date?
Yeah.
Sure, I'd love to. But I have to go now before the perfume toxins enter my bloodstream and I go into shock.
So she has a very bad allergy to perfume. To the point where I don't even think people should wear cologne around her either. She obviously has a very bad allergy to perfume. Anyway, Jay is all excited about this date and ends up accidentally hitting his hand on the Fangpire teeth. And he's like, ah, shit. But, of course, the Fangpire teeth still have venom in them, so he's going to turn into a snake. So they were going to go on a date to, like, a fancy restaurant, but because there was a serpentine sighting at the amusement park, they're like, well, let's just go to the amusement park instead. And it's really sweet. It's kind of nice. But, like, Jay is, like, being turned into a little snake, and he's like, ah, shit, during our date? And Nia's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he's like, I gotta go to the restroom. And, like, he's turning more and more into a snake. So much so, and he's in the bathroom for so long that Nia has to, like, leave to become Samurai X again. And he's still in the restroom, and he's like, I'm gonna go and confront Nia and tell her what's going on. And he, like, wraps his, like, face up with, like, his scarf because, you know, he's turning into a snake. And he goes over, and someone in the restaurant sees that he's turning into a snake. And kudos to those customers. They were not backing down. They grabbed forks, plates, food. They were ready to fight. I'm surprised no one grabbed a knife. I'd probably be the one bitch in there who would grab the fucking knife and just fucking stab this nigga. I am a fucking dangerous individual. Not really. In real life, I'm very nice and docile. But, like, fictionally, I probably already have stabbed him. Anyway, he gets out of there, and Nia got kidnapped by the snake. And instead of the snake just like killing her like normal, they instead put her on a roller coaster, tie her up, destroy the ending part of the roller coaster so the railing is destroyed, and just like have her like zooming over to her death. I gotta give them props. At least they're creative with the death.
What happened to you?
What happened to you? We have.
So anyway, Jay goes over to save Nia, even though he might die in the process. And because of this, he unlocks his true potential and saves Nia. And then Nia's like revealed to the other ninja that like she's Samurai X, and they're like, "Oh my god, that makes sense." And then Kai is all like, "Well, she told me first, so like technically I'm gonna be the Green Ninja." And then all the ninja just gaslight him into being like, "They never said that. They never did that. Why is he lying?" And he's all like, "You motherfuckers, you told me so that we would be doing this." And they're all mad about it. It's so funny. They're playing it for laughs, but I feel bad for Kai because he got gaslit.
The destined ninja to defeat Lord Garmadon? Huh? Why would we say that?
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank.
Nope. That conversation is not in my database.
So, episode 8. Not episode 8. I need to turn my pages more. Episode 9. So, the Serpentine are looking for the next blade. I forgot to mention this. They're looking for their blades. They're looking for their little Fangfire blades, and they found one on the amusement park. That's why they were at the amusement park, to look for a Fangfire blade. I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry. I should have made a script, honestly. But anyway, they're looking for the next blade, and they basically use Lloyd as like a human meat shield and have him go through all the booby traps and shit. And while Lloyd went through all those booby traps, he gets to where the Fang blade is supposed to be, and he's like, "It's gone." And the Serpentine are like, "What do you mean it's gone?" And he's like, "It's gone." And it is gone. So turns out someone already found the Fang blade a couple of years ago, and instead of like putting it in a museum, they decide to use it for like a fucking musical American Got Talent kind of competition as a trophy. Yeah, I don't know. So the ninja figure this out, and they're like, "Well, we gotta participate in this America's Got Talent reboot," and they're just like, and Cole's like, "Well, I have my dad. He might have the cup because he won it before." So Cole's dad might have the cup, but they go and see that he doesn't have the cup, and they also have to pretend that they're in college because Cole has been lying to his father this entire time, and Cole has been telling his dad that he's in this like Oppenheimer School of Performing Arts when he isn't. And they go to his dad, and his dad is like, "Well, why don't you show me off your groovy talents at this college?" And of course the ninjas suck. And he's like, "How the fuck did you get into school?" And they're just like, "We wanted to like learn about your type of shit." And he's like, "Oh, okay, I can help you guys out and help you win that trophy." And he has them like rehearsing and shit. I don't know why they just don't steal it. Honestly, you guys are ninja. This is for the greater good. Just steal it. But I guess they have morals, unlike me. So they just decide to do it the fair way. And the Serpentine also decides to kind of do it the fair way. I mean, they cheated, but they also still participated for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But they still cheated. And also, Pythor ate one of the judges and impersonated them. But the other judges were like suspicious because the judge was still alive in his stomach. So like, Vor. And the judge is like in there, and he's like, "I am trapped in here. Somebody help me." No one helps him. I don't think anyone helps him. I think he dies in there.
Oh, sadly, the camera adds a few pounds. I'm just happy to have the opportunity to judge this prestigious competition.
Wait a minute. I'm still here. He swallowed me. He's not a judge.
Quiet, or else I won't let you out.
My apologies.
The ninja do their performance, and you know they're doing like the jump up kicks back, whip around and spin. Then I jump back. They be doing that shit really good. And Cole does this like triple tiger sachet, but he uses like the serpentine's heads as like stepping stools to do it, and he's all like, "Yeah, I finally did it. I finally did the move from my childhood," and everyone's all impressed and shit. But as soon as they get the trophy, of course the serpentine steal it, which they should have just done in the first place. But whatever, I guess conflict. And while they take the trophy, they like detach these lightings, and it's about to hit Cole's dad. So like Cole has to pick the Fangpire blade or his dad. He picks the blade. I'm joking. He picks his dad, of course, and then he unlocks his true potential. And then Kai is like, "Fuck! I am the only one who doesn't know my true potential." He is like in his fucking feelings about this. Anyway, back to like Wu and Garmadon. They're all like bonding, and they're like, "Man, I never wanted boys to become evil like me." So who the fuck sent him to that boarding school? Who the fuck sent him to that boarding school for badass children? Anyway, episode 10. Kai is putting on the green ninja suit because he wants to feel himself, and Wu comes back with Garmadon. And everyone was trying to like gaslight Kai in this episode, and I'm not gonna say that Kai wasn't in the wrong for certain stuff, but like he had his reasons, and his reasons are respectable. Me personally, if the motherfucker who kidnapped my sister and tried to steal my weapon and tried to destroy the world came into my living space to stay for the next few days, like no one else, like Wu didn't call them in advance to say, "Hey, I'm bringing Garmadon over." No, Wu just came back like it's nothing with his evil brother, and Kai was first instinct when he saw Garmadon was to fight. And
Sensei, behind you! He's got 4 arms!
So, we meet again.
He must have followed you, Sensei.
Kai, stop.
I respect that. I respect that. And Wu got all upset, but I respect him for that decision. Fist first, talk later. Okay? I can respect it. I can respect it. I respect him for it. So, anyway, Kai is like being gaslit throughout the entire episode basically. So Garmadon's like doing some really suspicious shit, like just being a fucking weirdo. And Kai's like, "I do not trust this nigga." And everyone is like, "You gotta learn how to trust him, man." And Kai, during this thing, starts to go through like this whole mental spiral where he thinks that if he fights Garmadon and wins, he'll become the Green Ninja, which again is not how it's supposed to work, but that's his logic. So he's like trying to fight Lord Garmadon, and he sees Lord Garmadon with the 4 weapons, all 4 of them in hand, and he uses common sense, which you would use because, hey, before you were trying to get these 4 golden weapons to create mass destruction, and now here you are with the 4 weapons. What do I think you're gonna do with them? So of course he starts fighting Garmadon.
Kai.
I knew I couldn't trust you! You thief!
Foolish child. I look forward to teaching you a lesson.
This ends now!
Indeed.
Fuck not! Of course you would! If you're holding, if you know this motherfucker is evil, and you know that he's been wanting to get these 4 powerful weapons, of course you would start fighting him. Of course you would. I would fight him too. Even if I knew I wasn't gonna win, I would fight to make sure that he doesn't cause like the end of the world. So Kai is like duking it out with him, fighting this motherfucker, and like all the ninja are outside the door, and they're like, "Kai, open this fucking door. You are going to fucking die in there." And so they end up like breaking open the door, and Kai thinks he beats Garmadon, but Garmadon was actually just going easy on him. And then Wu gets all pissed off with Kai, and he's like, Kai, I told him to get the weapon. Woo, why the fuck would you tell him? Why? For what purpose? The ninja know that he's trying to get these weapons for evil. Why would you think they're already suspicious of him, so why would you want him to get the fucking weapon?
Someone who allowed himself to be defeated. I wasn't going to hurt you, boy. I was only fetching your weapons.
But you were trying to steal them.
I asked him to get them. Perhaps it is best you do not reach your true potential, or else someone could get hurt.
Way to go, hero.
Aw, poor thing. Let me help you.
Yes, poor thing.
Anyway, we go to this volcano that's supposed to have the next blade, and we have this whole situation where like they can't use their elemental powers because if they do, it's gonna cause the thing to erupt. Obviously, Kai uses his elemental powers and causes the volcano to erupt. So now we gotta make like this great escape, and Lloyd ends up getting freed, but Lloyd gets trapped, and Kai has to choose between the Fang Blade or saving Lloyd. So he chooses the Fang Blade. I'm kidding. He chooses Lloyd, and he didn't exactly have a plan for getting them out at all. He was just like, "Don't worry, kid, I got you." And then Lloyd's like, "Okay, how are we getting out?" And then Kai kind of slowly realized, "Oh yeah, I didn't think that far ahead." And boom, he's dead. He's not dead. He unlocks his true potential, and he basically rides the volcanic eruption to the ship. And he's the first one to like ever pass out from unlocking his true potential. This motherfucker was like, and just passed the fuck out. He just passed out. Anyway, he's like, yeah, then I realized my true potential. And then he's like, the electrons start hitting. And he's like, what if Lloyd is the Green Ninja? And they bring their weapons all close together around him. And they start glowing and hovering and shit. And they're like, oh my god, Lloyd has to fight his dad. So, that's going to be a therapy session for him in the future. So we're on episode 11. The Serpentine got the Fang Blade because turns out the Fang Blade didn't get destroyed by the lava. It survived it, and the Serpentine found it while they were leaving. So they have they have 3 of them right now. They have 1 more left. So episode 11, Zane brings up how the Devourer is gonna consume the snake, and the snake that they have in custody is like, listen, man, we don't agree with this shit. This nigga is crazy. And they're like, they make up this plan where it's like, instead of stealing one of the Fang Blades, why don't we steal all 3 of them? Which kind of makes sense. That makes sense. So they go to the snake's secret hideout where they're fighting and shit. They were fighting. Everyone is just fighting. And they get there, but then the Serpentine finds them and catches them, and they're trapped. So Lloyd is on the ship by himself, and he's like, oh my god, I gotta help them. But then he sees his dad trying to steal stuff, and he's like, how could you? How could you do this? And it's like, he's evil, Lloyd. He's literally the embodiment of evil. He got bit by evil. So, it's kind of in his blood. So anyway, Garmadon leaves and Lloyd tries to save the ninja, but of course he doesn't because he's 10 years old. And the ninja are still trapped there, and they're all like, well, shit, man. What the fuck are we going to do? But then, Garmadon being a real G, he comes in with an army of skeletons, and they start fighting the snake, and they release the ninja, and we're just fighting. We're fighting. We're getting into a fight. Fight. And they end up getting all of the Fang Blades. Hooray! And they're having a whole celebration party, and Garmadon leaves for real this time because he doesn't want his son to see him be evil. And of course this is gonna give Lloyd abandonment issues. Trust me when I say this motherfucker needs like some serious therapy. So, episode 12. The ninja head to a volcano to destroy the Fang Blades, which just brings me into considering why did no one do that beforehand? Like, I swear to God, half of these fucking conflicts happen because one, motherfuckers were not killing these villains, or two, they weren't destroying their evil artifacts. I get it by a history standpoint, but like, can't you just make replicas? Just make a fucking replica of it. Like, these things are like some ancient evil destroying, civilization destroying types of shit. And instead of just like destroying them or killing people who are involved in it, they're instead like, well, let's just hide them in really obscure places, or let's just put these people in prison. No, give them the death penalty. These are domestic terrorists. Give them the death penalty now. I'm getting too heated. But since there's still one more episode left, we gotta have a conflict, and that conflict is Pythor stuck onto the ship, and he steals the Fang Blades back, and now he's speeding over to the Lost City so he can get his Great Devourer brought back to life, even though this nigga is literally called the Great Devourer. So I don't know what the fuck he's expected to happen. But anyway, he gets on this like bus, and he basically hijacks a bus, and he goes to the Lost City. And he revives the Great Devourer. Because of course he does. Of course he does. So, now we're on episode 13. Wu sacrificed himself, and I'll just say this now. Anytime you see a motherfucker die, they're not actually dead. There's a lot of like fake deaths. A lot of fake outs. No one is actually dead. They're still alive. They're alive and well. Every time you think someone's dead, they're not actually dead. I'm telling you this now. So Wu sacrificed himself, and then the Great Devourer eats Pythor. Obviously. So, after that happens, the Great Devourer, he goes over to Ninjago City and starts, like, devouring shit. And the ninja are trying to figure out a way to stop it because it seems invincible. Like, they're hitting it with, like, guns and missiles and shit, and it's, like, not working. But while they're fighting him in the city, they realize, hey, he has this little spot on his head. Maybe that's his weak point. But they can't reach it. So Garmadon's like, listen, give me your weapons, and I will use it to destroy the Great Devourer. You guys distract him, and I'll use the weapons to distract the Great Devourer. And they're like, I don't know about that. But, like, it's like a life or death situation, so, like, they're like, okay, fuck it. But you give him back, okay? And he's like, sure. So they distract the Great Devourer, and they tie him up a little bit, and then Garmadon goes and destroys him and kills him. Sensei Wu survives. We don't know where Pythor is, but it's assumed he's alive since, Wu is alive. And the entire city is just covered in, like, snake bits and blood. And then they realize that Garmadon is missing, and they're like, fuck it. This motherfucker stole our weapons. But, the series ends with, like, season 1 ends with everyone being, like, happy and being all, glad that everyone's alive. And we see Garmadon with the weapons. And, that's the end of season 1. Season 2. The ninja are in poverty.
I'm tired of being poor, eating no practice. I need a rich man in them high tax brackets. I mean nice things, nice boots, no jackets. At the country club with my tennis racket.
It's not funny, but yeah, they're in poverty. They're helping clean up the city until they realize we're homeless. We don't have a place to stay. And we have to train the son of Garmadon, who's going to become the Green Ninja. And they're like, shit, what the fuck are we going to do? So they're looking for a place to stay in the city. And, like, Wu and Mia are looking for places. So the ninja meet with this, like, realtor agent. And she shows them, like, this crummy ass apartment, like basic tiny ass apartment, no good view, looks like it's full of mold and dust, just horrendous. And they're like, we have like 8 people, is there like a better place? And she like snaps at them and she's like, this is what you got in your budget. This is what you guys got. Girl, I get it, but like, chill, chill, chill out. They got a right to be a bit concerned. I mean, sure, it's their budget, but like, I mean, let's look at it mathematically. We have Lloyd, a 10-year-old, the four ninja, Mia, and Master Wu. That's 6 people. This bedroom looks like it can barely fit, like, not even 4 people can fit in there. So imagine trying to fit in 6 people. Instead of, like, putting them somewhere that's, like, at minimum, like a minimum, but, like, not a middle room. Like, instead of putting them in, like, a middle space, she instead just goes, like, well, if you don't want this thing in, like, the fucking slums, let's go to a penthouse. What kind of fucking realtor are you? Like, any realtor would, like, try and find them, like, a semi-better place that is somewhat in their budget. You just completely went out of the budget range. And you're like, well, sure, I mean, it's a little out of your price range, but it's home. You suck. You're a fucking awful realtor. You fucking suck. But the ninjas take it because they're teenagers and don't know any better. And they decide to get jobs. And they realize how much it sucks to have a job. So let's get on with Garmadon. He's like taking control of the Serpentine because, you know, since they haven't seen Pythor recently, it's like, well, where the fuck is Pythor? We don't know where that motherfucker is. So Garmadon's like, well, I'll take control. I got all 4 weapons. Let's team up. So they team up. Anyway, the ninja are like doing their jobs, trying to do what they need to do. And it's not going well. Zan is a chef, and he's like, he is not enjoying it because he's like flipping burger. Well, not flipping burgers. He's a hibachi chef, so like he's performing, he's making cool shit happen, serving people really fast. But this is causing like his joints to like mess up. Jay is a pizza delivery boy, and he's like not always getting there on time, or like maybe a few minutes late. And like the people are just pissed off. They don't tip him, and his boss is pretty scummy. Kai is a entertainer, and those kids are just fucking destroying this man's body. Listen, I'm pretty sure his ribs were cracked, his head is busted. This man was going through it. And then Cole is a security guard, which isn't too bad. It's a decent gang, but like I guess he's like trying to help people who don't really need help. So he's like getting kind of talked down to, and like once they get home, they're like too tired to help Lloyd with his training, which is so real, so very real. And Lloyd is like, well, I need help with training. And they're like, Lloyd, we are really tired. We just can't. So they're doing their jobs again, and the Serpentine are like attacking and shit. They ordered a pizza from where Jay delivers pizza, and like, listen, they kidnapped Jay basically, and the other ninja are like, oh crap, Jay got kidnapped. And like they all got fired from their jobs. Jay got fired because he got kidnapped, and Zane got fired because he like dropped a hot egg on a kid. And the kid was like, I can honestly understand that. That was an understandable reason to fire someone. He dropped a egg, a burning egg on a child. That's understandable. The one I didn't understand was like for Cole's job, because their Serpentine drilled a hole underneath the safe, jumped out of the hole, and then they stole the money. And then like the guy from the bank got all upset at Cole, like, well, maybe if you did your job better, you would have caught them. How the fuck was he gonna catch them? They didn't go through the front door, man. They went by the safe. You have him stationed at the front door. You don't have him stationed by the safe. You have him by the front fucking door. Not to mention the fact that whenever a robbery happens, they quite literally tell the employees not to engage. If you've worked in customer service, you know damn well when someone is robbing the store, you have been told, do not get involved, do what they say, it will be taken care of. So, regardless of that, all the ninjas get fired, and we try to get Jay, and we're like in this whole like subway fight scene, and it's like crazy. Scales is like kidnapping Lloyd because that's what they're doing. They're like distracting the ninja so he can kidnap Lloyd. But Nia and Wu come in just in time, and Scales goes to prison for child kidnapping, and the ninja just take the smaller apartment, and they're like, well, you know what? We can do it. We can do it by ourselves. We can do what we need to do to help Lloyd. And that's it for. Oh, and Garmadon makes the mega weapon. He basically just combines all four of the weapons and makes like this big mega weapon. And that's it for episode 1. Now on to episode 2. The ninja are helping Lloyd train a little bit. He's kind of annoyed because, you know, it's really cramped. And Garmadon is trying to figure out how to use his mega weapon because, like, he tried to kill the dragon for the ninja, but that didn't really work. And he's like, well, why didn't it work? I don't understand. And he's like, he's upset with the surfing team because they're being kind of stupid. And he's like, you know who would have been a better crew? Those pirates from like 1,000 years ago. And because he said this, the mega weapon starts to like create these niggas from the past. And it turns out that the mega weapon can only be used for creation and not destruction. So he can only create stuff. And it also takes like a good toll out of him. So when these pirates get like resurrected, they immediately take back their ship. No hesitation. No hesitation. They take back their ship and lock everybody up. Then they go to Ninjago and they start like stealing shit. Listen, it's crazy. And they find a dojo for Lloyd, and we get to meet the Giga Chad known as Darius. And he can be kind of annoying, but you know, he's being a nice guy for letting the ninja like use his dojo, so I'll accept it. So the pirates are attacking the city, so the ninja go to stop the pirates, and they do stop the pirates. Woo. And after they do that, they get the bounty back, and Garmadon's kind of pissed off because, you know, of course you would be. I would be pissed off too if some pirates just took over my ship and the ninja destroyed them, and now I gotta run away again. But thankfully they escape and everything is good to go. So like they're trying to help Lloyd understand his like powers because his powers are starting to develop for real this time, and they're like, well, you need to focus. Like just focus, 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 focus. He's not focusing because he's like 10, and of course, you know, 10-year-olds struggle with focus. And Lloyd is like already like, I want to give up. I can't do it. I want to stop it. I hate everything. I hate you.
I hate her! I hate you, Shinji! I hate everything!
Fucking just hilarious. Like a fantastic depiction of a 10-year-old. Anyway, Lloyd's old boarding school sends him a letter and is like, well, listen, since Lloyd turned over a new leaf, we want to honor him with a party. So they go and do their little party, and they're like going over to see the badass little kids. And Garmadon thinks to himself, you know what I should do? I should make evil clones of the ninja. And he's like, Dark Ninja, go and defeat your like real doppelganger, like your real self. And they're like, okay, whatever you say. I feel like if this show was rated R, they would not hesitate to say fuck you. But, you know, it's not that. And, like, the Dark Ninja are just causing a bunch of issues and shit. And they, like, go over to Master Wu and they're like, hey, we're back. And Wu is like, why? I thought you guys went to that whole thing at the boarding school. And they're like, oh, yeah, the boarding school. And then Wu's like, you're not my students, are you? And they're like, nah. And they start fighting. Also, Jay is like the evil Jay is seducing Nia. He's like, what's up, sugar lips? He would probably call her sugar tits if...
It's gotten into you.
It's a bad boy.
I need to stop. You know what would be funny if instead of like destroying the ninja, they just destroyed their reputation. Imagine if they were just saying the fucking N word over and over again, and like we see on the news, the ninja get canceled for saying the N word. Why would they say nigga? I need to quit it. I need to quit it. Anyway, at the boarding school, the ninja gets tied up, and so does Lloyd. Turns out these badass little children ended up overpowering the adults, and they kidnap Lloyd, and they're like, "We're gonna bring you back to evil." And Lloyd's like, "No," but they're like, "Yeah." So they're trying to like get Lloyd to be evil again, but Lloyd is like, "I don't want to be evil again. I don't fuck with that." But you know, these little children, they ain't listening. So the ninja are like trying to get out of the, library that they put all the teachers in, trying to figure shit out. And it's just crazy. It gets crazy. So then the evil ninja comes, and the little kids are like, "Didn't we put you in like the library?" And then the evil ninjas start beating up the kids because, they're evil. And the little kids are like, "Oh my god, these aren't the real ninja." But then Lloyd like talks some sense into them, and he's like, "We gotta help the real ninja," because the real ninja pop out, and they're like trying to like hit them, but like the evil ninja are all like, "You can't beat us. We know all your moves." And then this like super smart kid, he's like, "Well, positives and negatives do this and that and the other and blah 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 blah." And everyone's like, "What the fuck does that even mean?" And so he's like, in dumb down terms, he's like, basically the positive guys gotta hit the negative ones with a lot of force, and that's what they do. And problem solved, and we have cake and we celebrate, and Garmadon's mad because his plan still ain't working. So on to episode 4. Lloyd is like holding up like all 5 of the guys, so like all 4 ninja and Master Wu to like help him with his strength and shit. But then like a demolition team comes to destroy the dojo because I guess Daryl has been behind on his payments. And Garmadon basically made like a multi-million-dollar company that bought out the dojo so that his son can no longer train. So how do you think they raised the money to try and save the dojo in a short amount of time? They join a race. Because of course they do. This is just like basic racing stuff. We see people who don't exactly make sense for a race. For some reason, Cole's dad is there with his like singing group. Jay's parents are there because I guess they just like to participate in the race. And the children from the last episode are there too, which I don't understand because I kind of understand that this Grand Prix is supposed to have no rules, but I feel like a basic registration rule should be that you have a driver's license, which I do not think these little children have. But regardless, they're still allowed to participate. For what, I don't know, but they are. So we have the basic like racing criteria because well we're racing. We gotta get to the finish line before this and that, and it's like this crazy race, and the ninja are trying to win, and Jay's parents are like, "Well, hey, we want you to win, but just let our little piece be on there so it can win with you guys in like a metaphorical sense." And Jay's like, "Sure." And Jay's parents are like so sweet. They just, to help him out, they like siphon gas from their tank to his tank in the middle of the fucking race, which is really impressive. But good parents, gotta love it. And thankfully, when they put on that little thing for to win the race, it actually does help them win the race because when they do the zoom up imaging that they do for every single grand race, they see that, oh yeah, that little piece of metal from their car is there, so they win. And they get the money and they save the dojo. Hooray! And that's the end of episode 4. And they get the bounty back. Hooray! So they don't have to live in their moldy apartment anymore. Seriously, whoever owns that apartment building needs to be fired or looked at by the government. Anyway, episode 5. Lloyd is like kind of sad because he's not able to do the kid stuff that he wants to do, which is understandable. And I like that they go into that because, yeah, he's a little kid. He's like 9 or 10 years old. And he's not doing 9 to 10-year-old things. He's like saving the world from terrorists. And the ninja kind of understand, but they're still kind of being dicks about it. Like Lloyd is like kind of upset because there's this comic book that he wants to get, but the ninja are like, no, you can't get that comic book. You gotta train. And Lloyd's all upset because you guys don't understand. I wish I was just an adult already. And the ninja are like, whatever, kid. Adulthood isn't as much as it's cracked up to be. So, while Lloyd's in his feelings, the ninja get a distress call that the Serpentine are spotted in the museum, and Garmadon wants to, like, bring back these, like, dinosaur bones back to, like, current times as a way to, like, help, I guess, destroy the ninja because it's, like, the ultimate predator. And the ninja stop him, but they get hit by this, like, time-reversing blast, and I thought that when they got hit by this, they would, like, cease to exist, because if this thing blasted literal bones and, like, just brought it back from, like, the bones to flesh and bone again, I thought these motherfuckers would be, like, reverted back to, like, babies or something. But no, they get reverted to, like, 9 or 10 years old. And yeah, it's a wild story because the Serpentine were, like, stealing the sarcophagus that belonged to, like, their ancestors, which, good on them, reparations. And while they were trying to steal it, the ninja tried to stop them, and the police were coming, so the Serpentine are like, let's move. Let's leave this thing alone. And the ninja get blamed for trying to take it, even though they look like...
Well, what do we got here? Looks like we caught our culprits to the museum heist. Who would have thought it was just a bunch of brats? What do you got on, Apple Dumpling Gang? Pajamas?
These aren't pajamas. We're ninja.
Literal infants. I don't know what these police do not use common sense. They really don't. I don't know how the hell that they looked at these little ass kids and they were like, yeah, they definitely lifted up this sarcophagus, this golden sarcophagus, and stole it. But I digest. They take the ninja to the museum and they apologize, but they just sneak out with, like, this field trip group, and we see the, like, ultimate predator thing, and they call for Lloyd, and Lloyd is like, how the hell did you guys return the kids? And they're like, we don't fucking know. And they call Wu, and Wu is like, okay, I gotta get this tea that's gonna help you guys, so give me a sec. But then the ninja realized, oh crap, if this works on us, then that means that ultimate predator is gonna come and get us. So they're trying to think of a way to save themselves. And instead of, like, going to, like, a library or something for this type of thing, they instead go to a comic book store. For some reason, I guess a comic book store knows more about an ancient predator from the AC time. So, whatever. And the guy there says that, well, the only way to defeat this ultimate predator is if you get these plastic replica swords. Because, of course, yeah, that makes complete sense. Plastic replica swords are definitely going to destroy this beast because they, like, have light. But, whatever. But to win these, they gotta join this competition for this, like, comic book that Lloyd likes so much. But then the final question is, like, from the newest volume that the ninja wouldn't let him get. So it's all like, oh crap, we lost. But then the monster comes inside and they, like, steal them basically, and they're like, we gotta fight him. And, of course, because they're plastic swords, they break, and the ninja are like, oh fuck, what do we do? And then Wu comes over with the tea, and he's like, this tea will reverse the effects on you guys and on the fucking predator thing. But Lloyd needs to get out the way, or else he's gonna get turned too. But Lloyd is like, okay, I'll take that chance. And Lloyd ends up getting, like, aged up. Which is really sad, because, like, he still has the mindset of a 10-year-old. Like, I'm pretty sure his mindset is still that of a 10-year-old. He just aged physically to, like, 15 or 16. So that's why I don't understand why you motherfuckers are shipping Kai and Lloyd together as if Lloyd doesn't have the fucking mindset of, like, a 10 or 9-year-old. Y'all are some weird, nasty niggas. But I digress. Even though you're nasty. So anyway, let's head over to episode 6. So Lloyd is getting used to like his new body, since he's taller and older, new experiences. He's basically fast tracked to puberty. He's basically just going through all of puberty in like a short span of time. And then, listen, it would have been so funny if we got to see him like, why do I smell like this? Why do I feel these emotions? What the fuck is going on with me? It would be so fucking hilarious. But whatever. Lloyd's getting used to his new powers, and the snakes go back to the Lost City. And it's getting weird. So Garmadon realizes, like, wait a second. I won't have to fight my son if he never existed. That's not what he does. He goes back in time and he stops the ninja from ever forming so that they don't, like, make his son do whatever needs to be done. But, like, Wu is like, no, we can't let this happen. We can't, like, mess with time like that. So the ninja jump into the time vortex and it brings them back in time to, like, when Wu goes to meet Kai for the first time. And they can't let, like, their past self see their future self. So they, like, kidnap Wu and they're like, listen, past Wu, we need you to make sure Kai joins the ninja. And he's like, sure. And he's like, okay, well, you gotta join the ninja. And he's like, I don't want to join the fucking ninja. Fuck you. I don't want to do that. But then the skull monsters come and Wu is like fighting them off. And how the events are supposed to go is that Nia gets kidnapped. But because Garmadon's there, he fucked it up. And he's like, okay, well, purposefully, I'm not going to kidnap her. And then, he doesn't kidnap Nia. And that changes time a bit. And, Master Wu, he's looking at this picture and he's all like, oh no, time is being changed. And the ninja are like, ah shit, what the fuck are we going to do? But Nia, being a bad bitch, she's like, I want to become a ninja. So then Kai is like, well, since my sister wants to do it, I'll do it. And he becomes a ninja, but like he is not happy about it. He ain't happy. He is like doing the bare fucking minimum. And the other ninja are like, well, why are you so unmotivated? And he's like, the only reason I did this was to save my sister. And then I ended up liking it. So they're like, so we gotta kidnap your sister for real, for real. So the other ninja plan on kidnapping his Nia while Kai distracts his past self and tells him to get off his ass. So Kai takes off the window panel from the bathroom mirror. Don't ask me how he did this because he would have to like carve out a fucking hole in a sense and then make sure to take off the glass paneling. Oh, I don't. It's very convoluted, honestly.
Hey, dummy! Yeah, I'm talking to you. Me? Would you get your head on straight and start listening to Sensei? The fate of the world kind of rests on it.
Am I tripping? And the past ninja who are about to haze Kai see the future ninja kidnapping Nia, and they're like, the fuck? And now we have this whole fight scene, and I'm pretty sure Nia got a concussion during this, and Kai hears the ruckus up there, and he's like, what the fuck is that? I gotta go help. And then future Kai is like, no, you can't go and help them. And he's like, the fuck you gonna do? You just my reflection. And then future Kai is like there. And he just fucking boxes him. He just boxes this motherfucker. Like, just boom, boxes him. And it's like fucking hysterical.
Nia! Hey, I wasn't done talking to you. You can't leave? Why not? You're just my reflection. Oh, sorry, but I can't have you spoiling.
Honestly, just boxes this man. And he goes and helps his friend, and he's like, come on, man, we gotta go. And then, past Kai wakes up and he's like, okay, what happened to my sister? And they're like, they kidnapped her. And he's like, no. And time goes back to normal. So, skipping over a little bit, we end up at the volcano for the golden weapons, and future Garmadon is with his past self, and the future ninja are seeing Kai and Nia, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? And everything is very confusing. So then Zane is like, you know what we have to do? We need to get our golden weapons. And we have to use those golden weapons to defeat the mega weapon because they're two great forces and they would just like collide to each other and destroy everything. So it's a very convoluted thing, but it worked surprisingly, and they reverse time and everything is back to normal. Hooray! But Garmadon is pissed off because his mega weapon has now been destroyed. So that's it for episode 7. Not episode 7, episode 6. So episode 7. Garmadon has a new plan. The Dark Island. It's an island that like no one thinks exists, and we also figure out through this that people think that Ninjago is the only landmass. So there's like no America, no there's no America, no Mexico, no continents or anything like that. Just Ninjago. Ninjago is the only piece of land there is. That's something, but whatever. So Ninjago is like the only landmass, and the Serpentine are kind of getting sick of his ass. They're like, listen, man, you don't have your mega weapon. Your plans keep failing. We're gonna throw you overboard. So they just push this motherfucker into the sea, and they leave him, which is hysterical, honestly. So now Garmadon wakes up on the island, and the Overlord talks to him, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna help you, but you gotta climb up this peak. And he's like, okay, if it's gonna make you help me. So with the ninja, we figure out who Roy's mother is. This fucking bitch. Listen, I have a bit of a vendetta against her. I understand her motives because she said the reason she left Lloyd is because she wanted to find a way to like define destiny and like make sure that her husband and her son didn't have to fight each other, which is very honorable. But I just have to say, why the hell did you send your little boy to a fucking boarding school for bad kids when his uncle was right there? And even if you didn't want to send him to his uncle, why not just send him to a regular ass boarding school? Why'd you pick the boarding school for bad little kids? Hello? But whatever. So she has like this research about how to defeat his dad without like having to fight him. And she's talking about like the doomsday clock, and if they stop that from happening, then he won't have to fight his dad. But Garmadon is like fucking shit up, and he takes the helmet, like, so he climbs the top peak of the mountain, and at the mountain there is this helmet, and this helmet is what the Overlord used to command like this dark army that's like invincible. And Garmadon takes the hat off of the doomsday clock, and now the doomsday clock has begun. And because the clock has begun, Garmadon is all like, oh my god, I can control this all-powerful army. He also rises the Dark Island from above because the island was just sunk under sea. So now the island is back. Yippee, I guess. But this brings back this like colossal ancient warrior, and it starts attacking the museum, and it's invincible. So they have to like trick it, and to trick it, they basically throw it into an endless pit. So you think now everything is over, nothing bad's gonna happen. The Serpentine decide they want to sink the city. That is right. These Serpentine were like, you know what? Because they kept us underground for hundreds of years, you know what we should do? We should bury these motherfuckers. We should bury them 10 feet below. And that's what they do. They start like drilling into the hole, causing all these earthquakes and shit because they're like doing it underneath the ground. And while underneath the ground and destroying the city up above, they find this like chamber that's full of the soldiers. And I'm pretty sure this is a reference to like the stone soldiers that they found in China a few years back. And they see them and they're like, yo, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? And because of the venom from the Great Devourer, it like brings these things back to life, and they like come to life. And since Garmadon has the helmet, he like controls them and like has them doing these evil shit. And it's just fucking wild. And the Serpentine get locked under the ground again for the second time in a century, and they're all mad about it. And the ancient little devils are like popping up from under the ground, fulfilling the prophecy that was written down. Because of course the prophecy was written, and we figure out that destiny is just a written thing. Like, it cannot be changed. It cannot be changed. Listen, I'll explain this more later on, but just know destiny cannot really be changed. And I'll explain why very later on in the video. So anyway, the ninja are like helping the people evacuate, and they go up to this like news tower to like get everybody, and Misako drops like her research, and she's all like, "Oh no, I gotta get my research." So she goes gets her research, and we find out that she knows Spinjitzu too. So like, good to go. She knows Spinjitzu, so she's fighting, and Wu ends up going there because he's like, "Misako, I can't let you die, so I'm gonna help you." So both of them are like fighting, and they're being kind of romantic, and they're like, "Well, if I have to die, at least I'll die with you." But then Misako's like, "Nah, fuck that shit. We gotta bounce." So they bounce, and they escape, and they get on the ship, and everything is like okay for the time being. So in the next episode, Scales. Well, I basically combined episodes 7 and 8. I did that by complete accident. I am very sorry, but basically they're both intertwined. Both of them happen together. The city is fucked basically. So let's just skip over to episode 9 because I combined episodes 7 and 8 by accident. Sorry about that. Episode 9, the Stone Warriors disappeared. I guess they went over to the Dark Island to go and help Garmadon. And the ninja are like, "Well, we gotta go to the Dark Island to stop this doomsday clock." Even though the Overlord straight up said that once the hat is removed from the clock, nothing is gonna stop it, but the ninja don't know that. So I guess they're just gonna be doing a hopeless endeavor. So like the ninja are saying their goodbyes and being all sappy and sad, and Zane is like, "I wish I had someone to be all sad about leaving with." And he's like, and then Wu comes over and he's all like, "Don't worry, Zane, you'll have somebody." And he shows him like these fangirls who are like fanning over him, and he's like, "Oh, shit, okay." Like he was feeling himself when he saw that. So they go out on the sea to get to the Dark Island, and they run into a storm, and these starfish creatures who eat through boats. Living in Ninjago seems very scary. It's very scary. But regardless, they get their ship wrecked, and they end up by this lighthouse. And in this lighthouse is Zane's dad. Crazy. I know. Didn't we see this motherfucker die? We did. But it turns out when Zane left, the Skull Army came into this motherfucker's house while he is dead. And instead of just like, well, he's dead, these motherfuckers bring him back to life. They bring him back to life, and they say, "You're gonna build this weapon." And he's like, I guess. I don't really got a choice. And they bring him to this like island to have him make weapons, and they have like this octopus thing that like watches over him, and it is like genuinely creepy. It has like eyes on its tentacles, and it like searches around the window, and it's like super fucking creepy.
Nobody make a sound.
If it isn't my old chum.
So the ninja takes Zane's dad to like, build shit and get shit done with. And Zane is all like, "Oh my fucking god, this is so fucking wild." And he realizes that the only reason the octopus is attacking them is because the octopus is chained up. So he frees the octopus, and the octopus is like, "Well, I'm gonna leave y'all alone." And the octopus leaves. And the ninja and Zane's dad also leave. and head over to the Dark Island. They make it to the island and they're trying to find the Temple of Light so they can like get their elemental powers and shit. Because of course, the Temple of Light is on the Island of Darkness. Of course, basic architecture design. Um, so the ninja are like trying to get to the temple and try not to get caught. Of course, they get caught because they're ninja. That's what ninja are known for. So after they get caught, they try to go to the temple again, but then Zane sees like his fucking bird there, and he's like, "I gotta save my bird, man." Nigga, no, you do not. You don't need to save that bird. You got your daddy right there. Leave the bird alone. But no, he goes to save the bird, and then he gets caught. So then the ninja has to like run over to the temple and get there really quickly. But they make it to the temple and they get like their cool and awesome powers, like new outfits and shit, and they start like rocking everybody's shit and they're having fun. Episode 11. Garmadon is like kind of in his feelings because like he gotta fight his son. I can't blame him. I would be in my feelings a bit too if I had to fight my son. So he's kind of depressed. He's like, I don't really want to fight my son. But the Overlord is like, stop being a little bitch and fight your son. Also, the Stone Warriors are like grabbing up this material, like this dark matter that's supposed to like help them. Not even Garmadon knows what it's supposed to be used for. He's just like, why the fuck are we mining this? And he's just like, don't worry about it. We're doing it for a reason. So the ninja are being irresponsible with their new powers, and like I agree with Wu because they could have definitely given their position away with the shit they were doing. But regardless, they're like doing their thing, having fun, and Misako wants to try and reason with Garmadon, and she wants to try and get the helmet so she can stop the Doomsday Clock. So they basically like do this whole thing, and they dress up as Stone Warriors and bring Misako there. And Garmadon's like, Misako, my wife? And he's like, Misako, what are you doing here? How the fuck did you get here? And Misako's all like, I know you don't want to fight our son. Just give me the helmet. And he's like, Misako, I've done some terrible things. Like, Misako was just using the fact that they were husband and wife to her fucking advantage. And she takes the helmet, and Garmadon's like, fuck, shit. Like, she did him dirty. He was really upset. So now we have this whole chasing going on, and they're going to the Doomsday Clock, not knowing that if they put the thing back, it's not going to do anything, because, again, the Overlord said, you cannot undo the clock. Even if you put the helmet back, once you take it up, it's not stopping anything. So really, this is just a stupid effort that they shouldn't be doing, but are doing regardless. I wish Garmadon just told her, well, there's nothing I can do to stop it. It's gonna happen. The Doomsday Clock has already started. There's no way to stop it. But no, he didn't say that, so the ninja try to stop the clock, and then they get this thing, but then it's like, oh no, the thing didn't work. The clock is still ticking, and then it hits, it chimes, and it's like, it's time for Doomsday! And they kidnap Mia again. Mia gets kidnapped a lot. Anyway, so the ninja are basically stranded on another side of the island, and then Mia is all trapped with these Stone Warriors things. So, not a fun experience. It's not very fun. But we learn some more stuff about Garmadon. It's gonna go bad. People are going to die. So episode 12, we got one more episode. So after the whole thing that happened in the last episode, Nia is turned evil, and she's like fighting the other ninja, and like Lloyd is fighting his dad, and they're like trying to figure shit out. Like Lloyd is fighting his dad, Garmadon is fighting Lloyd. Shit is going fucking crazy. It's fucking wild. So after all of that happened, Lloyd is all like, listen, Dad, I don't want to fight you. And then Garmadon is like having a bit of a clarity moment. He's like, I don't want to fight you either, son. Why don't we not fight anymore? But the Overlord is like, nah, fuck that shit. And he fucking possesses Garmadon. And he's like, I'm gonna beat your ass. And he does beat Lloyd's ass. He beats Lloyd's ass so fucking badly, he breaks his fucking leg. Thankfully, thankfully, Zane's dad uses the bounty, so he has the bounty get hit instead of Lloyd, so Lloyd survives. But now they're basically stranded on the island, and the Overlord is now heading over to Ninjago. The final episode of season 2. So the Overlord is taking over Ninjago. He's turning people evil. He's becoming like this dragon monster thing. It's actually really scary seeing him transform. I'm not gonna lie. It's like actually scary. So the ninja are stranded on the island. They're like, there's no hope. Everything is hopeless. Lloyd has a broken leg. But thankfully their dragons come by and they're like, hey, we're gonna come rescue you guys. So the dragons come over to rescue them. So, it's not completely over. But then, of course, shit has to get crazy again. So it turns out Garmadon, or the Overlord, since he possessed Garmadon, the Overlord dropped the helmet to control the soldiers. But Darius, who somehow managed to survive all of this and didn't get turned evil by the goo, he takes the helmet, he puts it on, and he's controlling the soldiers now. So now the ninjas think they got a chance. They really don't. They all end up getting hit by the goo and get possessed and turned evil. And now Lloyd is the only one there to stop the Overlord. So these two are trying to face off. And Lloyd has his leg broken, but he's doing his best. He's doing his very best. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, there was a mech. But it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. The mech didn't do anything because, it was the dragons that came to save their ass. So, honestly, it doesn't really matter when it comes to the mech, especially because the mech got destroyed pretty early on. So, it doesn't really matter. The mech is... Let's leave the mech alone. The mech isn't essential, but I know someone's going to come up in my comments like, well, what about the mech? The mech doesn't matter because the mech didn't do shit. It's just there to be cool. Anyway, so Lloyd is tapping into his green ninja energy shit, and he's fighting the Great Devourer, the Overlord. And the Overlord is making this big shadow thing to do this mega attack, and he fights down and he eats Lloyd. But Lloyd, he ain't playing that. And he basically just purifies everything. Everything gets purified. Everyone is good again. Everything's good. Everyone's alive. And we all think to ourselves, it has to be over, right? And now Lloyd is kind of depressed because his daddy's dead. Or is he? Then we see Garmadon before he was transformed into an evil motherfucker. And he's all like, Lloyd? And Misako? And it's all happy and everyone's all happy and grand and everyone thinks this is it. It's over. Nothing bad can ever happen again. Until season 3. Yes, it's nighttime. Don't sue me. So, season 3, episode 1. So, I think it's been about a year or a few months since the whole Overlord situation, and the ninja are teachers now. Don't ask me how they're teachers because they're still kind of like teenagers, and they would need to get a teaching license, and they would have to have studied a certain subject for a few years, at least 4, I am assuming, to become a teacher. But yeah, they're teaching at Lloyd's old boarding school. I mean, I understand Wu because he's 1,000 years old. Again, lore is crazy, but Wu is 1,000 years old, so I don't know. Maybe he picked up some teaching in his many years of living, so I can understand him. But Nia, Kai, Zane, Jay, whatever, I don't know how the fuck they got any sort of teaching degrees. Did they just go to college during this time period? I could not tell you.
Gimme. Is anyone else chapped that Lloyd gets to be the golden ninja and fly around accepting awards while we're stuck here being teachers with no powers?
could not tell you. But anyway, they're teachers now, and they kind of hate it. They miss the action that came with being a ninja, and Lloyd gets to do all the actiony stuff because he's the Green Ninja. So he's like, I'm all powerful. Everyone loves me. He's just in his godlike era. And Nia comes into the break room and she's like, "Oh well, the kids don't listen to me because I'm like a woman and they're like having their little kid crushes on me." And she's like asking the Jay for help, and Jay's all like, "Uh huh," because he's not listening because she's a woman. You gotta love the misogyny from the 2012. Anyway, they get an invitation to visit Borg Industries. This was the company that like took over after the whole Overlord thing, and he basically like helped Ninjago get back on its feet after the whole Overlord situation. And he's inviting them over for a field trip. So like, if like this super smart scientist guy invites you to the new Ninjago city for a tour, you go. So we go to Ninjago City after the Overlord attack, and it has gotten a massive upgrade. We got hover cars, we got like these robot security guards. It's like really cool high tech stuff. And this is where we meet Pixel, and her name stands for something something assistant something. Don't ask me, I did not write shit down. So the ninja, they're personally invited to meet with Borg at like the top level. So Nia and Wu stay with like the little kids. And while Nia is with the little kids, there's like this love machine, and the girls are like, Miss Nia, you gotta do the love machine. Maybe you'll get matched up with Jay. And Nia's like, no, no. But kids, they're very great at getting you to do stuff because they're all cute. So she does the thing, and the machine matches her with Cool, which doesn't make sense. And now Nia is having like this whole inner conflict where she's like, do I like Cole or Jay? Which doesn't really make sense because her and Cole, from what I saw, did not talk much. Like they rarely talked. Not to say that they're not friends, but like they rarely talk to each other. And I don't think even Cole sees her in a romantic way. So I don't know where they were getting like this love triangle thing. I think the only reason they did this love triangle was because Twilight was like really popular in the 2012s, 2011s, and they were just trying to capitalize off the whole love triangle thing. I feel like that's the only reason it happened. So anyway, the ninja meet with Borg, and they're all like, well, why did you call us up here? We gotta attend to our students. And Borg is like being really weird. He's like saying, I'm so glad you guys accepted my invitation. I had this statue for you for the Green Ninja. And he tells Kai, he's like, you are absolutely right. And like Kai, he's a real one again, because Kai's all like, why the hell did you build your tower right on top of the Overlord's like resting place? Which makes sense to ask, because like, who the hell decides to build something over like the embodiment of evil's demise? Like, yeah, I'll just make a building on top of this motherfucker's graveyard. And of course, that bit him in the ass, because he tells Kai, yeah, you're right, I should not have built here. The Overlord is taking over my tech. I gave you guys weapons. Go, go, go. Then the Overlord hears this and he's like, nah, fuck this shit. I'm taking over. And he basically possesses everything, and Pixel too. So now everything is like not only attacking the ninja, but the students too. So the ninjas like crack open the statue and they see like new outfits and new weapons, and they're like, yo, what the fuck is this? And they're like, oh my god, we get to fight crime again. And they're all happy about that. So they put on their new costumes and they have their new weapons. And they're trying to use them, but they're just not working properly. They don't really understand it. So they're like just whacking shit. They're trying to get out of there. And while they're escaping, they realize that the techno blades can just like hack into stuff. So they can just like jam it into like jets, and it like corresponds to them or responds to them. I don't really know. It's really weird technology, but whatever. So after that, the Overlord basically like transforms himself into like this antivirus, And turns out that the only thing that can stop him are the Technoblades. Now, in episode 2, since the Overlord has become an antivirus and has basically taken over all the technology in Ninjago City has become a wasteland. All of the cars and the robot security things and the vending machines are just wreaking havoc on everyday citizens. It is not fun. It is really not fun. And the Overlord is basically trying to get like a body, like an actual physical body again, but he can't because he's in a coding thing. So he's like trying to figure out a way to get like a physical body. Anyway, Wu is like, oh, I forgot to mention, Zane's dad died. His dad is like the only guy who officially dies in this fucking series. But yeah, so his dad is dead. I mean, he was already kind of old, but you know, at least he got to spend some last moments with his son. So that's cool. Yeah, so anyway, like I said, Ninjago's a wasteland, shit like that. He has Wu, and basically Zane is on guard duty because the ninja stopped over by Garmadon's place to like crash. So they let Zane be in charge of like looking over their vehicles and shit while they go and learn some stuff. So Zane is on his guard duty, and Lloyd and Garmadon are doing like a sparring lesson with the little kids. And Garmadon just whoops his son's ass because Lloyd is too reliant on his powers. So while Zane is doing his guard duties, Pixel comes by, and so him and Pixel start fighting. And then Zane realizes during the fight that, oh shit, because Pixel's here, they know where we are. So the Overlord sends his like ninjoid thingies that were like replicas of like Zane to go and attack Garmadon's village or his like dojo, whatever the hell. So that happened. Basically, so it turns out like the Technoblades can wipe the virus. So they use the Technoblade on Pixel, and she's like, "Yo, what the fuck happened?" And she's just really confused about why she's attacking people. And Zane is like, "Don't worry, you didn't do anything bad. I'm pretty sure she did do something bad. I think she might have killed somebody. I'm just saying, if I was an antivirus with a robot, I might have killed someone. I'm not saying I want to kill someone. I would never kill somebody, but like, you know, she was a robot that was like controlled by an evil antivirus. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if like someone tried to stop her and she just shanked the hoe. Anyway, regarding that information, we go to Nia's secret hideout where Cole and Nia have a moment because they're just pushing this love triangle shit that makes zero fucking sense. Because in the past 2 seasons, I have not seen like Cole and Nia have a moment, but whatever. They do what they need to do. And the ninja are like trying to shut off the power in Ninjago so like they can stop the virus. Uh, So Pixel goes like against her protocol where she was supposed to like stay, but she instead goes to help the ninja out. So she's like helping them fight and shit, but then she gets injured and Xana's all like, Pixel, no. And then they get to turn off the power, but because they turned off the power, Pixel also gets turned off because she was operating on that power source too. So Xana's like, shit, this is awful. And instead of just being like a normal person that may be hooking her up to like a car battery or something, he literally splits his like power source in half and gives it to Pixel, which is like kind of romantic, honestly. It's actually pretty sweet, you know. Anyway, so Garmadon is kind of becoming like Master Wu to Lloyd. Lloyd is like really annoyed with his dad because like you know, dad stuff. They're like on the run because the Overlord wants Lloyd's power to basically give him a physical body. He's like, well, I'm going to use your golden power to give me a physical body. So he's basically on the run, and Garmadon's all like, you need to stop relying on your power. If you keep using your power, he's just going to get stronger. So Lloyd is like, okay, fine, whatever. But they're having their little butting heads moment because father and son shit. It's wild. So after all of that, Borg is like back to normal now, but no one knows where Wu is right now. Like we don't know where this nigga is. We don't know. But like a mysterious person like saves the Overlord and like gives him like a new power source with these like electric eels. Don't ask me, do not ask me how this motherfucker managed to get so many electric eels to make like a private power source for an antivirus of the Overlord, but he did. He did. For some reason. So like after that, the mysterious man ends up making Wu like this robot cyberpunk guy and attack makes him go attack the ninja. So like Jay finds out about the whole not being Nia's perfect match, and he like just blows a fuse, and he sees Cole and Nia having a bit of a moment, so he's all like, "Man, fuck you." So Cole and Jay start fighting each other in front of Jay's parents, no less. Like these two are fighting each other in front of Jay's parents.
Oh, yeah. I don't see why you want to settle this arm wrestling. You know I have super strength.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm super hooped, and I haven't brushed my teeth in a week.
Very embarrassing, honestly. I mean, I would be so embarrassed if I started fighting a guy in front of my parents. So, like, Garmadon and Lloyd, we're back to them. They're in the mountains, and instead of just being normal and just climbing the mountain like regular, Garmadon's like, because you're the golden ninja, you have a lot of different powers. So, move that mountain. Literally, move that mountain as, like, a way to, like, prove his strength. And Lloyd's like, no. For what reason? I don't know how to do that. And Garmadon's all like, well, you're gonna learn to do it today. He does eventually learn how to do it, but we're not gonna get into that right now. So Pixel has like the same fighting abilities as Zane because they split each other's like life source. So those two are like fighting together, and it's like kind of romantic, honestly. Anyway, Wu comes over to like fuck shit up and starts like beating the ninja's ass. And the ninjas start to realize that when they were sparring with Master Wu, he was just going easy on them. He was not being serious. He was just going easy on them. And they're like, oh crap. This old guy was just going easy on us. He's whooping our ass. So after all that, they're just like trying to figure out how to stop him. And it's just getting crazy. We go back to Lloyd and Garmadon during this fight scene, and Lloyd is still climbing up the mountain, and Garmadon is like, motherfucker, move the mountain. And he's like, oh my god, just leave me alone. I don't know how to move a fucking mountain. But then Lloyd sees like this little bird thing, and he's like, no, I gotta save this like bird. And his dad is like, it's a bird, right? It's gonna just die pretty soon. But Lloyd is like, no, I gotta save the bird. And because he wanted to save the bird, he ends up moving the mountain. Kind of crazy, but whatever. So Lloyd and Garmadon are still going, and it turns out that the secret guy is like a serpentine. I bet you can guess who this is gonna be. I think you know who it's gonna be. So Ninjago is kind of out of sorts in episode 4. Cole and Jay are still arguing because of course they are, because we need to have this stupid ass love triangle that really was not necessary. So anyway, the ninja go looking for the serpentine because of, it being said that one of the secret guys is a fucking serpentine. So they're like, well, hey man, who the fuck is this guy? So they go looking for skills. So turns out the serpentine have actually gone domestic. They don't want to seek vengeance anymore. They're just chilling. They're just chilling, honestly. They're just like, yeah, we're chilling. We don't want to get involved with you surface dwellers anymore. He even has a son and a wife. This also brings into this point. when I was on Tumblr, I saw a lot of fan art of you guys over sexualizing the fucking serpentine. You nasty fucking niggas. Because not even in the show did they like show the female snakes as like being like having boobs and shit like that. They would just had a different color scheme, which makes sense in real life because most female animals in real life just have different color schemes. I feel so bad for female peacocks. They got done so dirty. So anyway, Scales is all like, well, we're not really into that shit anymore, but the ninja are like, come on, man, help us. What do we do? So they go over to this library and we learn about the curse of the Golden Master. And the ninja are like, the Golden Master? Do you mean Lloyd? So it turns out the Serpentine were like trying to warn the people of Ninjago that, hey, so your like green ninja could like turn into this Golden Master who's gonna like destroy the world. So just be careful with that. But the people in the olden days did not take that kindly, and because of that, the Serpentine locked themselves away, which kind of contradicts the lore because it was said that the because it was said before that the elemental masters put away the snakes, not the Serpentine put themselves away. But I don't know, maybe the Serpentine are like rewriting their history or whatever. But the Serpentine have always been afraid of this like Golden Master, so they've always kind of like hid. So that's how it be. So Darius is taking the little kids from the boarding school on a field trip to the aquarium, and they're having fun until the mysterious person comes in, and he like breaks open the thing so he can take some more electric eels. And when he breaks open this thing, a shark comes out, and this little girl, she almost dies because you gotta have child murder. But thankfully, Darius saves the child. Thank God. So anyway, we go back to like when the cruise is happening, and it's gonna make like the Green Ninja or the Golden Master go mad with power. It's it is something. It is just something. So back to the B plot about Pixel because she's feeling all complex, and Zane is like, you don't gotta feel that way. So the Overlord ends up talking with Zane and tells him they were tricked about something. Garmadon and Wu start fighting because I wrote here brothers start fighting, so I'm pretty sure that's Garmadon and Wu. So yeah, it turns out the secret person is Pythor. Who would have guessed? Oh my god, a serpentine? But all the serpentine are like down below ground. Who could it be? So yeah, Garmadon basically gets killed. Not really. Again, a lot of fake out deaths. Everyone thinks he's dead, but he's not dead. So Borg is like putting them in like this digiverse thing so they can like, stop the Overlord. And he's like, to stop the Overlord, you guys gotta go inside the computer to stop the Overlord. That's right. You have to go inside of the digiverse to stop the Overlord from taking over the world. So that's what the ninja do. They're like sucked into like this metaverse type universe, and the Overlord is like trying to stop it, but thankfully the ninja get in there in time. So everyone is like chilling out in like this metaverse space, and it's all cool and amazing. Kai isn't really enjoying it because he's not using his imagination. He is just thinking very practical about this. Everyone else is like having the time of their lives, and Kai is just he's struggling. He is struggling. This is like a whole Sword Art Online type of bullshit. So it turns out that like Kai struggles with his emotions because this whole thing has to like deal with your inner emotions, and Kai is just like he's just not in tune with his emotions at all. So sucks to suck, I guess. Yeah, Kai is just listen, Kai is just being an absolute boomer, honestly. Like the ninja are like, this is so fun, this is so amazing, and Kai is just like, I fucking hate technology. Nigga, you were playing video games in the first season. What are you talking about? Anyway, we get to Lloyd again. So like we got to Lloyd again, and he like almost dies because they kidnapped Lloyd and they were extracting his like golden powers. So Lloyd almost dies for a second, but thankfully he doesn't actually die because the ninja end up overloading the thing just in time. But unfortunately, the Overlord end up getting just enough energy to get a physical form. It it sucks. It sucks. They're gonna fucking die. Like we're doing this shit all over again. So Pythor gets the body, and Lloyd is like he basically gives away his power to the other ninja. So he's like, "Listen, divide and conquer. I'll give you some of my power to help you guys." So he like splits his power up between the four ninja. So the ninja got their powers back. All cool. Borg gets turned evil again because you know the Overlord is back. The ninja are looking for like Pythor, and they're looking about this secret Articus, this Project Articus thing, because they don't know what the fuck that is. So they find like this ninjoid that's like, you know, driving around, having like a bunch of cargo with them. And since Kai is like the closest one, they're like, "Yo, Kai, let's go and do that thing." But Kai, he's being a little playboy and is trying to flirt with this girl. But Pixel interrupts it and she's like, "Kai, we need you to go and do something." And the girl's all like, "What? So you already have a girlfriend? You cheating?" And she throws her drink at him, and Kai's all upset about that. So he goes and chases after the ninja thing. Cole, Jay, and Nia are on like a fucking date because, again, this love triangle BS that is not necessary at all. I'm just skipping over that entirely. We're going back to Kai. Kai is being a fucking dumbass, thinking that he can just do whatever the fuck he wants. And he's chasing after the cargo vehicle. And these cargo vehicles have gas in them. Let me specify this again. These vehicles have gas. Flammable gas. Gas that if Kai, the fire elemental, throws fire at, will explode. Like, let's keep that in mind. Kai is a fire elemental. The trucks have gasoline in them. Gasoline is highly explosive. So let's keep all of this in mind for what I'm about to tell you is going to happen. So originally the plan was for Kai to just like be sneaky and not get seen, but of course Kai is a hot-headed bull and decides, "Nah, I'm gonna confront him." And he confronts them and he starts fighting the ninjas and shit. And you wanna know what this motherfucker does as a fucking fire elemental? The fucking fire elemental on top of a truck of gasoline? You wanna know what he does? He hits the fucking truck with his firepower. He hits the fucking truck with his firepower.
Shit pissed me off for real. Why do you act like that?
Like what?
The way that you act, you don't see how you act why people don't want to be around you?
No.
Look how you act.
He's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb. Surprisingly, the thing does not immediately explode, but Pixel is all like, "Kai, you gotta get off it. It's gonna explode any minute now." It should have exploded the minute he did that. This is a tank full of gasoline. The minute that fire hit it, it should have exploded. It should have exploded. But I digress. I digress. So anyway, Kai ended up getting captured after the explosion happened with all the fighting and shit. So he's captured, so the ninja gotta go and save his ass. Because, of course they do. Hot-headed motherfucker. So we figure out what Project Articus is all about. It's a spaceship. Yep. They're going into outer space. I am not joking around when I tell you these motherfuckers are going to space. They're going to outer space because that's where the golden weapons are. And to become the golden master, the overlord needs the golden weapon. And after the whole time machine escapades that happened in the previous season, it turns out that the golden weapons like became like a meteorite thing and have just been like floating through space. And I guess now it perfectly aligns with the Earth and they can just do a straight shot over to the meteorite. Also, it turns out this meteorite landed in Ninjago a few years ago, but then went back up into the sky. So, like, this is so convoluted. Anyway, the ninja are like trying to get Kai before they end up getting launched the spaceship, but then they're like, well, shit, if they're gonna get the golden weapons, we gotta follow them with the spaceship. So they all get on the spaceship, and while they're getting on the spaceship, Nia, Garmadon, Wu, and Misako, they're trying to like be like mission control and like ground control and try and help them, but then Borg and all the ninja come in. So then they gotta take all the equipment and make sure they don't drop any of it. Thankfully they didn't, and we make it to like where they set up their equipment again, and they're like, Ninja, do you copy? Are you there? Are you there? And they're there. It's good to go. Hooray. So thankful. So in episode 7, we're in space. We are in space. You know, there's a lot of places you expect ninja, but not in space. I'm only on season 3, and I have 13 seasons left. I am having so much regret. The people who were in my comment section were right. I should not be taking the Lord this seriously. It's gonna make me lose my mind. So we're in space, and like the ninja are like in the boosters. And if you don't know about spaceships, then here's a lesson for you: the boosters get detached the minute they exit the atmosphere. So they only have a few minutes until they get fucking detached and crash into Earth. So they send Zane out because Zane doesn't need oxygen. So that Zane can get like the space suits and shit. And I don't know. I don't know why they brought space suits. I say this because I don't know why the space suits were brought, because there is no like regular person on this ship. Everyone on the crew are ninjoids. Ninjoids that don't need oxygen. So it's just kind of weird that there's like 4 spacesuits for people who need oxygen. Doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. So Zane gets his spacesuits, and then the ninja are on top of the spaceship in space, and they're just like chilling. So the comet passes by, and like the ninjoid is all like, well, hey, we gotta tail the comet. And the other ninjoid's like, if we do that, the ship is gonna get damaged. And he's right, because you can't just tail a comet. It's a gigantic space rock that is full of debris. But regardless, they still go. And then they find out that the ninja are on top of it, and they're like, we gotta shoot them. So they get the other ninja out there onto the ship, and they start just shooting the ninja. And I'm pretty sure Cole almost died because his cable got snapped. And I swear to God, if it wasn't for like Jay, he would have died. He would have been stranded in space. But thankfully, he wasn't stranded in space. So this is good. So now we're on the comet. You know how I said before how the comet had landed on Earth but then went back into space, which kind of defies the laws of, you know, everything. But, you know, the comet went back up into outer space, and when it went back into outer space, it ended up picking up some of these insects and somewhat organic life forms like plants and stuff. And it turns out that these insects eat metal. They eat metal. So, what do you think happens next? the ninja play around with these metal eating insects that are going to destroy their suits, destroy the ship, and destroy Zane because he's made of metal. So yeah, all of the Ninjoid are like, oh fucking hell, they're going to destroy the ship. And after the ninja have basically alerted like the Ninjoids that, oh shit, we're over here, the Ninjoid are like getting their golden weapon comment, and they're like, okay, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go. So they start rushing, and there's like this whole space chase, and we get to the ship, and it's already been eaten by the metal eating insects. So the ninja are stranded because turns out the ninja have rocket boots. So they just use the rocket boots to get out. Fantastic. So the ninja are now trapped in outer space. So episode 8, the ninja are still trapped in space. The Overlord has a physical body. We are still doing this B plot love triangle. Like, there are so many serious issues happening right now. The ninja are stranded. The Overlord has a physical shape. The Ninjoid robots have basically the golden weapon. And for some reason, we're still focusing on this fucking love triangle. Listen, I am so mad about this fucking love triangle. You don't understand. So somehow, Lloyd motivates the other four to say that we've overcome many obstacles before and nothing is impossible. Lloyd, some things are impossible. And it's that spaceship you're trying to bring back. Because the spaceship, again, is eaten from these metal eating insects. The metal eating insects have destroyed this ship. This ship is basically scrap metal. It has a base still, yeah, but it's mostly scrap metal. And the ninja are all like, okay, well, the ninja don't have any engineering experience. I'm going to say that right now. The only one I can think who would have any sort of engineering experience is Zane, because he can like download books about it and just read all about engineering and probably learn whatever he needs to learn in like the snap of a finger. And also maybe Jay, because he does know how to like invent and build stuff. But those are the only two I can think of who know how to do any sort of engineering or mechanic work. Kai, Cole, and Lloyd have no fucking idea how to do that shit. But somehow, uh, these motherfuckers end up making like a somewhat flyable spaceship. Pretend this is vodka. So we're just gonna ignore, basic physics and how if they were to enter the atmosphere and that thing, it would just immediately break apart from all of the heat and the pressure. But I guess we're just gonna ignore basic astrophysics, basic gravity, just ignoring it all. And by the time the ship breaks apart, they're like, let's use our elemental forms. And somehow that protects them from like a million feet drop. So tired. I'm so fucking tired. This is so fucking ridiculous at this point. It's fucking ridiculous. So anyway, the Ninjoi bring over the golden nugget thing that has all the elemental weapons combined, and they make their little super weapon because Borg is like so possessed, so he helps them make the weapon for it. And it gets crazy. It gets so crazy. Because yeah, I'm going crazy actually. I'm actually going a little crazy. So now that the Overlord has a physical form and Borg is now no longer mind controlled, he's all like, okay, well, I have this nano pill to help us defeat the Overlord with. Which sure makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, like we'll just defeat the embodiment of darkness with a nano pill. So they tried to get the nano pill inside of the Overlord's mouth, but Pythor like eats it and then gets shrunk, and that's kind of embarrassing. Um, so Zane sacrifices himself to like destroy the Overlord, and they hold a memorial for Zane. They're like, "We're so sorry, Zane. You know, you did the best you could. You were the greatest person ever. We love you so much." Uh, so it like starts snowing, and like we see like some sort of like flashback or something that shows Zane like rebooting. So now we're gonna go to season 4 because of course there's a season 4. There's 16 seasons. I was um I was looking through my notebook to see how much longer we have. Um, it's a lot. So episode 1, Lloyd is like kicking ass in like this simulator, but he was supposed to be in the simulator with the other ninja. Turns out after like Zane's dying, they kind of broke apart for a bit. So Lloyd's like, you know what? I gotta bring our team back together. So like the ninja are doing a bunch of different shit. So like Jay is a TV host and Cole's a lumberjack, and he looked really fine. Like listen, listen. I may be a lesbian. Listen, I might like women, but like he was looking kind of fine. I'm playing. Not really. I'm playing. So yeah, and Kai is in like this Fight Club wrestling club thing. So like Lloyd gives them all a motivational speech about how Zane wouldn't want them to do this and to meet him at like this sushi place. So the ninja are all like, okay, let's team up again. So these punks come into the sushi restaurant and they're all like, man, fuck you, and they're just causing a big disturbance. So the ninja, they start fighting because, that's what they do. So, turns out these punks wanted more than to just fight them. They actually give them a note about Zane, saying that Zane is still alive and they need to go and join this tournament of elemental masters to, save him. And the ninja are like, is this true? Could this be true? And they're just like, maybe, who knows? I think it could be true. And they're like, okay, well, maybe we should go and see. So they start packing their stuff up, and Lloyd was packing his stuff up, but then Garmadon sees his suitcase, and he's like, where are you going? And Lloyd is all like, nowhere. But you see, he sees this takeout box in Lloyd's room, and he's like, suspicious. So he follows Lloyd, and he follows Lloyd to the docks where the ship that's going to take him to the island is. And Garmadon is all like, listen, I know the person that you're about to go see. You should not go and see him. He's a dangerous, dangerous man. So it turns out Garmadon has a history with this guy. And it turns out the assistant, Klaus, knows him pretty well. And Garmadon is like, listen, I'm going to go with my son. But Klaus is all like, oh, we don't got any more space. So Garmadon kicks a person off the boat, and he's like, now there's space, and just walks on there.
And join you. Sorry, no more room on the ship. No room? Must stand corrected. There's room now.
We're just gonna leave this man to drown. So we're on the ship, and we're seeing all these other elemental masters for elements that don't make sense. Like, there are some that do make sense, like the elemental master of shadows, the elemental master of the mind, the master of nature, but then there are the ones that make sense, like the elemental master of speed, the elemental master of what was it, form, and just like a bunch of other stuff. So some of them didn't make, especially the speed one. I don't understand the speed one. I can maybe understand the mind and poison and form, but speed I really don't understand. I think they just wanted to make a Flash ripoff. Anyway, we meet this one girl named Skylar, and she's like all mysterious and like, I have a super secret past you don't want to know about. And Kai finds that hot because that's how he is. So then this like metal guy, the elemental master for metal, he comes up and he's like, man, fuck you, bitch. And he wants to like pick a fight with this girl who didn't start anything. And Kai's all like, nah, we ain't doing that. You're not gonna fight this girl. And so he goes up against this elemental master of metal, and the ninja want to help Kai, but Garmadon is like, nah, he made this fight, let him do it himself. Kai almost gets drowned, but thankfully the Skylar girl helps him. And Kai is all up in his feelings. He's getting all flirty and shit. Like, did he feel it himself? Anyway, we make it to the island, and we find out, like, we get like a little sneak peek of Zane being alive. Because again, no one who dies in this series actually dies. So episode 2, we make it to the island. So yeah, turns out that Chen, the main villain for this season, was Garmadon's old master. What? That made no sense. Yeah, turns out he went to Chen for a little bit, but like left after a while. So mystery girl Skylar, she's all like, kind of leading Kai on a little bit. She's like, hey, and being kind of flirty with him. So the minute we get there, we're already doing our first challenge. Like, everyone is introduced to their rooms and stuff, and while they're chilling out in their rooms, all of a sudden the Chen guy, he's all like, so, first challenge. There are these keys that are inside. That's what I wrote, right? No. There are these jade blades that are inside of the place that they're staying in, and there's only enough for like, I think the 17 contestants. I don't know how many contestants there were. I know there's about 17 to 18, but there's 17 blades for the 18 contestants, so whoever doesn't get one loses. So everyone starts fighting and they're trying to get a blade, and it's just absolute chaos. Thankfully all the ninja get a blade except for the elemental master of metal. He does not get a blade. So he ends up getting, chucked out of the competition. And he's like, did he get his power? Yeah. It's not shown in front of the others yet, but like once he got like taken out, he lost his powers. Like Chen stole his powers. So sinister intent. Very sinister intent. So we're on episode 3. So Zane is like walking in the snow for some reason, and then we see like this ice dragon thing. And it's because he's like dreaming. So Pixel is like inside of his head, and she's all like, Zane, listen, you forgot everything, but I'm gonna help you remember. And he's like, who the fuck are you? But he's like nice about it, and he's like, okay, whatever you say. So Nia talks about like Cole and Jay, because we're still doing this love triangle in the next season. Like, they just retcon certain lore, but now we still doing this love triangle. The love triangle still goes strong. Pretend this is vodka. This love triangle is gonna make me go insane. So, still on this fucking love triangle. So we gotta do like this one-on-one fight thing. So Kai has to fight the Master of Smoke. Don't ask me how the elemental master of smoke is different from the elemental master of fire and the elemental master of shadows. I guess he's just built different or something. I don't really know what he's doing with his smoke, but he's doing something. Kai wins obviously because all the elemental master of smoke can do is turn into smoke and make fog. That's really all he can do. So, Kai wins that fight. And, we have all the other fights, and the winners are like mind and speed and fire because, Kai. So now we're on Jay and Cole, who have to fight each other. So that's wild. And those two already have their little vendetta against each other because of the fucking love triangle. So they start duking it out. So Zane escaped, but Pixel got turned into like scraps to like help him. And while he was escaping, Klaus ended up like finding him, and he puts him back in his jail cell. So that's kind of sad. Since neither Cool or Jay wanted to fight each other because they like kind of came to their senses in the middle of the fight, they're like, "We're friends. Why are we fighting?" So they didn't fight each other. So Chen is like, "Nah, fuck that shit. One of you has to lose," and starts like doing a bunch of booby traps and shit so that one of them can just, fucking win and get the competition over with. So Cole, being a real G that he is, he gives Jade the Jade Blade and he's like, "Win this competition," and he just like gets his powers taken. Hooray! So Nia finds like the Falcon from, Zane, and it leads her to the island. Episode 4. In this episode, Skylar has to go up against the Elemental Master of what was it? Of sound. The Elemental Master of Sound, and he's blind. And in this episode, we figure out that Skylar's ability is she's the Elemental Master of Amber, meaning she can copy someone's ability just by touching them, which doesn't really seem like an elemental ability and more like just a superpower. But so that's how it be. Cole is working at a noodle factory because Chen owns like a noodle business to support his weird hobbies. So Cole was working at the noodle place and he's really miserable because he likes to eat. So he's like all in his feelings and all miserable. But he kind of becomes friends with like Korloff, and it's just like really. So Nia is trying to like follow the like noodle trucks to like figure out where the ninja are, and we have Darius because of course Darius is here, and he's like trying to get like his hot stickers because they canceled them, and he finds the noodle truck that Nia is driving, and he's like, "Hey, wait up, I gotta tell you something. So Nia is like trying to get there, but of course Darius interrupts it and he gets inside the van so she can go to the island. Back to the ninja, Lloyd has to go against the Elemental Master of Form in a roller derby. Can't make this up. I can't make this up. Kai can't skate, like, at all. And the ninja are trying to tell the others about, like, how they steal their powers when they lose, and the others are like, "Wait, dead ass? Is that for real?" So, episode 5, Cole plans a heist, and Nia and Darius go undercover. Derek stays in the noodle truck underneath, like, a waterfall, and Nia pretends to be a kabuki, which are, like, these performing girls. So, she'll be doing a good job, even though she, like, hates makeup and dresses. So, Chen, like, switches what he said and what he's gonna do. He's like, "Yo, okay, so, like, yes, I am stealing your powers, but when you win the competition, you're gonna get all the powers." You'd be surprised how quickly they fell for this BS. You'd be surprised how quickly they fell for this BS. I don't understand it. So you guys are willing to sacrifice your powers to try and get this staff that's full of magical powers. Do you really think that this motherfucker who has a staff that can absorb powers is just gonna give you the powers at the end? Baby, come on, don't be dumb. But they being dumb and they believe them, and now they're like everyone for themselves. So like everyone is just abandoning their mortals and shit like that, and the ninja are like, this is so fucking stupid. Also, I don't know why they agreed to this because they do realize when they lose that they're getting their powers taken, right? Are they willing to let that happen? Like, I don't get that. Like, even if you want like everyone's powers, if you lose at any point, your powers are getting taken away too. Common sense ain't common. So Dareth ends up getting found out because he turned on his like loudspeaker while he was like singing songs inside of the car. So he gets found out, and Nia is looking for Klaus's spellbook to figure out what they're planning. So she finds the spellbook and she finds out what's happening, and she takes the spell from the book to try and tell the other ninja. And Cole ends up escaping from the noodle factory, but he feels kind of bad because he doesn't want to leave like Karloff and all the other elemental masters behind, so he goes back to try and save them. And we also figure out that Skylar is Chen's daughter and is a spy. Crazy. I know. It's fucking wild, I tell you. The plot is building. So, episode 6. So the ninja are up in the sky, and this next challenge is like a Fortnite battle royale type of thing, where they're gonna drop down on the island and they gotta like find Nia because she stole the page from the book. So they're trying to hunt down Nia. So the ninja are like, shit, we gotta find Nia before we find anybody else. So like everyone is like falling to their deaths trying to like get the parachute so that they don't die. But then Lloyd and the other ninja remember we can make dragons. So they start making their dragons and they just like float down. And honestly, if I saw motherfuckers making dragons, I would just drop out. I would just drop out the competition. Like, this motherfucker just made a fucking dragon. I'm not gonna win. I'm not winning the competition. But you know, these people got better confidence than me. So back to Cole, he's trying to help everyone escape, and Garmadon reveals his past with Chen. So it turns out that when like Garmadon was like really starting to turn evil, he left Wu and he went over to Chen to like learn, you know, his stuff and everything. But while the whole war was happening with the Serpentine, he figured out that Klaus was like talking to the Serpentine and was like trying to deceive the Serpentine to help them to defeat the Elemental Masters. And Garmadon was like, you can't do that. That's terrible. You shouldn't do that. And Chen is like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want. And so Garmadon left him after that. But it reveals something else from the past, because Chen kept mentioning this letter, and then we figure out why he was mentioning this letter. So it turns out the reason that Misako even fell for Garmadon in the first place was because of this heartfelt letter that he left for Misako. But it wasn't Garmadon who wrote the letter. It was Wu. That is right. Wu wrote, like I said, you know how I kept saying in the previous episodes how Wu and Misako had like this sexual tension going on? That's why they had that sexual tension going on. Wu had a crush on Misako and he was going to reveal his feelings for her. But then Chen ends up like intercepting with his mail and he gets the letter from Wu. And he's like, well, gee, this can like really change the trajectory of things. If Misako marries Wu, then what's going to happen with you two? And he basically convinces Garmadon, since he's like still getting like, you know, consumed with evil, to basically write his name in the note instead. And he sends that to Misako, and that's how Misako ends up falling in love with him. It's very wild. It's really wild. And like Lloyd is like, "Are you fucking serious? That is like awful. How could you do such a thing?" And Garmadon is like, "I was literally being consumed by evil. What the hell did you expect me to do? If I didn't do it, you wouldn't exist." Which wouldn't be a bad thing. Let me not say that. Let me not say that. So, Chen starts to like take people out. Like people are like getting taken away left and right because they're not working fast enough, and he's getting like impatient. He's like, "Fuck this! I'm tired of this." Snatch, snatch, snatch. Also, Nia was leaving like these hints for like the ninja to follow. Now you would think that Nia, since she's trying to like throw off all the others, here's what I thought she was gonna do. I thought she was gonna put a symbol as like a way to like deter the others from going and finding her. But in actuality, she would have like some like little marking underneath the tree, and the ninja would follow that. Nah, she fakes her footprints and then just puts this big ass samurai X symbol. Yeah, because that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. But I digress. I digress. So Skylar kind of starts manipulating Kai. She's like, "Well, Kai, don't you like want to do this? Don't you want to do that?" And it's just like being a serious fucking manipulator. We see Jay because he gets caught, and then Kai finds out that Skylar is a spy, and he's like, "What the hell? How could you be a spy?" And then Kai also gets kidnapped. So turns out the reason why Chen is like absorbing all of these elemental masters' powers is because he wants to become an anacondrae, who are considered the strongest fighters for the Serpentine. And, couldn't be that strong if one guy ate them, but who am I to say anything? So, episode 7. Everyone's powers get taken. Everyone's powers are taken. They are good and gone for. Skylar convinces her dad to let Kai stay around. So Kai gets, I think Kai still kept his powers. Kai still had his powers, unlike everyone else. And he gets to like, wander around the place and see things, and he's about to like be a double agent in a sense. And we get like this like random convo between these like two characters, these two guards who like are trying to like level up in like being bad criminals, and they're like thinking of nicknames for each other. Anyway, Chen is giving Kai a tour, and we find out that Kai has actually been jealous of Lloyd. Yeah, he's still been jealous. Like, even though he said that speech back in like season 1 about how he would protect Lloyd and like be the best protector for the Green Ninja, he is still like a tad jealous about, Lloyd being the Green Ninja.
I know you're still jealous Lloyd was chosen to be the Green Ninja. It could have been you. Have you ever wondered what it felt like to have so much power pulsing through your veins? Yes, you have. There is so much potential in you, Kai. I want to give you the...
And, Chen manipulates him and is all like, "Well, if you become my right hand, I can make you the Green Ninja. You can become the Green Ninja." And Kai's kind of like, maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it. He doesn't. I'll just tell you this now. He doesn't. Kai, he's loyal. He's a good guy. Sometimes. So anyway, Kai is basically like pretends to like double cross them and is like, "I work for Chen now. I don't like you anymore, Lloyd. I hate you. We are no longer friends." Friendship ended with Lloyd. New friendship started with Chen. And like they actually believe it. They actually do believe it. I'm honestly surprised. So the ninja do their whole prison escape. And the gang, they save Nia and Garmadon, and Kai takes his staff, but he gets like corrupted by it, and he's like trying to like fight it, and he's like, "Whoa, I love all this power. This power is so good." And he's like, going crazy with it. And then Lloyd's like, "Kai, stop it. You're getting possessed." Kai ain't stopped. Kai did not stop. He kept going. I think they had to knock it out of his hand. They had to knock it out of his hand to get it out. Chen gets away because they break the staff. So and you think, well, they broke the staff and Chen is gone, so everything is fixed. Episode 8. So, for some reason, instead of taking the boat back home, using the logical explanation and being like, let's take the boat back home, they burn the fucking boat.
No one's getting off this island.
They sink the damn boat. I just hate stupidity. I hate people being fucking stupid, even if it's a fictional fucking cartoon. I hate people being fucking morons. How the hell do you guys cannot get off this island without the boat, and you sink the fucking boat? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So they sink that boat. So the guards from before are still around and they're helping Chen right now. And Chen realizes that he can just use his daughter's power as a way for a new staff. Pretty sick and twisted if you think about it, but hey, evil niggas be evil. So he tries to kidnap Skylar. Dareth is like flirting with some of the Kabuki, and the Kabuki are like actually kind of swooning over him. I gotta say, he's got some mad riz. So after that, we see Zane, and he sees this ice dragon from his dreams, and he's like, why do I keep seeing this fucking dragon? This dragon is everywhere. So like Kai and Skylar are having like a little moment, but they end up getting caught. So that kind of sucks. And Garmadon fights Klaus, and Klaus like opens this door to like the curse realm, and Klaus gets sucked into there. So I don't know how they're gonna do the spell when the guy who's supposed to do the spell is trapped in the curse realm. Unfortunately, they do manage to complete the spell, and everyone who has a tattoo that is like tattooed on their body becomes an anachondrite. So that includes Garmadon, because he had been with Chen from before and he got a tattoo too. So he gets transformed too. So the anachondrites start to take over, and again, like I said, the anachondrites are considered like really strong fighters. So they're fucked. They're very fucked. So like Zane like reveals to all the elemental masters that like, hey, we gotta tap into our like true potential and unlock our like dragon forms. So after like finally in episode 9, they finally like release their dragons, and they like take their time, and they're like, the dragon of poison, the dragon of speed, of metal, of all these things that really shouldn't be considered elements. I'm just saying, if you wanted to do elemental masters, let's just use the periodic table, but whatever. So they make it to Ninjago, but it turns out Chen hasn't arrived there yet. So everyone's kind of suspicious, because, like, where is Chen? So, like, it turns out they didn't read the spell fully. So the spell is, like, starting to wear off. And because of that, they're trying to figure out how to make the spell permanent. Because the only way to make the spell permanent is to have an anachondrite's blood. who do we know is an anaconda? Yep, that's right. Scales. I'm kidding. Pythor. Pythor. So Pythor is in prison. Uh, he's okay, I guess. He's like in this little dollhouse thing because he's miniature now, and he's like enjoying himself. And the ninja come over and they're like, "Hey man, do you know that these like regular ass people are trying to turn themselves into anaconda?" And he's all like, he's really offended. I honestly can't blame him. If I had someone say that they were trying to turn themselves black, I think I too would punch them in the face. So I can't blame Pythor. He's done some shit, but honestly, this is acceptable. So they get Pythor and they're like helping him escape, but then Chen comes over and he's trying to steal Pythor, and there's all this big tussle and there's fighting, but there's one more episode left, so obviously he ends up getting Pythor. So Chen, he does some shit. He's in the fight, and there's Garmadon, Masako, and Wu. And let me tell you what this motherfucker does. This motherfucker. This motherfucker. He sits there patiently, and he's all like, Misako, did you know that Wu actually wrote that note, and that Garmadon just put his name on it and made it seem like he wrote it? And this caused a whole fight between Garmadon and Wu. Wu took that shit personally. He was pissed. And he has every right to be pissed, honestly. I don't blame him for being pissed. I really don't.
He hasn't told you? The letter he wrote that made you fall in love with him, it was written by Wu.
I was trying to tell you. How could you, brother?
Oh, and about that truce, deal's off. I actually only wanted to drop that delicious little bombshell. Toodaloo!
Of all the things, brother, don't let...
Because I would be kind of pissed too. So anyway, because of all of that happening, turns out Chen has sent out these noodle trucks to different parts of Ninjago. So the ninja and the elemental masters are all like, oh my god, he's about to like make this whole domestic terrorism attack with these anacondas. So they follow these noodle trucks and they like destroy them and stop them. But turns out, ain't nobody in those trucks. It was all a distraction to get them away from the main city. Crazy. Honestly, if I was a 10-year-old, I would have been looking at that screen like, listen. So, final episode of season 4. So now the snakes have become permanent. They have now become permanent anaconda, and they are like the ultimate fighting machines. They're destroying everything. Absolutely everything. And the ninja are like trying to convince normal people to fight. It's not working all that good. So Pythor kind of finds a solution to this. He like escapes from like, Chen's little prison cell for him, and he tells the ninja, he's like, listen, if I'm offended by this, I can only imagine that the previous leaders are also pretty offended by this. So we gotta open up the cursed realm. And they're like, the cursed realm, is that really a good idea? And Garmadon is like, this might be the only way. So he sacrifices himself so he can get the anaconda warriors to like, go and see what's going on. And the anaconda warriors, they see this and they're like, what the fuck is going on? And they basically like pick up the transform anaconda warriors and Chen and everyone else and just picks them up and brings them to the curse realm because, the anaconda quite literally like let it happen. After the Serpentine War, they were like, okay, well, most of us are just gonna go to the curse realm. We'll take responsibility and we'll go to the curse realm. I don't know how Pythor managed to stay there though. If all of the anaconda were supposed to go to the curse realm, then why was Pythor still there? And we see a bunch of bones, so that means that there were still anaconda that managed to survive and not get taken. Maybe there was something I missed, but I don't know. So anyway, Garmadon sacrifices himself, and the day is saved, and everyone is like happy. And Skylar decides that she's just gonna run the family noodle business and be a simple, happy person. And they make a little memorial for Garmadon. But then we see the next villain for season 5. Season 5, everybody. Dear fucking lord. So we start with like this guard who's like playing around with the ninja display. And he's having his fun, he's enjoying himself, but then he hears like this noise and he's like, what the hell is that? Then something attacks him. Now we're by the ninja who are like looking for like this monster fish that's been like terrorizing people, and they, capture it and stuff like that. And Wu opens up a tea shop because, I guess they're like, well, we retired, let's just open up a little tea shop. And while the ninja have to like give out like flyers and stuff, he's like the ninja are giving out flyers for the tea shop. Lloyd gets called by the police because, a guy got attacked. So Lloyd goes to the museum to check on the security guard. And the security guard is all like, I need you to come with me somewhere. And he brings him to like this back room in the museum. And the thing that was possessing him comes out of him. And he's like, what am I doing here? And Lloyd is like, what do you mean? You brought me here. And he's like, no, not me, him. And he points to this like gaggly, ghoul, ghastly motherfucker named Moro. And Moro's all like, Mwahahaha, I will now possess you. And Moro and Lloyd start fighting, but then Lloyd realizes, holy shit, he's a ghost. So like they're still kind of duking it out, but then Moro possesses Lloyd. So handing out flyers on the ninja side aren't going too well. The people aren't really entertained by that. So they use like their elemental powers and stuff to like draw in a crowd, and they get a few flyers out. But in the middle of it, their powers just stop working, and they're like, something happened to Lloyd. Where's Lloyd? So they go back to the tea shop, and they're like, hey, we were using our elemental powers, but for some reason they stopped. And they're like, so is something happened to Lloyd? Is he sick or something? And everyone is like, no, I don't think so. We don't know what happened to him. Then all of a sudden, we see Lloyd walking over to them, and they're like, Lloyd, what happened? You were acting, our powers aren't working. Did something happen to you? And the guy is like, there's no more Lloyd, only Moro. So this Moro motherfucker possessed Lloyd, and he just starts fighting the ninja. Everyone is fighting, and Kai kind of feels bad because he had promised earlier that, listen, I'll treat you like a brother. I'll treat you like my brother and protect you. Just for Lloyd to get possessed, not even 20 minutes or 30 minutes later. Anyway, they're fighting and they're fighting. Then it becomes really obvious that they're gonna, lose. So they all escape, and Kai is all like, no, I can't leave him behind. I can't leave him behind. But Moro, because he's possessing the green ninja's body, creates a dragon, and he starts to follow them. So we learn a bit about the person who possessed Lloyd. Turns out Moro used to be Master Wu's first student. So episode 2, since Moro, used Lloyd's power, he like summons a dragon, and the dragon starts attacking them on the ship. Ship's going crazy. Fucking wild. For some reason, they go on autopilot, and the autopilot is like a blow-up balloon of Dara. Anyway, so Moro almost crashes the bounty, and Wu tries to make a copy of the message that he's trying to get from his staff. So, Wu throws the staff over to, get Moro to leave them alone. And, of course, Moro follows the staff, not knowing that Wu already made a copy. So, turns out the message on the staff is, a map to the first master's tomb, his grave. Because he kept it hidden, because he has some sort of, super deep secret in there that no one knows about. So the ninja are all like, yo, who is this Moro guy? Why does he have this vendetta against you? So Wu tells the story about Moro. So Mora was a fucking orphan who was digging around in Woo's trash one day, and Woo was like, "Damn, I feel kind of bad for you. So let me take you in." So he feeds him, clothes him, takes care of him like he's his son. But then all of a sudden, he realizes that Moro is actually the master of wind. So he takes him in and starts like taking care of him and stuff like that. Because of him being able to master the wind, he thought that Moro would become the Green Ninja. And once Moro heard that he was going to be like this all powerful Green Ninja, he acted like a total dick. He was like treating all of the other kids really badly and shit. And Wu was like, "You can't do that. As like if you want to become the Green Ninja or you're going to become the Green Ninja, you got to be respectful." But Moro was not hearing that BS. So then it came for the time for Wu to see if he really was the Green Ninja. Of course he wasn't, and that just sent him into a tailspin. He was just pissed the fuck off. And Wu was all like, "Listen, if it's destiny, it's destiny. You can't change it." So this motherfucker was determined to change destiny. And he left, and Wu never saw him again. We don't exactly know what happened to him. All we know is that he left, and he died and ended up in the cursed rock. So that's that for that. So back to like moral side of the story, he got this armor that's supposed to like summon ghosts as allies. So he summons a bunch of like ghosts in the first round to like help him out with his thing. And we go to Misako, who knows what the first symbol means, and it means air jitsu, which was a lost art from this like one sensei, and he was like, "Well, okay, I kind of want to do air jitsu, so let me teach that." But it's like a lost art that no one knows about. And the only way to learn air jitsu is to get the scroll from the Museum of Domu, the Library of Domu. Sorry. So they go to the Library of Domu, but it turns out the scroll for air jitsu was stolen. So they thought to themselves, who the hell would steal the scroll of air jitsu? Ronan, the evil guy who is just fucking shit up. He just steals everything. So they go over to Ronan, and Ronan is like, "Yeah, I got it, but you would have to pay me like 500." And they're like, "We don't got no $500." Oh, I got this wrong. So they went to the library and they figured out that Ronan stole it. Let's just ignore that part that I said. They figure out the weakness of ghosts because some of ghosts attacked them, and they were like, "Oh no, what do we do?" And they accidentally hit the ghost with some water, and they figure out that the weakness for ghosts is water because while they can pass through solid objects, they can't pass through water, which is a liquid and can take many forms. So we learned that. So now we go to Ronan, who's in Styx, which is like this floating water city, and they ask Ronan about the, scroll, and he's like, "I'll only give it to you for 500." So they got a job to like build like an additional raft, like an additional boardwalk, and they're like, "Okay, well let's do this." And they're coordinating properly. They're doing a pretty decent job, and they're getting the job done. But then Zane ends up getting something in his circus and it fucks him up, and he's saying a bunch of gibberish and no one can understand him. And then Kai gets confused and he ends up dropping like a wooden stick, a wooden pike into the bridge and destroying it, and they don't get the money. So then they're like, "Let's just steal the thing." So after that, Zane's language is still strangled. It's still scrambled. I am struggling. So the ninja are just kind of like, "Okay, well, let's just steal it. Let's just steal it." We go over to Nia's side, and it turns out that the reason we wanted her to stay was because it turns out Nia's mom is the elemental master of water. So Wu thinks that because her mother was the elemental master of water, that Nia also has the element of water too. So he's all like, "Well, okay, I'm going to teach you to try and tap into your elemental power of water." But like Nia's kind of, not into it because she's like, "I don't think I can master water. I mean, I would have shown the science for it already." But Wu is like, "I believe in you." So, she starts her training. So we get to Ronan's little thing where the ninja are trying to take the school and are looking for it, but then Moro and his gang comes up and they're like fighting each other and they're like trying to figure stuff out. And then Ronan pops up and he's like, "Shit, you guys are trying to steal my stuff." And it turns out that one of the ghosts actually knows Ronan because Ronan made a deal with him. So Ronan is like, "Ah, fuck this shit. I'm gonna help you guys so I don't get my soul stolen." So he gives them like these water shurikens that like help with the ghosts. And everything is good to go. So while the ninja are fighting for their lives, Nia is given this like riddle where basically it's to learn about Nia's weakness. And Nia is basically like most people where the minute she is not immediately good at something, she just gives up. She's like me for real, for real. I will say that right now. She is like me for real, for real. Anyway, Ronan betrays the ninja and like takes the thing again, and Moro gets the scroll, and then Kai lets Ronan take him and the ninja to their. So like to get Ronan to help them out, he's like, "Well, I need something to help me help you guys," and like Kai is like, "Okay, well, we have shares in this tea company. You can have that." And Ronan's like, "Okay, that can work," and he helps the ninja out. Episode 4, back to Nia's training, and Ronan comes over to the tea shop and is just roasting the shit out of it. And Wu is like, "Why the hell would you give him your shares in the tea store?" And they're like, "It was the only fucking way, man." So then Ronan tells him that there is that the scroll isn't the only way to learn air jitsu. They can go to Yang's temple. So they go over to Yang's temple, and we hear this like rumor that if you are able to survive the temple, you will learn air jitsu. But you have to leave the temple before dawn because if you don't, you get turned into a ghost. I don't know how that works, but it works. So the ninja they sneak into there, they're trying to figure stuff out. But then, creepy temple stuff happens. Turns out Yang's ghost kind of possesses the place, and he basically challenges all the ninja to confront their greatest fears. And after the ninja do that, he's all like, "Okay, well, I'll teach you air jitsu. Here you go." And then you think, "Hooray, they're going to learn air jitsu." Turns out Yang is a crazy motherfucker. He purposefully made sure that he did his trials with like very long periods of time. So by the time the ninja got the scroll, it would be dawn and they would have little chance to escape. He is like holding his students hostage by having them as ghosts and having him stay with him forever. So the ninjas start running. They start booking it to get out. And then they end up dropping the scroll, but then Cole realizes, oh shit, they dropped the scroll. So he grabs the scroll, and it's done, and everyone gets out except for Cole, and they're like, "Cole?" And it turns out that cryptic rumor was actually true, and now Cole is a ghost. I'm gonna try to get through these last 5 episodes for the season 5 one. So the ninja learned air jitsu, and now everyone is like showing it off. Cole's depressed because he's a ghost and shit, but Nia kind of like makes him feel a little bit better about it. Zane has a pirate accent because Jay was in charge of like fixing his voice thing, and instead of using his normal voice, Jay decided to give him a pirate voice. I don't know. So for the next clue is the Sword of Sanctuary, which is in the Kingdom of the Clouds. And the ninja have to reach the highest peak of Ninjago and use the air jitsu to make it to the blind man's eye, which is like this big hurricane-like storm that passes through the highest peak of Ninjago, and they got to jump through that to get to the Kingdom of the Clouds. So it becomes this whole big race, and now everyone is like trying to reach up to the top of the mountain. But obviously the ninja reached there first. And Moro is kind of left there, and he's like, "Man, fuck, this fucking sucks." But one of the ghosts is like, "I gotta call in a favor." So who knows what that means. So, number 6, Moro is still kind of like pissed about missing it, even though the other ghost said like, "Hey, I gotta call in a favor." So the ninja meet these monks and they know like the future and write the future. So quite literally, free will doesn't exist here. Everyone's future is written down by these monks. These monks straight up write every future tale of everyone in Ninjago, and we see it happen because one guy was writing about Darius, and he was writing about Darius like driving his car, but because Jay ends up like hitting into the guy by accident and like spilling his ink bottle, Darius gets hit by a cement truck. Like the cement truck like falls over and like cement just rolls up into his car.
Hey guys, he's writing about Dareth.
Hey, what up?
Oh, poor Dareth.
So yeah, they basically control free will. So it's not all that free. Anyway, ignoring that, the main monk takes the ninja to this room to meet the grand writer or the great writer. And in this room, we see all these like toys and games and stuff. But the monk told us earlier that they don't do toys and stuff because they want to have total concentration. So they're all like, well, wait, why the hell is this all here? This doesn't make any sense. Turns out that the monk they were talking to that led them there was actually the head writer. And the other monk was like, hey, what happened to the ninja? And the monk was like, oh, they won't be around for a long time. And then we see that the monk is actually in league with the ghost because he thinks that there's no other way to solve this, even though he can literally rewrite destiny and make it so that the ninja win. So I don't really know what's his fucking excuse. But anyway, the ninja have to face off this like scary ass monster, and they win somewhat. They end up escaping. Big crazy chase scene up in the clouds. And while they were trying to get the sword of sanctuary back, turns out Moro gets it already because of course he does. And then the ninja like trying to get the sword back, but it's not working. So in the middle of the fight, the monster comes back and it tries to get the ninja again. But this one monk who's a real G, he comes through and he's like, let's rewrite the great monk's destiny. And I just have to put the clip in for you because it is fucking hysterical.
Fenwick. Aha! Let's change Fenwick's destiny a bit.
So back to where the story is. They're trying to get the sword of sanctuary. Like they get out the kingdom of the clouds and they're like chasing after Moro to get the sword of sanctuary. And they're doing their best. And like the other ninja gets split up. So then it's just Moro and Kai. Thankfully, Lloyd is able to like break out of the possession a little bit. And he's like, Kai, come on, take the sword. Take the fucking sword. You gotta take the sword. And then, Kai is able to get the sword after, Lloyd helps him. So, episode 7. So it turns out the tea shop is already going out of business. It's only been around for a few months and it's already out of business. I'm honestly surprised that, like, the ninja, having saved the world so many times, couldn't just be like, hey, we got a tea shop. Y'all can, like, come and visit if you want. We'll give you autographs. Like, no. None of that happens. Nope. So anyway, it's going out of business, and Ronan gives Nia advice that she needs to like stop thinking so much and just let it go. But Nia is like, that makes zero sense. So Ronan and Nia talk, and they kind of have like this little friendship going on, and it seems kind of nice. But Dareth is kind of just like using her and has like a bit of a crush on her. So it's like, of course she does, because you can't just have a regular male-female friendship. But I digress. So Nia was so then we get the sword of sanctuary again. And the ninja come with it and they're like, woohoo, we got the sword, let's go. And they're like celebrating and they're partying. But then, like I said before earlier, Ronan made a deal with one of those ghosts back in the past. So this ghost is like, listen, Ronan, if you don't give me that sword, I'm going to take your soul. So Ronan steals the sword, and Mia tries to get the sword back, and everyone's trying to get back the sword from Ronan. She even reverses the flow of water to try and reach up with him, but it doesn't end up working, so it kind of sucks. And then he ends up giving the sword to the Moro and those other ghosts, but Ronan is nice enough, or I guess he feels bad enough, that he tells them about where to go, which is the Cave of Despair. But in actuality, he was possessed. That's right. The ghost possessed him so he could send a recorded message to the ninja to tell them that it's in the Cave of Despair. But it's not. So, after they go to the tomb, not the tomb, to the Cave of Despair, and they realize, ah shit, we were lied to. Ronan comes back, not possessed this time, thankfully. And he's like, listen, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. Here, I'll give you my shit to get to the tomb. And that's the end of episode 7. On to episode 8. So the ninja make it to the tomb on Ronan's ship. And they get a clue from Misako. And they make it to the tomb, and they end up in a room full of, doors. They're trying to figure out, the puzzle, and they can't figure it out. But Zane figures out that it's a zeotrope. And a zeotrope is basically, the room is, covered in, these pictures or symbols. And to figure it out, you have to do a specific sequence. So for this zeotrope, it's a room full of, the spinjitzu masters spinning. And then once you spin around enough times, you'll get to see the symbol for the correct door. So they start to do their spinjitzu over and over and over, and then they see the symbol and they get to the right door. So the image you'd only be using is you have spinjitzu. So they make it to the second room, and it just triggers a bunch of traps. Over and over again, you see trap after trap after trap. They keep trying to make it, but every time they do, it's just trap after trap after trap, and they can't figure out what happened, and they can't figure out what to do. So they're there's this riddle, and it says, what is something that a ninja can't do? And it's basically to say that ninja never quit. So the way to solve the riddle is by quitting and letting it happen. And they end up in this ice maze that reveals their past and their future going onward. So Kai is gonna be a teacher, and Zane is gonna be I forgot what Zane is supposed to be, but it doesn't look like he aged much. Jay ends up being with Mia, but Cole, for some reason, we don't see a future for him. And they never really went into this in the show. They just were oh yeah, he doesn't have a future. No explanation. So I guess we're just supposed to go with that. So anyway, we meet Moro in the maze with a ninja, and it's this big old fight. And he has the sword of sanctuary, and it's helping him out. So he's damn, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Bunch of fighting. But just when the ninja gets the realm crystal, which was the thing that was hidden inside of the first master's tomb, Moro goes out of Lloyd's body, and he holds him up by knife point. He's listen, if you don't give me that realm crystal, I am going to slit his throat. So the ninjas obviously give the realm crystal to save Lloyd, but then he just throws Lloyd in the water. So they're trying to get the realm crystal back, and they're trying to save Lloyd. And Kai tries to save Lloyd because Lloyd is really weak after being possessed for so long. And Kai tries to save him, but Kai can't swim. I feel as someone whose mother was the master of water, maybe they should have taught him how to swim. Just maybe. Because Nia knows how to swim, so I don't know what happened with Kai. I mean, I guess it's to say because he's the master of fire, he hates water, but teach this boy how to swim. Please. Somebody teach him this. So, anyway. Up on the surface. Under the surface? Let me stop. I don't want to get copyrighted. So, anyway. Back on the surface. Misako, Wu, and Mia, they're fighting. They're trying to get in between these ghosts and shit, and the ghosts are not having it one bit. This banshee ghost girl, she possesses Misako, and Misako starts attacking people. But then, because Moro gets the crystal, he's we gotta go, we gotta leave. So they leave, and the ninja get Lloyd, and they're trying to escape, and The ghost take the crystal, and we just know it's not gonna be good. So episode 9, it starts on like Chinese New Year, I assume, because of the decorations. It looks like Chinese New Year. So since of like everything that's going on, we see Ronan and Skylar who are like eating and they're chilling out and they're like, well, you got to do what you got to do. Friends are also your family, that type of shit. So Ronan's like, you're right. I'm gonna go and help my friend. So that kind of brings them up to date. So Moro is opening the gate for the curse realm, and these ghosts start like attacking people and possessing people, and Borg even. And then on the ninja side of things, Borg, who is basically like Pixel's dad in a sense, and like really good friends with the ninja, he buys their tea shop and like is like giving them the money for it. He's like, listen, I'll buy your tea shop. It's cool. It's fine. It's whatever. So after all that happens, the ninja have to go over to Styx because of all the ghosts that are popping up out of nowhere. So Wu also tries to like talk with Moro and is like, listen, Moro, I never wanted for this to happen. I want us to like try and be friends again, and I want you to join the good side. Moro ain't having any of that. He's like, nope, you made your mistake. You did what you did. Now you got to deal with the consequences. He's kind of real for that, honestly. He is kind of real for that. So anyway, the ninja go over to Styx and they start fighting these ghost creatures. Mia is learning how to use her powers better. She's like fighting these ghosts, blasting them with water, blast, blast. Blasting them with water, blast, blast. Just going fucking wild. So then Moro and Lloyd are like going head to head. And Moro kind of manipulates Lloyd long enough to where the preeminent, which is the curse realm, like basically the preeminent is like the queen of the curse realm, but she is also the curse realm itself. If that makes sense. She is basically the queen of the realm and the realm in its entirety. If that makes sense. And they escape the portal. The preeminent escapes the portal. And then Lloyd ends up getting sucked into the portal. So, episode 10. The preeminent is here and it's causing a lot of chaos. The entire city of Styx is just absolutely fucked. It is not looking good for the city of Styx, okay? Ain't going good at all. Just ghosts are all over. They're like taking over people. The people are trying to escape into the water because water is like the ghost's weakness. But every time they like use water to get rid of the ghost, they just come back through the preeminent again. And her design was like actually kind of scary, honestly. I was honestly kind of, I was kind of scared, honestly. But they're trying to like get the civilians out. It's not working. The ghosts are like trying to bring the ship back, and the ninja are like trying to fight. They're trying to do what they can to try and stop the preeminent. And Lloyd is inside of the preeminent, and he's like looking for a way to destroy her. And he sees his dad there, and his dad is like, listen, son, you gotta get her into the water. If you can get her into the sea, she can die. That's enough water to kill her. But then Lloyd realizes that if he does that, he can like never see his father ever again. But his dad is like, listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. So then, Lloyd makes like the ultimate sacrifice, and he has to like destroy the preeminent, and he destroys her, and she falls into the water because Mia made like this giant tsunami. Like, she's like finally tapped into her true potential, and she makes like this tsunami, and it washes over Styx, and it destroys the preeminent. And Moro and Wu have like these sweet first words, last words, and like Wu is all like, listen, I never wanted it to be this way. And Moro is all like, well, this is my fault. I did what I did. I just have to accept it. You did good, Master Wu. I will miss you. And it all ends. We have this happy ending. Everything is good to go until season 6, because of course until season 6 it is day. So season 6. So we started off with like the ninja, they're fighting the skull monsters again, and it's like, damn, why are they fighting? What's going on? Turns out it's just a commercial, because guess what? the ninja are famous. They're like the biggest like celebrities in the city right now. Like everyone is like it's like a One Direction type of thing where all of them have like or maybe BTS. I can't make a One Direction reference now because One Direction has kind of like split off. So let's consider the ninja as BTS basically. Everyone's got like their different faves and they have their stance and they're like, I like this person and I like that person. But Nia, because she's the only girl in the group, is experiencing some sexism. Like, I'm actually kind of glad that they kind of went into the sexism that happens to Nia sometimes because listen, Nia was just getting the worst of it. Like, while the ninja, very obvious signs of sexism, like the ninja got questions about their job and what they're gonna do, but Nia is like, what kind of boy do you like? Oh, do you want what kind of makeup, dresses, this sort of shit? Not asking her about her passions, her drive, being the literal elemental master of water, none of that shit.
Just between you and me, Mia. Jay or Cole?
Honestly, not a chance. We're a team. Instead, I'd rather talk about...
Not a chance? Really?
And because everyone is kind of like boiling Nia down to like just being like the love interest, like people who are like seeing her as popular and are like, oh, I wish I was Nia because then I can be around all the guys like Kai and stuff. And like that was kind of gross when I heard that because they were like, well, Nia must be so lucky because she gets to be around the guys so much, especially Kai. Nia and Kai are siblings. Miss Ma'am, get that thought out of your head. But anyway, this whole like boiling Nia down to just being like a love interest to one of the guys, just except for Kai. Let me specify that. All of the guys except for Kai. She kind of is having like this inferiority complex where like she's not trying to get close with like Jay and stuff like that because she wants to be seen for her strength alone, which I think is actually very interesting. So, the ninja, they go to a hospital because, make a wish. So they go to a hospital and they're like hanging out with all the little kids. So Pixel tells them, she's like, hey, we're seeing like Klaus. He's like by sticks and he looks like he's looking for something. So you guys gotta head over there. So the ninjas are like, okay, we gotta go. But it turns out that the fangirls and the fanboys, they're outside of the hospital because they heard that the ninja were gonna be there. So the ninja gotta get up on the roof. So they start going up on the roof. And then this like helicopter comes by, like this news helicopter, and the ninja are trying to hide behind a billboard. But Nia can't reach the billboard because she doesn't know air jitsu like the other ones. So she's all like trying to reach there. And Jay is like, hey, grab my hand so I can pull you up and we don't get caught. But Nia, she is being a bit of a bitch right now, not thinking about like the bigger picture and is more focusing on herself and is like, I don't want to seem to relying on a man, so I'm not going to take your hand. And because of this, they get caught and are held up. So then Klaus, back to his side of the story, he's like searching around all the rubble and dirt and he finds this genie lamp. So he starts rubbing on that genie. So he starts rubbing on the genie, on the genie's lamp. He starts rubbing the genie's lamp, and the genie comes out, and he's all like, "I am the Jinn," because if you didn't know, a genie's actual name is Jinn, Djinn, Jinn. The D is completely silent, but it's spelled Dginn, and those are the names for genie, and they're basically like, from what I researched, they're considered either angels or devils. So I mean, like, you got like a 50-50 chance. Either you're gonna get a nice one or you're gonna get a bad one. Obviously, we got the bad one. So he's all like, well, what do you want since you freed me from my lamp? And so Klaus is like, well, I want to have my book of spells. And then Jin is like, okay, here you go. And he gives it to him. But then the book turns to ash. And the reason it turned to ash is because, well, the Jin explains, he's like, well, since your book was burned, it can only last for as long as it did. And the book ended up burning eventually. So then Klaus is like, okay, you're being a tricky bitch. So he decides, okay, for my next wish, I am going to make myself human again because right now Klaus is a ghost because he got sent to the curse realm. So then the Jinn is like, okay, I'll make you a human again. So he becomes human, but then he like starts yelling and screaming, and he's like in so much pain. And he's like, why am I in so much pain? And he's like, well, you've been a ghost for so long, it's gonna take a long time for your body to get used to being a regular ass body. But Klaus, he was not doing that because I guess it's like really painful. I'm assuming it is. Oh, right, right. I don't know exact since Klaus was like sent to like the curse realm and shit like that. I don't know what happened to him, but I guess when he died or was sent to the curse realm, it's like really painful.
Again. Ah, my hands, my head, pain. Yes. Becoming physical is a painful process. I wish it could be over soon, but right now you are probably
So his body, his physical body is just in this amount of pain for like ever. And he's like, for my final wish, I want the pain to stop. So he kills him. So he kills him, basically. He like takes Klaus into like the genie pot, and Jin is like, well, I'm free now. What the fuck do I do now? Because he's been stuck in there for like 1,000 years, so he doesn't really know what's going on. So he goes to Ninjago City, and he's all like, so what happened to my crew and stuff? And there's like these little Borg robots that give you information. So the robots are all like, okay, so here's what happened to the crew. Delilah, dead. The other niggas, they were sent to the like different realms. So Jin is like, well, shit, what am I gonna do now? Where's my ship? Where's everybody? So he's like, okay, well, I gotta find the realm crystal to get my crew back. And he goes and finds the realm crystal. Back to the ninja, they start getting their way into like, sticks, and they're trying to find Klaus. But turns out the Jin, he turned himself into the ninja, so he made himself look like the ninja, and then started to like pretend to be them and committed crimes like as if he's them. For some reason, the city like falls for this. The people of Ninjago, I don't know what's in their water supply, but it's really dumbing them down a bit. I don't know how you could say that the people who saved you multiple times have done everything for you, that you would just believe that they would just randomly start robbing a fucking bank. Like what? You think they ain't getting a lot of money from those fucking commercials they're doing? I'm sure that PSA commercial gave them a good $1 million. Like, commercials pay pretty well. And seeing how they're celebrities, they probably got paid hella well for that little commercial. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know what these niggas was thinking. But anyway, everyone is, like, now the ninja are, like, on the run, and people are, like, trying to get them, and the people on the sticks, they're kind of pissed off with the ninja because I guess the ninja destroyed their home. But honestly, what were you expecting to happen? If the ninja didn't get involved and semi-destroy your home, then the preeminent would have literally possessed all of Ninjago. I'm just saying, it's better than, becoming possessed by a monster.
You believe them? They destroy our village, act like they saved the place, and then go around doing as they please.
Yeah.
Just saying, but I digress. So the ninja are able to like run away, and they're trying to figure out stuff to do. Oh yeah, and we get to like Wu because Wu was in the library researching stuff. But the Jin, he pops up on Wu and he's like, hey there, and Wu's like, oh fuck. And then we see him like disappear from the library. So not good. Not good at all. So episode 2. Jay is like trying to get a snack from like a bar, but he's trying not to get caught by like the guy behind the bar. And because he doesn't have money, I don't know why no one decided that before their like assets get like closed off to go to the ATM and get some money. But I guess I don't know anything about that. I mean, me personally, I would go to the ATM before they closed off my assets. But hey, I'll leave it be. So, he's trying to get a snack, but, it's just not working. And the commissioner is, like, trying to find the ninja, but he's having a hard time finding the ninja. So who do you think he calls? The Ghostbusters. No, he does not call the Ghostbusters. He calls Ronan. And, Ronan knows the ninja very well and knows what they do. So he's like, don't worry. I know these niggas. So he starts to go and get them. So the Jin comes and confronts Misako, and she's like, because Misako got arrested because she helped the ninja escape. So Misako, she's in jail, and the Jin shows up, and he's all like, hey, baby girl. And he's like, okay, well, what wish do you want? And he, like, grants her wishes, but is, like, really bad about it, manipulating her words, and then he ends up trapping her in the lamp, so that kind of sucks. So the ninja meet up at the monastery, and it's, like, fucking wild. So they decide to, like, split up to, like, figure out clues about who did this to them and why they did this to them. So we get to, like, Zane and Lloyd. They go to the library where they last saw Master Wu. But what do you think happens? Ronan. So he catches Lloyd and Zane, and Lloyd is, like, trying to reason with Ronan, and is like, listen, Ronan, you know us. You know we wouldn't do something like this. We're trying to figure out the real culprit. Ronan knows. He knew from the beginning. He knew. He was like, oh yeah, I know you guys wouldn't do something like this. But I'm getting paid good money, so I'm going to arrest you.
We were framed. You know us, Ronan. We would never do any of that stuff.
You also know me, and I'm getting paid an awful lot to bring you guys in.
How's Nia?
I'd like to go on record as being opposed to the use of violence for purposes of conflict resolution. However,
hacks into, like, Zane's thing and, like, stops Zane from moving so it's easier to catch. And then he starts, like, fighting Lloyd. I'm honestly surprised that Ronan ended up beating Lloyd. All I'm saying is he didn't use, like, any sort of venge stone or anything. At least I don't remember it or wrote it down, but, like, he didn't use venge stone or anything like that. He was just being a basic motherfucker and was just, like, fighting him and still ended up winning somehow. I'm just saying, if I was the ultimate green ninja, I might have killed Ronan. Okay, listen. That nigga needs to die. I digress. So let's continue. So now we get on to Nia and Kai, and they're, like, in the outskirts of the city, and Nia and Kai are, like, trying to stay undercover, keep it undercover. And Kai is all like, man, I wish we still had our rides. We can't go on our rides because that'd be too suspicious. But Nia's like, don't worry, I always keep a spare. And she, like, reveals, like, this secret underground basement that she has that still has bikes that, like, look exactly like their color scheme and could easily identify them. But I guess the police aren't going to be able to identify them, even though it's the obvious motif that the ninja use in their vehicles. But whatever.
I keep it undercover. Living my life on red alert. Doing my thing, don't make it work. No,
I'm also not going to ask where Nia is getting the money to make these, like, super secret hideouts. Like, she has 3 of them at this point. She has 3 of them. I don't know where Nia is getting this money from. Where are you getting this money, Nia? But, Ronan is, like, still hunting them down. So then we get to Cole and Jay, who go to the amusement park, trying to, like, find evidence. And Cole, because Cole's still a ghost, and they get to the amusement park, it's dark out, and you want to know what happens? Ronan, he's there too. Ronan is still there, and so Jay gets caught first because of course he does. But Cole, you would think that Cole, since he can turn invisible because he's a ghost, would be able to escape and run away. He would just turn invisible, stay invisible, and leave the fucking amusement park. Nah. Nah. Of course you don't do that. We gotta have conflict. What does this motherfucker do? He turns invisible and he starts taunting Ronan. He starts taunting Ronan and he's like, you can't see me, you don't know where I am. As if he can't fucking hear Cole's voice and can just use basic reasoning to try and figure out where he might be. I mean, I'm just saying, it's not even like Cole picked in a wide open space where it would be harder to hear him. No, he's inside of this carnival booth and it's like, I'm over here or I'm over there. That just makes it easier to pinpoint where you are. And this really pissed me the fuck off. Because Ronan is able to figure out where Cole is, not by splashing paint on him or something. He uses thermal fucking glasses.
We're a nervous eater.
Maybe, but how do you catch what you can't see? Oh, where am I? Am I over here? Oh, or am I over here? Maybe I'm over here. I'm not just like a ghost, I am a ghost.
I got thermal.
Now, I ain't no mortician. I am no psychologist. I am no scientific person. I am just going in for a degree in English literature and journalism. But I have common sense and the basic scientific knowledge I was taught in high school. Last I remember, dead bodies are known to be cold. Dead fucking cold. So wouldn't a fucking ghost be cold? Wouldn't they have show zero heat at all? It doesn't make sense for a ghost to show heat. I know that people say that well, when we watch I guess they're doing that thing where you see in those paranormal shows where it's oh well, we use a heating sensor. But that's how I know those ghost shows are fucking bullshit. Because there is no way that a thermal thing would be able to catch a fucking ghost. Because they wouldn't have any sort of heat to give off. Their bodies, their physical bodies are already dead and cold. So what the fuck do you think their soul's gonna be? A fucking fire? Let me stop. Let me calm the fuck down. So, episode 3, because now everyone is fucking caught. So, we got the stereotypical jail scene, they're in their shackles, they're being carried along. All the people that they put in jail are yeah, they finally caught your asses. And they're ready to fight them. It's getting fucking wild. Seriously, the people in Ninjago fucking suck. They're not even trying to be nice to the ninja. They're not well, listen, man, I don't think you guys did this because you wouldn't do this type of shit. You've saved our lives countless times. You've never stolen from us. You've never done anything wrong. So, at least not yet. That changes later on in the series, but as of now, the ninja are still pretty good people. Until season 15. Anyway, let's get on to this. So, Lloyd is sneak dissing everybody. All the prisoners are coming up and are roasting them, but Lloyd actually had some fire ass comebacks. He was not about that life. I saw the little child Garmadon. I saw the little bits of Lloyd that I remember from when he was a kid. A stuck up son of a bitch. That motherfucker was roasting their ass.
Oh, that's one more bone than you've got in your entire arm. Let me guess, you don't have much of a spine either.
He was using the elemental master of roasting. Listen, he got their ass. So then there's this mechanic guy, and he's all well, because you guys shut down Chen, I didn't have a job anymore. And he was all mad about that, and he got arrested. But then used common sense, and he's if you knew you were working for a crime boss, you should have known you would get caught eventually, right? Because of course you would. I don't understand people who are like that, who get mad about doing a crime and then get mad when they're sent to jail. Motherfucker, you know the risk of committing a crime, don't you? That's if I say I'm gonna rob a bank and then I get mad when I'm arrested for robbing said bank. Of course you're gonna get caught. Of course at some point you might get caught. I mean, you're not supposed to get caught, but you know, there's always the risk you do get caught and you go to jail. Like when you do the crime, you know in your head, okay, if I get caught, I'm going to jail. You can't get mad at that. Sorry to say, you can't really get mad when you steal money. I mean, I understand that people steal money for like, you know, different reasons and it's like a systemic issue, a class issue. Don't get in my comments about that. I know, I'm just saying, if you commit a crime, you should well know the consequences of committing that crime. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, you know, all the prisoners are like fighting and stuff, and it's just fucking wild. I don't know why this prison has like maximum security. I mean, this seems like a really basic prison for like terrorists. I'm just saying, most of these criminals in this world have like committed some serious fucking crimes. We probably got like gang leaders in here. We probably got some serious motherfuckers. Like honestly, they were pretty tamed in this. They were pretty tamed. Like it's just like barred stuff. Like in American prisons, it would not be like that. Solid steel door, tiny ass rooms. But I mean, hey, this is a different kind. Crystal. I kind of looked over that part in episode 2 because it's not like essential. He didn't do anything different. He's like this powerful genie guy who can like walk through walls and disappear and teleport and shit like that. So it was pretty easy for him to get the realm crystal. So yeah, he got the realm crystal and he summons his crew and we meet all his crewmates and they're like somehow still alive. Honestly, I don't really understand how they're still alive because Jin was locked up in that genie lamp like 1,000 years ago. So technically speaking, even if all his comrades were like sent to like different realms, they should have all died. Especially seeing how they got sent to like different realms. I'm not being like a scientist or anything like that, but I definitely feel like if you're sent to a different realm, contrary to your own, not knowing the plant life, the culture, or any of that shit, you might end up dying because if it was me and I was just sent to a random ass realm that I knew nothing about, I think I would probably accidentally eat something poisonous and just die on the fucking spot. But somehow, not only did these motherfuckers manage to survive and not eat anything poisonous, but they also managed to survive 1,000 years. I don't know, maybe that realm crystal gave them an extended lifespan. But anyway, you know, they're partying and they're helling it up. Like, they're so cool. Also, I don't know where the hell are the ninjas court-appointed lawyers. I don't know, maybe in different countries this doesn't happen, but like in America, if you can't afford a lawyer, which the ninja like should be able to do because of their assets, and even if it's like the ninja, I'm sure Pixel or Nia or someone has like, you know, the money to do this. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure Pixel could have asked Borg to donate some money. I mean, Borg is Pixel's dad. I'm sure Borg would have been like, oh, the ninja? The ninja wouldn't do that. Let me send some money to help you guys get a good ass lawyer. That doesn't happen. They don't have a coin appointed lawyer, and because of that, they just get immediately sent to jail. I guess the judge is just like, well, you ain't got no lawyer. We got evidence, so you're going to jail. No proper court or legal system in Ninjago, I guess. Anyway, so we're like fighting. We're still in the prison, so we end up meeting Captain Soto because remember we had the pirates from all the way in like season 2, and they're back and we have Captain Soto. He's enjoying himself and he like sits by the ninja and he's like, you guys are like all right. And the ninja, they figure out about the djinn, so they're like, listen man, we're dealing with a djinn. It framed us. And Captain Soto's like, the djinn? But he should be in his lamp. And he tells him that he was the one. Captain Soto, a real G. He says, oh yeah, I was the one who put him in the lamp. And the ninja are like, what? So it turns out the djinn and his crew were like this feared pirate gang. And they were doing a lot of crazy ass shit. And Captain Soto was having none of it. He was sick and tired of it. So here's what he did. He got this like lamp. And the only way to like stop a djinn, or at the very least limit their powers, is by hitting them with like this tiger widow venom. And the tiger widow's venom is very hard to find. It's on this like island and it's from this snake. So you gotta like go on this perilous journey and figure out where the island is to stop it. So he's all like, listen, I can give you guys a map and I can tell you where to find my map and you guys can go and do that because this guy is like a real piece of work. So the ninja are like, okay, well what do we need to do? And he was like, you guys are gonna have to break me out of prison. The ninja agree. They agreed to breaking this man out of prison. Oh shit. I brought my dog because she's being a bit of an attention whore. And so is my other dog. He also jumped on the bed. Ah, shit. Okay. Shit. Okay. Shit. Let me try and finish this, and then I'll like get them off the bed. Calm down. Calm down. Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Okay. Shit. So, the ninja plan their like little prison escape. So they escape prison and they have Captain Soda with them. And so Captain Soda tells them where their thing is. Ah, don't do that. So Captain Soda, he tells them where to find the fucking ship. And turns out to find the map, it's on the ship that the Jin and his ow. Stop biting me. I'm rubbing your tummy. Stop biting me. Anyway, so he's all like, okay, well, you gotta go to their like cave thing and you gotta go and help them. Stop being attention whores. Oh, and also Soto reveals that Nia looks like exactly like the Jin's girlfriend Delilah. Stop biting me. Okay, I have to take them off the bed because they were just not behaving. They were not behaving. Mom, if this video comes on your YouTube recommendations, no, it did not. No, I did not have the dogs up on the guest room bed. That did not happen. You are delusional. So, episode 4, Nia and Jay sneak into the police, and they're like trying to figure out more information. They're trying to like gather stuff up, and Jay has a discussion with Nia about like their relationship and stuff. But because Nia is kind of like still in her like mood about like being boiled down to a love interest, she's like, I don't think I want to have a relationship right now, which is understandable, especially because they're literally wanted criminals. So yeah, I can understand how love isn't exactly her first priority right now. But Jay isn't taking it like that because he wants to like have his future with Nia. So the Jin uses this and he's like, well, okay, well, you can wish for whatever and I'll let it happen. And like Jay is all like, well, okay, I guess I want to like have money. And the Jin is like, okay, sure. So this like news guy, he comes over with a letter and he's like, here, a letter for you, Jay. And Jay, he reads the letter and he's like, it says that he like inherited a bunch of money and properties and stuff because his dad died. And Jay is all like, what? My dad is dead. My dad's dead. And this delivery guy, he's like, why are you crying for? You are rich. Maybe he's crying because his dad is dead. Maybe he's crying because his dad is dead. Just saying. Just a hypothetical. But anyway, Jay goes over to his his scrapyard, and it turns out from his parents, because we see his dad is actually alive. So his parents tell him that he was actually adopted, and that like they just kind of left Jay on their front doorstep, and they just took him in. So technically, his biological dad died, but his adopted dad didn't die. And like everyone, we just thought originally when this season came out, I'm pretty sure we all thought that it's just like a joke. Jay isn't actually adopted. The Jin is just like fucking around. He's just fucking around. He's joking. There's no way that Jay was actually adopted. But then I think in the next season or in season 8, we figure out that no, it was for real. We'll get into that though a bit later on. But anyway, Jay, he makes his second wish, which is like he wants to impress Nia and get Nia to fall for him. And the Jin like shows him this book that his biological dad had. for wooing women because people make books about like wooing women and how to get women to be attracted to you as if women are just like regular ass people and you can just like be yourself and you might find someone who is romantically interested in you or something like that. But so Jay uses that book and he's all like, okay, well I'll use this and I'll use that. But then the Jin he comes to attack the city and the ninja they're trying to get like the map from the ship. And while this whole fight scene is happening, the Jin separates Kai from the others and Jay sees this happen and he realizes what the Jin is gonna do. So the Jin has Kai away from the others and he's like, well, what do you want? And I guess Kai, he's like, okay, well, I just want to go back to the past. And the Jin is like, okay, and he brings him back to like when his dad was still like around, and his dad is like trying to sell weapons, but he drops them, and he sees Kai, and he's like, Kai. He doesn't say Kai. He's like, hey, can you help me? And Kai is like, no, he can't help him because he'll be interfering with the past. And Kai is like, no, I can't help him. And the Jin is all like, don't you want to help your father? Come on, help your father. And Kai is like, okay, I wish that it was back to when, like, girls liked me. And the Jin is like, okay, and we're, like, in this empty Ninjago city. And all of these, like, random girls who are just have these white-ass smiles are, like, coming up. And it's, like, it's actually, like, genuinely kind of scary. It was actually kind of creepy when they were popping up and chasing after him. And then, like, Kai is, like, trying to, stop them from, like, coming after him. And the Jin is, like, one more wish. And then he wishes for everything to be normal, but then he gets sucked into the sword. And it's, like, a whole big thing. The ninja are able to get the map, but they can't find Kai anywhere. And Jay is like, let's hide out at my mansion. And the guys are like, what? What do you mean you have a mansion? Oh, and the Realm Crystal got destroyed during the fight. That might cause some problems, I guess. So we get to Jay's little mansion, and he's like, I've been saving up money, and I bought this place. And everyone is like, wow, that's so cool. And Cole, he already smells BS. He's like, nah, you wish for this, didn't you? And Jay is like, yeah, I did, but, like, don't tell them anything. Don't tell them. And Cole is like, all right, I'll keep it quiet for now, but if you don't tell them something soon, I'm going to expose you. So then, the ninja, they're making their plan, trying to figure out what to do, and they decide that they're going to sail over to the island to get the tiger widow venom. So, they start sailing, they're sailing their boat, but then they hit, like, this storm, and Jay is, like, the lightning rod for the ship, but they realize that since Zane is a robot and he's made of metal, that he's probably attracting more lightning to them, so he goes under the ship. But then Jay remembers that if Zane is left alone, then he's going to get found out by the Jin. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. The Jin separates Zane, and he's like, they're playing a game of chess, and Zane is like trying to think of the best way to, not get like outsmarted by the Jin. But unfortunately, the Jin still manages to outsmart Zane, and Zane ends up getting his soul taken, which doesn't really make sense since he's like a robot, so he doesn't really have a soul, but I guess he does have a soul. It's confusing. Anyway, the boat crash lands on like the island, and Cole, he's fed up, and he's all like, listen, the reason Jay knew that the Jin was going to come after Zane is because he already made his wish. And he wished twice. And Mia and Lloyd are all like, Jay, are you fucking serious? Are you for real right now? And Jay is all like, listen, man, I didn't mean for it to happen. I didn't want that to happen. But, it did happen. It did happen. So they're like all mad at Jay, and because of that, they're like, well, because of what you did, you gotta get the tiger venom. Which is, it's fair. That's a fair trade. That's a fair trade. So they go over to get the spider venom, and it's this big ass spider. Of course it is. And Jay, he's running for his life. He's scared shitless. Very, very, very scared. Turns out that the Jin, he's also there because he knows that they're trying to get the tiger venom. And if they get the tiger venom, they can stop him and trap him in the lamp. So he's like trying to get the tiger venom too. So he sends on his lackeys, and they're like fighting. There's a lot of fighting going on. And there are two canteens. One just has regular water in it, and the other has the venom in it. So the Jin, he takes the canteen that Jay had because he thinks that Jay is the one with the poison. and he takes Jay too, and he disappears. But it turns out that Jay switched the canteens with Nia, and Nia has the poison. But now Jay has been kidnapped and has been brought to the ship with the Jin. Oh yeah, and the Jin is called Natakan. I forgot that, but like, I don't really want to call him Natakan because not because his name is hard. It's just that like it makes more sense to just call him a Jin. Like I don't remember half of his lackeys' names. I could not tell you what most of these motherfuckers' names are. If you held me up at gunpoint and said, name all of Natakan's lackeys, I would be shot. I would be shot immediately. His name is the only one that I can remember. I only now realize that I wrote down his name, but even then I like changed it between the Jin and Natakan. So I like just switched it around a lot. So sometimes I'll say Natakan, sometimes I'll say Jin. So anyway, now we're on episode 6. We got Gail Gossip roboting, you know, you know, recording these historical events for future generations of Ninjago. So this Natakan, I'm gonna just call him Natakan now. So Natakan, he's like manipulating Jay, and he's like trying to get Jay to like use his last wish, but like Jay, he ain't falling for it. He's a real one, somewhat, a little bit, not really. But anyway, the Jin, he's like trying to get him to do to use his last wish, but Jay, he's not doing it. The ninja are stuck on the island because their ship crashed, and they're kind of missing Jay because Jay was like the comedy guy. He would always make everybody smile and laugh, and he was like, hey, well, it can't get any worse, and he was just a fun guy to be around. So they're like kind of missing him, which is kind of sweet, I guess, even though he like almost killed them. But anyway, Jay is like still trying to like figure out a way to like escape, but it's just not working well. And the Jin, he invites Jay to dinner, and Jay is like, okay, well, why did you invite me to dinner for? So Nanakan, he tells Jay that the reason he's trying to get Nia is because if a Jin prince is to marry a woman. If a Jin marries a woman, and if they're royalty, then they will be given unlimited wishes that they can use on themselves. Because if you didn't know, Jins can't grant wishes for themselves, only for other people. So once he marries Nia, he will have infinite wishes, and he will be like, he'll basically have infinite wishes, and he'll be able to grant them for himself and not others. And he's basically like manipulating his crew, thinking that like, oh well, I'm just doing this to like rebuild my kingdom, when in actuality he just wants infinite wishes. And the crew, they don't want to accept that shit. But so So Nia, Cole, and Lloyd are like trying to figure out how to get off the island, so they start building a raft. But then they're noticing that like the supplies for the raft are being like keep disappearing. Turns out there are these like little worm monster things that are under the ground that like eat stuff, and like they track the movement, and they're like trying to get the ship, and they're trying to eat it. And not Jay. Why do I keep saying Jay? And Nia, Cole, and Lloyd, they're trying to figure out how to get the raft into the water before they like bite it all off. And they're able to do it because Nia elementalizes her water, so she makes like a big tidal wave, and it just like carries the raft, and they're out to sea. Hooray! I don't know why they didn't just make their dragons. I mean, are we just forgetting that? Like in the last season, they just made their dragons. Why didn't they just do that? I guess they were saying that, oh well, the distance is too far, we can't make it. But like, was it really? I'm not trying to like discredit them, but like, I think the distance with Chen's Island was longer than it is here on this island. But whatever. What do I know about geography? So Jay is like trying to like make the lackeys like turn against each other, but they're not falling for it. They already know that like he's trying to manipulate them. And the Flint guy, he's like the first in command, and Jay is like, listen man, do you really think Nauticon cares about you? And Flintlock is like kind of like, oh, I mean maybe, but I don't know. And he's like kind of like believing it a little bit because of how Nadakon has been acting recently. But like he doesn't want to like fully commit to it, so he's still kind of like pranking Jay and like joking around with him. So that's like that's fun, I guess. And also the police finally realize that like the ninja aren't like trying to like rob them and stuff, even though I feel like they should have figured that out from the beginning, because had the ninja like honestly ever stolen anything from them? I don't believe so. But hey, I digress. I've said digress so much. Take a shot every time I say digress and you will be fucking drunk. So, we're on episode 7 and the ninja, they're trying to think of a plan to stop Nauticon, save Jay, and rescue their friends from the sword. And who do you think that gets to help them with this plan? Screenwriters. Because, yeah, of course. And surprisingly, the screenwriters actually made a pretty decent plan. Their entire plan is to basically have Lloyd, Cole, and Nia like pretend to be pirates and to try and find Jay, get Jay, and have Jay like get the sword. Or no, their plan was, okay, they dress up as pirates, they get Jay, they give the poison to Nauticon by like putting it in his drink, and then after they did all of that, they can get the sword and free their friends. Easy, right? Mm-mm. 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 Lloyd can't do a pirate accent, so the screenwriters are like, okay, let's pretend that you're mute because you suck at this. So they get on the ship and they sneak on, and we find Jay injured, and like Cole is like, oh no, Jay, listen, I'll help you out, buddy, I'll help you. And he like helps Jay out, but then while he's helping like Jay escape and he's escaping, he realizes that he forgot to give him the poison. Cole, I know you were concerned about your friend, and that's a really heroic and noble thing for you to do. But how did you forget the main reason you came on the ship? Your main reason, your objective, your main objective was to sneak the poison in the drink. And you couldn't do that? You just completely forgot about it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that he saved Jay. That's a good thing. But you could have saved Jay and still poured the poison inside of the bottle. This is so awful. Like, damn. Clancy, he finds Lloyd and Nia, and he's like, well, what are you doing here? You gotta, be true people, like true pirates. You gotta help out. Clancy was like one of my favorites. He's a bit of a sweetheart. I like him. I hope he finds like the other Serpentine and like befriends them. He deserves that. He deserves a happy ending. Clancy is my fave. Love you, Clancy. You're my boy. This is a fictional snake. Well, anyway, there's this whole fight scene because, Clancy soon figures out that, hey, wait a minute. You guys didn't sign up. And then the Jinn, he realizes too, he's like, nah, this is Lloyd and Nia. So he kidnaps them all and they get captured and they're put in the brink. But Nia, because, she looks like Delara, she gets like special treatment from the Jinn. And he's like trying to force Nia to like marry him. He's like, why don't you marry me? And she's like, no. And he's like, this isn't really like a choice. And so the ninja, they are able to escape again, but unfortunately they keep wasting their wishes. They're stupid and they waste their wishes. They keep saying, I wish this and I wish that, and like the ship ends up tilting and it almost falls into the sky, and they make the clouds solid so they can like survive and walk on them. And Lloyd ends up having himself age because he acts to be wise like Wu to figure out what's going on. But because he said that, it also ended up aging him, so like causing a bunch of conflict. It's absolute chaos. And even the Jinn is like, can you guys just shut the fuck up and stop wishing for shit? You are making even he is sick of them. He is fucking sick. And like even he looked like he was at his wits' end with all the wishing. Because even I think some of his crewmates were wishing too, and he's like, I cannot do this. You need to shut the fuck up. shut the fuck up. But anyway, since Nia and Jay still has this one wish, and I think Nia has a wish too. Lloyd and Cole, who are about to give up their last wish, they're like, we gotta save you. You guys have to go. You guys gotta go. So he like shoves them off the cloud that they're able to stay afloat on, and then Cole and Lloyd get sucked into the sword too, and Jay and Nia are like left alone. So it's really sad. But the Jin he sends Flint to get like Nia. Episode 8. So like the police are like trying to protect Nia and Jay because they know if the Jin gets Nia, then it's all over. It's all over. He will be all powerful. So they're trying to keep those two safe. So they're like trying to figure out a good place for them to stay. But then Jay, he remembers that Zane's dad has that lighthouse, and that no one would know about that lighthouse except for them. So, he goes over to the lighthouse with Nia, and they're having like their little romantic moment. They're being all romantic, and they like stay over at the lighthouse. And in the lighthouse, turns out that I guess Zane's dad must have gotten lonely through the years he was there, and made a like a I guess a reboot of Zane in a sense. I can't say he's a prototype because we already have like the real Zane. So this is like an additional Zane, like a rebooted version of him, who was supposed to be like Zane, but because of the he didn't have the same materials, he doesn't act like Zane does. He still has the whole message of I'm here to protect others who can't protect themselves. But he has bro down parts. He's like his language is kind of stuttered and broken, and he really sucks at fighting. But he's a sweetheart, so he's kind of sweet, and he scares the shit out of Jay and Mia. He scared the absolute shit out of Jay and Mia. And so Jay and Nia, they're all chilling at the lighthouse, they're enjoying themselves. But guess what? Flint found them, and now there's this whole fight scene, and they're trying to stop all this stuff from coming. And they had some travelers' tea in their pack, and it's to help them escape if they get found out again. But unfortunately, some of the travelers' tea fell out, and there's only enough tea left for one person to go. So Jay is like, Nia, you gotta go. He has to get you to do the wishes, but Nia's like, no, you're the one who can do this, and she shoves Jay in there, and Jay is like, no, Nia, and then Nia gets kidnapped, and Jay is the only one to escape. Episode 9, one episode away from the end of season 6. So the traveler's tea brings Jay back to the home, and the Ninjago or whatever, the Ninjago replica for the Nadaka's homeland. It actually looked kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie, it did actually look kind of nice. Nia is trying to fight her marriage, and they put her in his mother's wedding dress, which I don't understand when they had the time to get this wedding dress. Did his mother just give him the wedding dress before he got trapped in the lamp, and she was like, well, one day you're gonna meet a girl, so here, have my wedding dress. And the wedding dress has 4 arms because Jins have 4 arms, and Nia is like, why the fuck does this dress have 4 arms? And they're like, we'll just make adjustments. Calm the fuck down. It's so wild. And the Jin is like, you look so beautiful, my love. And Nia is like, I am not Galara, She is dead. I am a completely different person. But, the Jin, he ain't listening to all that. So we're with Jay, and he's trying to figure out what to do. And he's by his parents' place. And he's like, I don't think I can do it. I'm giving up. I can't do this. But his daddy, he ain't taking that. His daddy starts roasting his ass. He's like, you can't give up now. Everyone's counting on you. You can't be doing this. And Jay's mom is like, no, you shouldn't be so hard on him. And he's like, no, this boy needs to hear it. You are a ninja, and you can do whatever you put your mind to. And that kind of gives Jay the pep boost that he needs to do what he needs to do. So he assembles a team of the friends of the ninja from the past 5 seasons to help them out. So we got Darius, not starting off strong. We got Skylar, starting a bit better. We got Ronan. We also have I know I put something down. We have General Soto. I'm not even joking. We have Soto, the captain, the pirate captain. And finally, the replica of Zane that can't fucking fight. With all six of these motherfuckers together, they will actually do a surprisingly good job. So he's like trying to help them figure out what to do and how to like get up to the Jin's palace. So Jay is like, well, we gotta figure out what landmass is gonna get taken up there next, and when we figure that out, we can get up there and figure out where Nia's being held, get Nia, get the sword, and just save a Ninjago. But while they were doing this, there were two little lackeys who were like watching them, and they found them, so they like go on a hunt to try and get them before they can tell like Nadakan about what they're planning. But then a piece of like land starts floating up, so now they gotta get on that beforehand. And the lackeys end up getting away, and they tell Nadakan, and Nadakan is like fucking shit. So he starts to beef up security. So the replacement ninja, they're like up on Ninjago, and they're like trying to, they're trying to get their shit done, and they're somewhat succeeding. They're doing a decent job at like distracting. So then Jay, he ends up seeing Nia, and he gets to Nia where Nia is being held, and he's like, Nia, I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you. Come on, let's go. But Nia, she's like, no, no, no. We gotta like stay here for a bit. And she's like trying to like seduce. She's gonna seduce Jin, and she's like, listen, I'm gonna like manipulate him and make him think that I'm like okay with this, and I'm gonna make him give you the sword. And Jay is like, no, no, let's just leave. But she's like, no, no, be quiet. So then the Jin, he walks in, and Nia is all like, my love, and she's like manipulating this man, and this man is just falling for it. I don't know how he fell for it so quickly. Like, for the vast majority of the day, she has been fighting this marriage tooth and nail. She has been fighting this fucking marriage. And then all of a sudden she's like, okay, well, this is nice. I think I'm okay with getting married. You should have known something was up the minute her attitude switched up. There's no way that a girl who went from fighting tooth and nail not even an hour ago suddenly starts to like give up her resolution. Like, you should have realized something was up. But, I guess he thinks with what's between his pants versus what's between his head. And between his ears. I don't know why I said head. So he ends up leaving his sword there because Nia convinces him to just like leave his sword there. And Jay takes his sword. And Jay realizes, and he's like gonna smash his sword to save them. But Captain Solo is like, no, 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 you can't smash the sword down. Because if you smash it open, then it's just gonna not help with anything, and it's gonna be awful. It's like not gonna help with anything. It's gonna like trap the ninja inside of the realm of the sword. So what he has to do is he has to go into the sword, but he has to like fight the spell that the sword has. And basically the sword spell makes you like really tired and like give up. So like he has to like fight this spell and help save his friends. So the replica ninja, they suck him into the sword before he can tell them what his plan was. So he gets sucked into the sword, and he's like fighting the spell, and he gets Kai and Zane and Cole and Lloyd and everybody else. But then Klaus, being a motherfucker, before he can get to the exit, is like, nah, you staying with me. But nah, Jay ain't playing that. And he kicks it off, and he gets out there. And now all of the ninja are back to the surface, and they're here to stop the wedding. Let's go. So we're on the final episode. So everyone has a plan, but then Lloyd realizes that the Jin won't have his power when they get rid of him, which would mean that all of the pieces of Ninjago are gonna like fall on top of the remaining part of Ninjago. So that's basically to say, Ninjago is fucked because we're gonna be having a bunch of big land masses that are probably falling at a very high speed. This place is gonna be obliterated by the time they're done. Like, forget rebuilding. They're gonna have to colonize somewhere. That's really mean of me to say. I shouldn't say that sort of thing. But they're coming to like, stop the wedding, and the wedding starts, and Nia is like, I don't want to do this. Fuck this shit. And like, the ninja come in just as they're doing the ceremony, and he's like, nah, fuck this shit. And like, they start fighting. They're like fighting people, and the Jin is like trying to hit them, and Nia is like trying to hit the gin and shit like that, but she like gets like put to sleep and she's like there, and Clancy is trying to finish up the thing, and he's like, okay, okay, let's do this, let's do that, blah 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 blah. They're trying to finish the ceremony, and they finish the ceremony, and he unlocks his full power. And Flint and there's one lady who kind of looks like a guy, but she's a lady, and she's kind of cool, honestly. I forgot her name. They realize that, oh shit, he didn't care about us one bit. A genius could have told you that, but whatever, I guess. So they decide to help the ninja. So they start looking for like the poison that they had, and on Nia's side of things, he ends up taking Delara's dead soul and putting it in Nia's body. So now Nia is possessed by Delara, and now Nia is like fighting all the other ninja. So Flint Lockwood, I'm sorry, his name is Flintlock, so I knew at some point I was gonna make the mistake of saying Flint Lockwood. But he's not Flint. He is not Flint Lockwood from the hit movie Spaghetti, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I'm so fucking tired, and I still have like 10 more seasons to go. Isn't this fun? Anyway, we're doing our thing. We're doing the ninja are fighting, and Flint, he has like the gun ready, and he's ready to hit Jin, and he hits Jin, and we think, okay, now he's weak, and we can like finally trap him in the bottle, or Jay can use his final wish. But it turns out Nia got hit with it too. Mm. So, and because this poison is like deadly, so like the minute it touches her, she's like dying in his arms, and she's like, Jay, listen, I love you. I wish none of this happened. And then Jay is like, I know what I want to wish for, and he wishes to like rewind time. His wish is that I wish you had taken my hand. Basically, all the events that happened wouldn't have happened if Nia had just taken Jay's hand, and they could have not gotten caught, and then they would have like figured stuff out. But she didn't do that. But now, since he wished that to be, time gets all rewritten and shit like that back to the day when they found out that class was by sticks. So then Nia and Jay are like looking at each other, and they're like, and like all the other ninjas are like, did this happen before? Does this feel like this happened before? And then Jay and Nia, they're like looking at each other, and Jay is like, take my hand. And Nia's like, But then they both remember what happened, and she's like, okay, let me take your hand. And after she takes his hand, they start like kissing, and it's all romantic, and they're about to reach sticks, but thankfully, before Klaus can get the lamp, he ends up getting caught by some of the locals, and they like chase him out because he's a ghost, and they're like, get out of here, man. And the lamp, I think, either got destroyed or it fell in the sea. But anyway, it's happy. Everything is good. Until season 7. So, season 7, episode 1. We see Wu, he's like at the monastery, and he's like chilling, the old one, I think, and he's like chilling there. And he like looks up at the sky, and there's like this big portal, and this random guy, he jumps down, and he's like all confused, and he's like, what the hell is going on? What's going on? But then Wu, he sees I can't say his name yet, but he sees Wu, and he's like, so you're back. And the minute he says that, they start fighting. So the ninja are cleaning up the museum because of an incident that happened. So this is like a completely separate thing that I didn't even know happened until I like looked into it, because in the last season, Cole was still a ghost, but now in this season, he's human. So I was like really confused. I was like, why the hell is he human now? But turns out, I guess, a bunch of convoluted stuff happened, and there was like this Day of the Dead type of celebration, and like a bunch of their old villains came back, and they were like, nah, we gonna fuck you up. And there was a fight scene, lots of fighting, and it turns out that during this fight, Cole went through like a portal thing that turned him from a ghost back to a human. So that's good. But during this fight, it like kind of destroyed the museum, so now they have to like fix the museum and like clean it up. And that's basically what happened. So, the ninja, they're like cleaning stuff up. They're like, trying to fix up the place. And while they're doing that, Kai and Nia, they see this portrait of their parents, the masters of fire and water. And they're like, those are our parents. I really miss them. Because, like, their parents are just like, I don't know. They just said that their parents left them. So it's not even that they died. They just kind of left without, like, saying anything. So it, like, brings in even more mystery because when the series originally started, I think most of us assumed that their parents were just, like, dead. But based on what Kai and Nia said, they just know that their parents, like, kind of disappeared and they didn't know what happened to them. And it's just assumed that when they left, they died. That's a pretty obvious observation. But then we see this other painting, and it's this painting of like something that happened in the past. And the museum curator, he comes up and he's all like, "Oh yeah, that painting is just a myth. It's about like these masters of time and how the elemental masters fought them." And they were kind of like, "Huh? How come we never heard of that?" And he's like, "Just a myth." And they just go back to their cleaning. Back to Wu and Achronix fighting. These two are duking it out, pulling up their hair, fighting these niggas dead. They are just getting at it. And Wu almost kills him because Wu is about to shove him down the mountain. Like, this guy, he's about to fall off the mountain. And his name is Achronix. And he's about to fall off the mountain. But of course, Wu being a little bitch, he allows him to just, not die. I mean, I'm just saying, if he's as evil as you think he is, to the point where you literally sat by the monastery probably all day waiting for this portal to open, and you don't kill him, like, kill him. Why are you guys afraid to kill people? Come on now. You already done a bunch of fake out deaths that people believe were actual deaths. So why don't you just kill someone for real? Kill somebody for real. It's not a violent death either. I mean, like, he's gonna fall off a cliff. You don't have to show it. We could just, like, hear the impact, like in the Looney Tunes cartoons. But nah, he lets the guy live, and then, like, this time blade thing, it, like, falls from the portal again, and this little weapon falls down, and it causes, like, this thing to happen where time is, like, shifted forward by, like, a few minutes, and, like, everyone is like, yo, what the fuck happened? Did time just, like, move forward? And everyone's, like, hella fucking confused. So everyone goes over to, like, the ninja. They figure out what happened, and Jane is all like, okay, so this is some sort of time anomaly, and it happened by the old monastery. And they're like, didn't Wu say he was going there? So they start racing over to go and help Wu. So they see Wu fighting Achronix, and Achronix now has this time blade that has him leaping forward in time. So he's able to already know what Wu's moves are going to be, and he's like, bow, bow, beating this nigga's ass. Honestly, I'm surprised that Wu even survived this. Beating on his ass, dragging his beard. There was fighting. This was like some real hood fighting. Anyway, the ninja come up and they're like, yo, what the fuck? We gotta help our master. So they start helping their master. And the Chronix, he's all like, okay, I'll fight you guys too. And he starts like beating them up. He is like winning this fight. He is going at it. This is very impressive. Anyway, while they're fighting, I guess Achronix gets like some sort of message and he's like, I gotta go. But then he like punches Wu like one last time, and like that one looks like, and then they show like a scene that shows that punch wasn't just like a regular punch. But they're not gonna tell us what that punch actually is until later on. So then we figure out later on that it turns out Achronix is the brother of the museum curator, and the museum curator isn't a good person. Crazy, I know. So, episode 2. So the ninja, they got a bunch of questions for Master Wu. They're like, who was this nigga? What the fuck is going on? You better tell us everything. But, Wu was kind of out of it, but he's able to tell him what happened. So basically, after the Serpentine Wars, the Elemental Masters were like working together. But there were 2 Elemental Masters that were forgotten and left out of the picture. And those were the Elemental Masters of Time. Achronix, who controlled the present and like moving forward time, and Crux, who affected like the past and moving time behind. And those 2, they thought that since they were the masters of time, that they should be the supreme rulers of Ninjago. But the elemental masters, they weren't fucking with that. So they started like fighting, and there was a bunch of infighting happen. And like they were getting their ass beat, and they realized, damn, we can't win against time. What the fuck are we gonna do? So then they think to themselves, we're gonna get these. There's like this special metal, and it's supposed to like take away a person's power. So they had Nia and Kai's parents make the weapon, and they. That's why So they have Nia and Kai's like mom and dad make the weapons. So they take the weapons and they use it on Acronix and Crux, and they take away their elemental powers. So now their powers are now stuck inside of these blades. So then the blade gets like shot up into like this time vortex to be lost to time. But Acronix, he wasn't having that. But the two brothers, they weren't having that. So they both jumped into the portal to be lost to time. But it turns out that Acronix wasn't actually lost to time, and he was going to appear later on in the future. And Wu saw what day he was going to come up. And more like a vision, like not an exact date. All he knew was that there would be like futuristic technology, and then Acronix would be back. It never like specified like a date, so I don't know. Was Wu just waiting there all the time, waiting for this motherfucker to come? There was no specific date. Now it would make more sense if there was like a light up billboard that said this date, this time, or something like that to explain it. But no, we didn't get that at all. So it's like just left up to chance that I don't know. It would have just made more sense if that were to happen, but can't have that, I guess. So after all of that, we figure out all that shit happened and how Acronix is not Chronix, how Crux is still probably lost the time, and Wu's kind of tired because he got his ass handed to him. Anyway, the new Borg watch is like appearing, and it's like making a good appearance, but then it is suddenly interrupted by like this samurai guy, and he starts like attacking people and destroying shit, and it's fucking crazy. This warrior was made by Acronix and Crux to like get the technology and to get Cyrus Borg to help them build something. Listen, Cyrus Borg gets kidnapped a lot. This man cannot catch a break. I feel so bad for him. He needs to have better security too. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but at this point, hire a human security guard. I know that he has his little ninjoid thingies, but like, they are not doing their job correctly. He needs to start hiring some humans. This is just embarrassing at this point. He can't hire one of the ninjas to help him out. Anyway, the samurai like absolutely destroys the ninja because it's like an immortal warrior in a sense, but it's like it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just gonna say it. It's crazy. So they build like this warrior thing, and it's like fighting the ninja, and the ninja they're losing, but then they realize that the only way to stop the warrior is to make sure that the snakes that like combine themselves together to make the warrior have to be completely separated so that they don't go back into the armor and make the warrior again, which is good to go. So once they figure that out, they like start fixing, like they start destroying the samurai better, and they start to like help people. But then they remember that Zane, he went after Cyrus Borg, and then they find Zane who's left in an abandoned alley, and Borg isn't with him. So obviously something happened, but we don't know what happened. So we're on episode 3, and the ninja are like using the helmet. They're using the helmet from the samurai to figure out who these people are. Kai is like looking at the helmet, and he's like, I don't know why, but like this helmet looks hella familiar. But everyone is like, where would you remember that helmet from? And he's like, I don't know. So everything is like kind of wonky because they're trying to like fix up Zane, or at the very least reboot him enough so that he can like come back online to like show them like video evidence about what happened to him and where Borg might have been taken. So like Kai, he goes to the library to ask about like Croc. Why did I put the library? The museum. He goes to the museum to ask Croc about like his parents and about the Hands of Time. And listen, I'm like, this is impressive, honestly. So the ninja, they're able to like reboot Zane enough where Zane has like, a clear image about what happens, but like when they look through the footage, it's like it looks like nothing happened. Like he just looked like he got hit by something, and then Borg was gone. Like nothing happened. So then they're like trying to figure out how they can slow down the image enough to see who it could have been to hit him. So like Cross and Acronix are like trying to continue their plan, and Acronix is kind of like an iPad kid, and his brother is like a boomer, and it's kind of funny, honestly. It's a funny dynamic to see happen. So while this is all going on, Kai is like still trying to learn more about, the helmet and his parents, and he's just like really having a hard time. But then while he's there, he realizes that the museum curator is actually Croc, who is Chronic's brother, and he's like, "You were gonna kill me or something," and he was like, "Probably, yeah." So then they start fighting because there's so much fighting. So Nia gets to the museum to like help her brother so he like doesn't die, and not Zane, and Jay and Cole, they're like trying to stop the other samurai warriors that are coming out of the I think what was it, the underground or from the museum, to try and stop them, but it really ain't working well because Cole is still getting used to like his powers in his physical body compared to his ghost body, so he's like getting used to that, and he is awful at it. He is awful at it. Anyway, the samurai snake warriors, their names are the Vermilion Warriors. I don't really like the name, but I mean, I guess it's like really thematic and stuff, so I guess I'll use that. But that's only because it's simpler. They're like taking a bunch of people who are like craft people, so like engineers, architects, builders, that sort of thing, to like into the underground, and no one knows why they're doing this because it's like, well, why do they need people who do engineering and building and stuff and technology? But hey, that's how it be. So then Crux, he tells Kai that like, hey, you know that your parents are the ones that helped us out a bit? And Kai's like, no, my parents wouldn't do that. They were the elemental masters. And they're like, oh, well, you don't know everything about your parents, now do you? You don't even know why they left. I don't think he said that. If he did say that, I will put it in, but I do not think he said that. Anyway, the time blade gets dropped while they're fighting, and like I'm surprised that no one noticed it like more sooner. Like you're telling me that no one heard a big piece of metal dropping, or even saw the glowing time blade sitting in the middle of the floor until like the last second, where of course the bad guy notices he dropped his weapon, and everyone is fighting, and he gets the weapon again, and then him and Acronix, they use like a trap door and they run away. But then he reboots finally, and we get like this really cryptic message. So next one, we're on episode 4, and Misako and Wu are having like this date. It's like really sweet. They're like walking in the park, but then it starts to get all evil, and we see all these snake warriors, and it's like really weird. And it's like, what the hell is going on? And Wu was like all confused, and like everyone is like blaming him for shit, and he's like, what's going on? I don't understand. Turns out Wu, he was just dreaming. Crazy dream, I tell you. So Wu tells Misako about what happened to him. So it turns out that when Acronix punched Wu, it was a time punch, and this punch is accelerating his aging, which means that Wu is now aging much faster than he should. And I think based on what it said, what did I put? Yeah, so he said that based on what's happening, every hour he ages by a day. So that means if I do the math on my handy dandy phone, let me do the math. So 24 hours times 60 minutes equals 1,400 days go by. So almost an entire year goes by in one day. That's right. And you guys can do the math yourselves. It's pretty basic math. An hour, 60 minutes, and then he ages a day, 24 hours. So once you figure that out, it's basically him aging by like 3 years every day. He ages 3 years every day, like about 3 years. Let me see. 1,045. Yeah, he ages about 3 to 4 years every day. So that's why he's like been deteriorating, and like his health just hasn't been getting back up. And Misako is like, you gotta tell them, you can't just leave them in the dark about this. And he's like, no, if I tell them, then they're just gonna get clumsy and they're not gonna be able to work properly. But that's just how Wu is. So Lloyd comes in and he's like, oh my gosh, is Wu feeling better? But Wu, he's like acting like he has like dementia or something. He's like, oh my god, I'm so out of it. I'm so sick. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. And Lloyd is like, man, I feel like a fucking failure. And Wu, he like kind of pretends that he's actually back to normal again. And he's like, you are not a failure. Don't say you're a failure. I'm gonna go back to pretending that I'm terminally ill. I mean, he technically is kind of terminally ill in a sense. But, yeah. So the ninja, they're chilling, and Kai's getting kind of angry because he still can't figure out what the fuck is going on. Like, did his parents really help a chronic? What the fuck is going on? This is wild. So Lloyd is now like the temporary leader because of all the shit that happened with Wu. And, he's actually doing like a pretty decent job. He has a pretty decent plan. Since there's been like a lot of metal related things disappearing around Ninjago, he's like, okay, well you guys need to figure out why they're taking all this metal. We gotta go and do that. But the ninja, they ain't listen to him for a shit. They're like, listen, you as a little boy, we ain't listening to you. So they don't listen to him and they do their own thing. And of course, it fucks everything up. So after all of that happens, they decide to go to like this power plant to like, figure out where to get, like, cause that might have some metal that they can use. So they like go to the power plant to get the metal. And once they do that, they figure out that, I think I'm getting this confused. Let me see. I am reading my notes. Okay. So Zane is glitching and a bunch of stuff happens. The power goes out. That's what happens. So the power goes out and the ninja go to the power place and they like use Zane as like a giant magnet and he finally starts to function properly and the snakes are attacking the amusement park. But then Jay realizes in the middle of it when they're going to the amusement park, he's like, wait a second. If they're looking for a bunch of metal and scraps, what better place than his parents' junkyard? So Jay goes by himself and he rushes to go to his parents. And I gotta say, he's kind of real for that. So we're on episode 5 and the snakes, they're attacking the amusement park and the ninja, they're fighting. And Zane is like wondering why Pixel isn't like responding to him because usually Pixel is like in his head and is like, Zane, do this, I'm gonna run this scan, I'm gonna do this. And she usually kind of like helps him out in a sense, but like she's not responding to him like at all. So he's like, what the fuck happened to Pixel? So Lloyd, he's like getting the hand of like becoming a master thing, but Kai sees the symbol in a helmet again, and he's like, what the hell is going on? So after they're done with fighting, they realize after the fight that, where the hell is Jay? And then they realize, oh crap, his parents own a scrap place, so he must be there trying to save them. So they go over to his dad's scrapyard, his parents' scrapyard. And while that's happening, a time blade ends up appearing. Crazy coincidence, I know. So Acronix and Crux, they like send the Vermilion warriors that were by the amusement park to go and get the time blade. And they're like, okay, we'll go and get the time blade. And Crux and Acronix are just chilling there in their swamp, basically trying to create new humanity in a sense because Crux is a fucking boomer who wants the world to go back to like the medieval times. And Acronix is like, nah, fuck that shit. This is cool. Why the fuck do we just like not keep it normal? But not Acronix, but Crux, he's like, I don't fuck with this technology shit. Even though I'm literally using this advanced technology to help me with my evil plans, I still hate it. So, kind of dumb. So, the snakes, they end up taking Jay's mom and Jay's dad. They get motivated so they can save Jay's mom. And the ninja, they follow the Vermilion warriors to get the time blade. And while they're chasing the warriors, they see Jay's mother. And she's like, oh, hi, you guys. I'm being kidnapped. So the ninja, they gotta try and save Jay's mother while also stopping the things. So this time blade is able to, like, slow down time. And they use the time blade on the ninja to like put them in this like slow-mo bubble that stops them for a little bit. But then the ninja also they get out of that little time bubble, and then they're fighting the warriors, and they use the slow mo thing again, and it's like this big explosion, and they're like stuck in this slow mo bubble. But Jay, him being a genius, this is what he does. So he has this motorcycle, right? And because he's the master of lightning, and lightning, as we know, travels faster than the speed of sound because it is light, and it will travel at the speed of light, which is incredibly fast. So what does Jay do? He uses his electrical powers to basically give his bike like a speed boost. And and in normal speed, like in a normal time zone, he would basically be going like super duper fast, probably breaking the laws of physics. In the time bubble, he's basically going at like a normal speed, and he's able to take the time blade and get it out of the thing and like hand it over to his friend. But when he gets out the bubble, he's like zooming over, and he's like, "I can't stop this thing. You guys gotta do it yourself. Bye." And he's like, he just zooms off into the horizon, never to be seen again. That's a joke. They see him again. But the ninja, they get the time blade and they escape, while the Vermilion Warriors are like all upset because what the fuck do they tell Chronix and Crux? So episode 7, Wu is like, he sees his brother and he's like, "Listen, man, I didn't mean to do." Oh shit! This is the wrong thing. I'm reading the wrong thing. Why am I reading? Back at the temple, the ninja are like playing around with the time blade because teenagers. I say that as if I am not 18. So Nia and Kai are being consumed by like their work, and the others are like, "Man, why aren't they having like fun and shit? They need to like stop being so tight in the ass." Anyway, Lloyd and Wu are like copying each other, and they're like trying to talk to each other, and like Wu is still acting as if he's like stupid when he's really not. Then we see Wu is like trying, so like Kai, he goes over to Wu and he's like, "Wu, do you remember this symbol from anywhere? It feels familiar, but I can't remember from where." Wu is no fucking help at all because he's still fucking pretending. So Crux and Chronix, they go over to the ninja's hideout, which is Chen's temple in the sky. I don't really know why it's in the sky now, but it is. I don't know why they just don't rebuild the monastery, but I guess they just want to leave it burnt down. But anyway, they're in their secret hideout, but Crux and Chronix come by and they're on the ground and they're like looking there, and they're like, "We're gonna bring you down. We're gonna rip you apart." And the ninja are like looking down there like, "The fuck you gonna do? You're down there and we're up here." So they send like these catapults that are full of like snakes, and they like turn into Vermilion Warriors, and then everyone is like, "Ah, fuck, that's what they're gonna do." So we fighting. Lots of fighting. Then we see Samurai X make an appearance, but Nia is fighting with the ninja. So who is this new Samurai X? Who the fuck is this person? We don't know. Not yet, we don't. But I'm pretty sure we can all guess who it is. Anyway, while all of this is happening, everyone is fighting. They're like trying to get their thing, make sure that they have their time lane and everything. But you want to know what happens next? The Vermilion Warriors kidnap Wu. It's awful. It's very awful. Anyway, since they got the time blade and Wu, the Vermilion Warriors leave. But while Kai is like doing stuff and he sees the symbol again, he's like, "I remember. It's from his parents' blacksmith shop." So maybe his parents did work for Crux and Chronix. Who fucking knows? We ain't gonna know until a few more episodes because we got like what? Yeah, like 3 more episodes left. So episode 7, the brothers and Wu are like underground and they're like walking, and like Wu is like, "My ninja are gonna get you. They're gonna stop you." And they're like, "Sure they are. Sure they are." Kai is like hella angry because of course he is, because since since Crux told him that thing about his parents, he's all like, "Well, shit, does this mean that my parents are evil? Have they been working for the bad guys all along? What does this mean for me and my sister? This is horrendous." And he's just like, he is in a fucking tailspin. So, ignoring all of that, they're like trying to figure out a way to like, try and get Wu back. And while they're figuring out a way, Misako decides to finally snitch on Wu, and she's like, "Listen, we really don't have a lot of time. because Wu got hit by his time punch thing and he is aging rapidly. Like I said, every day he's basically aging 3 to 4 years. And even though he's over 1,000 years old, he might not have that many years left. And I'm pretty sure about 3 to 4 days have gone by. So that means that he's already aged by a good week or two. So, that's crazy. Anyway, we're trying to like figure out where these guys are, and we're trying to figure out, well, hey, why are they taking all this stuff? Where are they taking all this stuff? How has nobody seen this happening? Then they start to realize we can find clues at the museum, and the Serpentine might also know something because they're probably doing this shit underground. So Nia and Kai, they go to the museum to like look for stuff, and they find a secret door. Oh no, I read that wrong. Kai and Nia are on the temple, and they're like trying to fix stuff up, and it's Cole, Jay, and Lloyd who go to the museum and get the secret door. And he's like trying to tell Kai is trying to tell Nia how like he saw the symbol and that he thinks that their parents work for Aquanics, but Nia, she ain't having that because their parents are like elemental masters. Why would they do that? So then Nia is trying to figure out who this Samurai X person could be, and Kai is like just not in it. And they go to their parents' old blacksmith shop, and they see the symbol, and it turns out there's a secret passageway. And what's in that secret passageway? Two things. This cool looking like dual sword weapon where like there's a, it's like, how a sword has like the handle and then it's just the sword? Well, it has another sword at the back, so like a dual sword. That's what I call it. I'm pretty sure that is the accurate name for it. So they find that, and then they find a helmet that looks exactly like the Vermilion Soldier's helmet. So now Kai is like convinced that not only are his parents working for Aquanics, but they're still alive. Crazy. So anyway, Lloyd, Cole, Zane, and Jade, they're like looking for clues from the Serpentine, and they see these like snake like figures walking by, and they're like, "It's a Vermilion warrior, stop them!" And they like start beating on their asses, but it turns out it was actually just a Serpentine, and they're kind of like upset about it. Well, not really Scales. Scales is like, "Hey man, listen kid, it's okay. They thought we were somebody else. We can't get mad." But Scales' son, Scales Jr., he a real G. He immediately start cussing them out, roasting them. He's like, "Fuck you guys. How dare you hurt my dad? Fuck you." But anyway, Scales basically tells the samurai, he's like, "Well, hey, listen, these Vermilion snakes are like descendants of like the Great Devourer, so we don't fuck with them. We're actually like really scared of them, and we've been like keeping our eyes on them. We can like show you where we've seen them go to if you want, but we're like not gonna help you out with that." And the ninja are like, "Okay, that's fine. Just show us where it is." And they're like, "Okay, cool." Give them their thing. Nia goes after to try and look for the Samurai X person, and while she's looking, she finds that the person is inside of her secret hideout. Again, I don't know where she is getting the money for these secret hideouts, but I guess I should just stop asking questions about where she's getting this money. Anyway, this person can like mimic other speeches and is like putting on other people's voices, and Nia's like, "Stop fucking around, tell me who you are." And after all the fighting and stuff, she's like, "Oh, this must be Skylar. You're like trying to pretend to be me to turn over a new leaf." And she's like, yeah, sure, it's that." So then Nia, she goes over to meet Kai by Skylar's noodle place. And, they're chilling, and Kai is, like, having this deep conversation, and he's like, "If my parents are evil, am I destined to be evil?" And Skylar is like, "No, that doesn't mean you're going to be evil. You don't have to think like that." But then Nia is like, "Skylar, how the hell did you get here so fast?" And Skylar is like, "What are you talking about? I've been here the whole time." And she's like, "Well, I followed someone to my Samurai X cave, and I thought it was you." But she was like, "Nah, I haven't fought in a while, so that couldn't have been me." So now Nia is all upset because she still doesn't know who the Samurai X guy is. And anyway, the ninja called Kai and Nia to like come over because they figure out the secret hiding place. So Nia and Kai, they rush over. So episode 8, everyone is like together, and we have Wu dreaming again about all of his mistakes, and it's kind of sad. I kind of feel bad for him. But anyway, the ninja, they're like trying to sneak in, and they're trying to like help, you know, the people who are stuck there and save Master Wu. So like Jay and Cole, they go find a labor camp, and they find out that Jay's dad is there too because his dad's singing group is called the Royal Blacksmith. So the snakes thought that he was like an actual blacksmith and not a musician. Can't blame them for that. So we see that Borg has finished the machine that like Acronix and Crux have been wanting him to do for a long time, but he put in a kill switch just in case, without the brothers realizing. Thank God. So with all of this happening, Nia and Kai end up finding their dad. That's right, their parents were in fact alive. And Kai, he wasted no time beating his ass because Kai thinks that his dad is like working for the enemy, so he's like, I am going to beat your ass. And he does. He really does beat his dad's ass. His dad is like, who the fuck are you? Because at the time, Kai has like his like hood on, so his dad has no idea that it's him. And these two are just fighting. They are going at it, just fighting each other. And then Maya and Nia come in and they're like, yo, what the fuck? That's your son. Stop fighting him. And he's like, Kai? And Kai takes off his thing and is like, yeah, it's me, Dad. And he's like, oh my god, it's my son. I was beating the crap out of my son. I mean, honest to God, he looked like he was about to whoop his ass. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I actually have a lot more faith that Kai was about to whoop his daddy's ass compared to Ray beating up his son, honestly. Ray was like getting his ass folded. Anyway, so Maya and Ray explained to Kai and Nia why, shit happened. And basically what happened is that while they were like living their domestic life peacefully, Crux had actually not been sent over with his brother or was lost at time. He just ended up dropping out of there, just like there in the past, like maybe a few hours after it, and he just decided to just live a normal life until his brother came back. So he like became a museum curator and a bunch of other stuff to start his like evil plan and get money for it. But then he realized that he would need some blacksmith. So then he goes over to like Kai and Nia's mom, and he becomes friends with them. And they're thinking that, oh, we're good friends, nothing bad could happen. But but Crux, he threatens them, and he's like, listen, if you don't do what I say, I'm gonna fucking kill you guys, and I'm gonna kill your kids. And they're like, no, you can't kill our kids. They're our kids. So they decide to work for him just to keep Nia and Kai safe. And they did this while Nia and Kai are literally like playing. Like these two are like having the time of their lives, enjoying themselves, and Aquanis is just holding their parents by like knife point. I'm not expecting them to do anything because they're literal children, but it's kind of funny that like their parents are being threatened, and these two are just like having the time of their lives. Also, who the hell did they get to take care of them while Nia was still a baby? I don't understand. Who was taking care of these two when they were babies? Like, before they got kidnapped. I don't know. Anyway, the plan doesn't go as they thought it was going to go. Wu gets taken back, and the other ninja get caught, and there's, like, everything is happening. It's, like, crazy. And we also hear that the next time blade was actually found with Crux, but Crux didn't notice the time blade there. And when they found the time blade, they put it in like this like big prison type structure, and they tell Kai and Nia that the only way to get there is for two elemental masters of fire and water to go there and to use their like dual dragon and shit like that. And they're like, okay, so we gotta get there and get the blade quickly. But unfortunately, Crux and Acronix were by the blacksmith shop, and they heard everything, and they take Wu, Nia, Kai, and their parents to the place. And Cole, Zane, Jay are like stuck. So we on a ship. We're on a boat. We're on a boat. We're just chilling on a boat. And Wu is just getting worse and worse. So we reach the boiling sea. And that blade that we saw, that dual sword, is like to combine the powers of like fire and water to like make this like fire and water dragon. And to get into the boiling deep, they have to use both their fire and their water powers. So they make their like dual dragon and they go into the boiling sea. And they're like maneuvering and they're figuring out these puzzles, and we get like some sweet like we get like a sweet like sibling relationship. It's very nice to see. They're like poking fun at each other, they're helping each other. It's all fun and games. They get the time blade and it's like, okay, we got the time blade. Now save our master. Of course, because they're bad guys, they don't keep their word at all. So Lloyd, Jay, Zane, Cole, they're like trying to get Borg and they're trying to put in the kill switch. And you would not believe the password that Borg used to try and be a kill switch. He didn't pick like a normal code. He wasn't like, okay, let me pick my birthday, the day I created Pixel, the day I met the ninja, the day I founded my company. Nah, he picked a 1,000 digit sequence as the pin. 1,000 digits. 1,000 digits. But thankfully we have Zane and Samurai X there, and we figure out that the 1,000 digit coding is the coding to create a Ninjoid. So they start like typing in the code, but then the other warriors start coming in, and Crux and Chronics make it, and they're trying to power up the machine, and it's just all a bunch of fucking chaos. It's like fucking crazy. But then they're unfortunately the ninja are stopped before they can stop it, and it is it's not good. Turns out this machine, it was a time machine. They want to go back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu. That's a joke. Obviously, that's a joke. Nia, Kai, and Wu get on the time machine with Crux and Chronics. It's this whole time escapade thing. They're trying to like get one of the time blades to reverse the time punch. So, everything is crazy. So they're basically trying to go back in time to stop the elemental masters from like, reuniting. And because they have like this big mech, they're thinking to themselves, there's no way you can beat us. We have this big technological mech. And here is why we learn that Jay is actually adopted. Because the Master of Lightning, when the mech shows up, she's like, oh, come on. I'm about to go on my honeymoon with this I forgot the name of the celebrity, but with this celebrity guy. Which means that, yeah, in fact, Jay really was adopted.
I thought I was gonna finally go on my honeymoon. Really cute guy, too. Cliff is an actor, and when I look into his eyes...
Stop! Focus, everyone.
Focus?
Because she names the exact same celebrity that was mentioned in season 6 that was said to be his biological dad. I always did kind of wonder why his parents were like so old. So, yeah, makes sense. Anyway, Cox and the Chronics are like trying to like stop shit, and Nia and Kai, they like want to get involved with the fight because they're the only ones who know the enemies, because they have like these Vermilion warriors going after them. But Wu, he's like a little bit lucid enough, and he's like, listen, you guys can't be found out. If they figure out that you exist, then this could like fuck up the timeline. So they're like, well, what the hell do we do? But then they realize that they have the exact same powers as their mom and dad. So they go over and they're like on their dual dragon, and they have like their hoods down, and they're like, guys, we've come to stop the fight. And then Wu, he's like, Ray, Maya, but weren't you guys too tired from like making the blades? And Kai and Nia are like, shut the fuck up, do you want our help or not?
Warriors! To defeat them, you cannot allow them to reform!
You're right. He thinks we're our parents.
We must work together. All of us.
I thought the forging of the time blades exhausted you.
We rested, and, look out!
So they start fighting, kicking shit. They tell them what to do. They're winning the fight, but then Crux and Chronics realize that, oh shit, this is happening. But, guess what happens next? The Crux and Chronics, they go back in time. They go to the future to like mess up the future. And then Kai and Nia are like, oh shit, we fucked up, we can't go back in time. But then Nia remembers something, and Nia goes into the forest, because remember, when they went into the portal, the Crux and the Time Blade dropped down in the forest. So she went in the forest looking for it. and she found the time blade that reverses time. So she reverses time so that they can get on the mech beforehand. And I honestly want to know how confusing that conversation must have been between Ray, Maya, and like Garmadon and Wu, because imagine going to like see them and going like, so how did the fight go? And they're like, what do you mean? You were at the fight. And they're like, no, we weren't at the fight. We were asleep. We were tired. What is this? What are you talking about? But anyway, we're inside the time machine and we get to reverse the time punch on Wu, and everything thinks is going back to normal. But Chronix and Crux, they're going way too fast and they're going way too back in time. So much so that Mia and Kai would miss being in the present. So Wu makes the ultimate sacrifice and he just like, sacrifices himself and he drops the two of them into the present day while he travels with Crux and Chronix. So they end up following and they land and they're like, well, where the hell? Oh yeah, Ray also got time punched, so they reversed that for Ray. And Kai and Nia are all like, man, and they're like, where's Master Wu? And they're like, we don't know. He went back into like the future or something. We don't know where he is. And now that sets up the stakes for the next season, which is like, well, where the hell is Master Wu and how do we find him? So, season 8. I'm just going to preface this by saying that the reason the ninja look different from this season onward is because they got a movie release, and from what I heard, the movie wasn't all that good. I think the movie came out when I was like starting high school or I was in the middle of high school. I think it was when I was starting high school though. And I had heard about it, but I never went to go and see it. And I still never watched Ninjago after like season 7 because I thought it was finished by then. So I just like never watched it afterwards because I thought everything was like done and finished with. So I hadn't watched anything, but I guess they created the Lego Ninjago movie because, there was the Batman Lego movie which did really good. Then there was the Lego movie and Lego movie 2. So I guess it was like, well, we have this like animated cartoon and it's pretty popular. Let's make that into a movie. But they didn't really do a good job at like making it into a movie. From the clips I've seen, they got the comedy part down, but like personality wise and like certain things that happen in the story are just like it's just kind of wish-washy. I feel like it would have just been better if, like, from what I've seen, it looks like it's like an origin story thing where the ninja are like, ganging up together and becoming like a team for the first time, and not like they met each other like years ago. I think the movie would just be much better if instead of doing that, they just like, did a different character premise and Garmadon's back and he's all evil and shit like that. But no. They are like starting from like an origin story point of view, I guess for like younger fans, but whatever. So from this point on, the characters look completely different from how they looked in season 7. But I did like the redesigns. Honestly, I'm so fucking happy with Kai's redesign. Listen, he looks fine. He's fine. He is fine. Like, is it getting hot in here? Is the Master of Fire wanting me to take off my... let me stop. So we open up on like a festival and we see like these ninja that look like our ninja. So we think that, oh, okay, it's the ninja. They're getting something. But it turns out that's not our ninja. These are some different niggas. So Lloyd is like going after them and he's like, who the fuck are you people? But then he sees this like symbol when one of them is escaping and it's of Garmadon, his dead dad. So he's like, yo, what the fuck? Who are these people? So then, he goes to find the team and shit, and they're all like, okay, well, that is kind of weird. The ninja are all on, like, separate missions, so he's, like, gathering them up. Mia is doing, like, some sort of, like, I want to say it's a slave thing, but, like, maybe it isn't. All I know is that she's in the rice field, and there are these guys who are, like, whacking people and being all mean to them. So, like, I don't know. Maybe their village got taken over by somebody. I don't know who. But, Cole and Jade, they're up in the mountains by some monks, and they're trying to figure out clues about Wu because they heard that an old man had came to the mountains to, like, try and find himself and stuff, but it turns out the old guy isn't Wu. And Cole and Jay single-handedly managed to make a bunch of monks break their vow of silence. Like, honestly, it's impressive that these two people were able to have every single monk in that building break their vow of silence. That was honestly very impressive. I gotta give it to them. So Lloyd is like hitting puberty. Like the ninja all meet up, and Lloyd starts talking to them, and they're all like, "Your voice sounds different," and they're like, he's just like, "No, my voice doesn't sound different." He's like, "Yeah, it does. You're going through puberty. Your voice is dropping. Look at you. You're no longer a young little kid anymore." And Lloyd is just kind of sick of it. He's like, "Fuck this shit. I don't want to be doing any of this. Come on, we gotta figure shit out." Misako isn't with us right now because she's dead. She's not dead. She's not dead. She is looking for clues about Wu. So we like figure out who these people are. They are the sons of Garmadon. And their whole thing is that they want to bring Garmadon back to life. Yeah. It's not like, you guys were like, alive when he quite literally turned everybody in the city evil and became a giant dragon monster thing and, basically tried to destroy the entire world and Lloyd stopped it. Sure, I guess it makes perfect sense for you to bring this guy back to life. Not like he's a completely unhinged maniac, and when you revive him from the dead, he's gonna be even more unhinged with no personality or any sort of goodness left in him compared to the last Garmadon. Definitely not gonna end badly. Anyway, the thing that they stole was the Oni mask, and if you combine all three of those Oni masks, it will become like a way to like bring Garmadon back from the dead. And also, if you put on one of the masks, it like gives you like a power. One of these Oni masks is being held by the royal family, and the royal family in this universe works exactly like the royal family does in the real world, where while there's like a government, like a mayor or something like that, the royal family are basically just figureheads. Like they just live off of taxpayers' money. And Nia like straight up says this. She's like, they're just living off our money. Fuck these fucking bitches. She's real for that. So real. Gotta love her. Anyway, so we get to meet like the royal family, and the royal family acts as for the ninja's protection since they're holding one of the Oni masks. So so the ninja, they're staying at the royal palace. It's all cool. They're enjoying themselves because the royal family does not let visitors in. And we meet the daughter of the royal family, Harumi. And Harumi and Lloyd immediately start to hit it off, and they're like all flirty and like, they're feeling themselves a little bit. They're like, ooh, I kind of, they're like a little romantic. It's kind of sweet. But we find out that Harumi isn't actually the royal family's adopted daughter. She isn't the family's biological daughter. She was adopted. But anyway, the ninja are looking out for the Oni mask, making sure nobody steals it. And while they're looking, Lloyd goes over to check on Harumi, and he sees that her room is an absolute mess, and he sees someone taking her. So episode 2, Lloyd is following the person that took Harumi, and he's like running, he's chasing after them, telling them to stop. While he's chasing them, he almost falls to his death, but then the person who we think kidnapped the princess saves him, and we figure out that's not a kidnapper, it's actually the princess. Turns out the princess is a bit of a rebel, and she tends to like escape from the royal castle to like give food to the poor and the needy. And guess what happens next? These two, Lloyd and Harumi, go on a romantic little date giving food to the needy in the riverside with all these pretty lights. It's honestly so cute and sweet. You just think to yourself, this is so nice. This is so sweet. So nothing bad could possibly happen with these two. These two are definitely going to have a great relationship once this season is over. Yeah, they definitely are. So while they're on their date, the royal advisor, who's been acting like really suspicious the whole time, because royal advisors got to be suspicious. he finds Harumi and Lloyd, and he's like, "You guys can't be out here like this, princess. You should know better. You can't be doing this type of thing. You're the princess." And Harumi's all like, "Yeah, yeah, I know, but I just wanted to." And she's like, "No, no, no, stop. Explain this when we get to your parents." And it's like, it's this big thing, and like we figure out that like Harumi is just, she's kind of sad about her life because, since Lloyd is a ninja and she's a princess, the royal family's like, listen, you can't date him. He's not royalty. But like Ninjago is like the only fucking landmass that I have seen so far. So who exactly is she gonna date? I'm just saying, I have not seen any other like country. Like they even said that Ninjago is like the only landmass in this realm. So who's she gonna marry? She gonna have to marry somebody if you want to keep the royal family going. But I digress. So after the whole thing with Harumi, Lloyd is training with the ninja in the courtyard, and they're like fighting and shit. And he's all like, "Yeah, so that's what happened with me and Harumi. We can't really see each other." And the ninja are all like, "Ooh, you have a little crush. You have a little crush." And Lloyd is just like, "Fuck this shit. I can't do this. I can't do this anymore." So then after that happens, we meet this new supervillain character called Ultraviolet, and she is fucking insane, absolutely insane. We also get like this random ass flashback of when Cole first met Wu, and basically Cole's mother died, but instead of like, so after his mom died, Cole was like really upset about it, but his dad was like, I'm sure his dad was upset, but like as a way to cope, he just kind of buried himself in his like singing and stuff, and Cole was all upset about that because like he thought, well, why isn't he crying? Why isn't he doing this? Why isn't he doing that? Doesn't he love my mom? And what Master Wu was like, well, we all grieve differently, like climbing a fucking mountain, because that's what he did. He climbed a mountain. He literally climbed a mountain. Like no hiking gear, no like rope suspension on him. He was just absolutely free climbing a mountain like it was nothing. I mean, he's the master of Earth, so I guess whatever, but questionable, very questionable. So we see the royal advisor being suspicious again, and he opens like the secret passageway, and he walks inside there. Then Cole, he comes up and he's like, "Yo, what the hell? What's going on?" So Cole follows him, and we see this thing called blast zap, and basically, if it goes off, big explosion. So it goes off, big explosion, and like the royal family is trying to escape, and Harumi and the royal advisor, he's like, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what's happening. I saw the blast zap. So like he's not like trying to like kill the royal family or anything. He even like rescued Harumi and told Lloyd to make sure that Harumi is safe. So he's not the guy who planted the blast zap. Somebody else did. But who else did it? Because the royal family and the advisor are the only ones who know about the secret passageways and stuff like that. So who the hell could be doing this? So it's the Sons of Garmadon, and they're like coming after them, and they're like hunting them, and it's just absolutely fucking crazy. Um, we have like this whole motorcycle chase scene where the ninja get like the mask of, what did I put? The mask of vengeance, and they're like trying to escape with it, but the Sons of Garmadon and Ultraviolet are following them. It's getting fucking crazy. So like there's this whole motorcycle chase where Harumi is on the back of Void's motorcycle and she's holding the mask, but she drops the mask. And then we have like this whole Akira reference where the two are on the motorcycle and they're like revving up their engine, and unfortunately Ultraviolet gets the mask. So that sucks. But Harumi and Lloyd escape, but the royal family is missing. So episode 3, the ninja basically come for Harumi since it's pretty much assumed that the royal family like died. I mean, it's basic. I mean, I'm pretty sure they died. I'm pretty sure they died. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think they're dead. They are no longer with us because we never heard about them ever again after that. So I think that after that explosion, they all just ended up dying. But they're trying to learn a bit more about the Sons of Garmadon, and we go to like this tea shop for like with help from the bad guy. This is like the tea shop lady who we constantly see throughout the series that gives them like the traveler's tea, or the tea that helped them age up. She just gives these guys this mystical ass tea, which I don't know where the hell she's getting this mystical tea from. What kind of plants are growing in Ninjago, and how the hell did they figure out some of the shit they could do? You're telling me someone took some tea leaves, brewed them, and then they suddenly aged up by like 10 years? And who thought that that was a good thing to just keep in mind? Like, oh yeah, let's just keep this tea that's gonna age you up by like 10 years. But I digress. So we learn about this story from a painting called The Oni and the Dragon. And to learn about this story, the lady gives Lloyd and Jay, that's right, yeah, they give Lloyd and Jay some tea to help them see the story. She basically gave them mushroom tea. So they start tripping balls. On Zane and Cole's side of things, they are trying to interrogate the one guy that they caught for the Sons of Garmadon with this truth tea. But unfortunately, they end up mixing up the cups by accident, and Cole ends up drinking the truth tea, and that just fucks everything up. But thankfully, because the one guy is like really dumb, he reveals where their secret base is, and so Zane and Cole go over there. So about the story of the Oni and the Dragon. Basically, before time had a name, because that's how every story starts here, there were two species in the first realm, the Oni and the dragons. The Oni were creatures of destruction. The dragons were creatures of creation. So of course they were always fighting each other because one liked to create and one liked to destroy. But one day there was a son born of both dragon and Oni blood. Let's not get into the specifics about how that could possibly work, because he's a humanoid, and we see the Oni and the dragon, and it just brings a lot of questions into play about how that happened. But ignoring that, this Oni dragon hybrid was actually the first master, and he realized that, well, there can only be destruction with creation, and there can only be creation from destruction. And he was like, you guys got to realize that you both need each other. But they weren't hearing that. They were like, you got to pick a side. But he didn't want to pick a side, so he left. And then he created Ninjago, which means that Lloyd has the blood of not only a dragon, but also the blood of an Oni. So he's like a little evil. Just a little. He's just a little evil. So Cole and Zane are like trying to infiltrate into this like karaoke club for evil guys that Darius owns. And Darius didn't even mean for it to be like a hangout for evil guys. He was just trying to make a little karaoke bar, and unfortunately the crowd he attracted were just bad people. So Cole and Zane are like trying to get like inside the ranks of this club, but it ain't working out. So they're trying to like figure out a way to like look cool and be cool. So Zane has Cole go up on the stage and sing the song, but Cole is all like, I can't sing, man, I can't sing. But Zane is like, don't worry, you can do this, you can do this. But unfortunately, they don't get the right song. They pick the wrong song. It's a fucking lullaby, and it is not fun. Cole really is a bad singer. Maybe he inherited that from his mother. He was fucking awful, and it's found out that Cole is actually a ninja. So all the bad guys in there are like, it's a ninja. We gotta get him. And Zane, he pretends that he's with the bad guys, when actually he's a good guy. Like, he's fighting the other ninja, and he like helps the one bad guy from dying. So now they think that, oh, okay, well, he's part of us. He's one of us, one of the SOGs. So they let him join, and this was like Zane's plan all along. Also, yeah, Mr. E uses the Vengeance mask. I don't know why I put that there. I'm pretty sure he did that already. So episode 4, we get a flashback of Rue meeting Zane. So the Master of Ice apparently never had a lover or a kid. So I guess he was like sick and stuff, and he was trying to find a successor for the Master of Ice. So he visited Zane and his dad And basically he was sick and they let him stay the night, but ever since then Zane has been acting kind of weird, and it's pretty much assumed that the Master of Ice gave Zane his powers and him he just like, kicked the bucket. After that we see Zane at the SOG's hideout and he's like trying to figure stuff out. Cole gets imprisoned and he hears that they know where the last mask is. And Zane meets the first in command, who is this guy named Kilo. And we also learn about the quiet one, who is kind of like the head, the main nigga in charge. She's the head nigga. And Zane is like trying to become like a spy and shit like that. While Zane is like trying to like get into the ranks of the motorcycle gang, the one guy Kilo, he gets a call and the person is like, hey, he's actually a spy, he's a ninja, take him out. And he's like, really? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, okay. So they start to like try and kill Zane. On Cole's side of things, he's stuck in the jail cell, but he sees that someone put something inside of a thing, and that's like the key to getting into the third Oni mask. So he's all like, okay, well, I gotta figure out how to get in there. So he starts to annoy the guard who's on duty with watching him, and he knocks him out and he opens the door. I want you to guess what the key is. If you've never watched this show, I want you to guess what the key is. Is it A, a literal key, like just a magical looking key? 2, a scroll? Or C, a baby? If you pick C, you're correct. It's a fucking baby. And they just like locked this baby up in a random ass room. Like they didn't give it any toys or a crib or anything. They just put this baby in a box in an empty fucking room. No one to attend to it. Just a baby in a box in an empty room. Y'all would not have a key after that. I'm gonna tell you that. So, Zane is like able to escape and so is Cole, and it's like this big shit that's going on. And like Zane, he has to fight Mr. E, and we figure out that Mr. E is like also a ninjoid, but like they're never specified in the series who he's supposed to be. It's just supposed to be implied that he's like this evil ninjoid, but like they never said what kind of ninjoid that he was. It's just said that, okay, he's a ninjoid, blah blah blah. We don't really know much about him. I wish he was like someone from like the past. Like, is it the Zane reboot thing that we had a few seasons back? Did they find him at some point? Like, I don't really know who this guy's supposed to be. If he's just like a random nigga they just brought in. So episode 5, we have Mr. E and Zane. They're fighting. They're duking it out. Mr. E is being like a little bitch, and he uses like the Mask of Vengeance, and he beats Zane's ass. But then he like tinkers around with like Zane's hardware, and it's like, what the fuck is he doing to Zane? So the ninja, they find Zane and they take Zane and they're like looking at him and trying to figure out what's going on with him. For some reason, they have Zane plugged into a heart monitor. I really don't know why, because again, he doesn't have a heart. It would make more sense to just have him hooked up to like a computer or something. I don't know why he was hooked up to a fucking heart monitor. I mean, technically speaking, once he's hooked up to the heart monitor, what's he gonna do? Flatline? But, I guess they want to treat him like a person. Anyway, so the ninja are trying to like figure out what to do, and now that there's a baby on board, they're like trying to parent this like random ass baby. But Harumi, she sings like this really creepy lullaby to this kid, like the spider bit the mouse sleepy. And I'm like, who the fuck taught you this lullaby? Like, huh? I get it's supposed to be like creepy and stuff, but like, and like try and like show that she's not trustworthy and stuff, but y'all could have at least like picked a song that would actually be sung to a child. Why the hell was her, like, I'm assuming she learned this song from her parents. What the fuck were they singing to her at bedtime? This is like creepy. I don't remember hearing those types of songs when I was a baby. But I don't remember anything from being a baby. So it turns out this baby was wrapped up in a map. So I guess the map is like supposed to be the key, but I don't know why they didn't just take the map from the baby and give the baby to an agency or something. But we'll figure out why they didn't do that later on. So it turns out that thing that Mr. E put into Zane was like this hacking bug, and this bug was gonna like, crash the ship and like mess up with all the systems and shit like that. And turns out Pixel is actually Samurai X. Who would have guessed? Uh, yeah, who would have guessed? So, Nia, she finds the bug and she destroys the bug, and Harumi and Lloyd are having like a whole who should sacrifice who moment because they fell off the ship. And Harumi's like, I'll sacrifice myself. And Lloyd is like, no, I'll sacrifice myself. And Harumi's like, no, I'll sacrifice myself. Harumi tries to, but Lloyd gives her the parachute, and she has the parachute, and Lloyd somehow still didn't manage to die. Like, he didn't do air jitsu, he didn't summon his dragon or anything like that. He just fell. He just fell from like about, I would say, seeing how like an average elevation height is about like 30,000. I'm gonna assume that the bounty doesn't fly all that high, so maybe 25 to 30,000 feet, and he just falls from that height like it's absolutely nothing. He had nothing to drag his fall. He had nothing to stop his fall, and then he just hits himself into like a bunch of trees. How the fuck did he not die? I don't know how he's not dead. I feel like him just hitting into that tree should have just like snapped his fucking neck, or at the very least like twist his fucking arm to like the fucking 360, some type of shit. Also, I'm pretty sure everyone can do this with their arm, can't they? If that's just me, then I guess I just got weird bones. But anyway, the ninja, they all wake up. They're stranded in the forest. The ship is destroyed, and now they gotta try and like help with like rebooting the ship and stuff. And Nia is like trying to like help them, and it's like thankfully everyone is alive, but unfortunately Lloyd and Harumi have been split from the rest of the ninja, so that's kind of bringing some drama into the mix. So, episode 6, Harumi and Lloyd are in their little will they won't they romance, and they're also running from a monster. Nothing builds love like getting chased by a monster in the forest. It's a classic technique to get someone to fall in love with you if you didn't know. Just release a deadly monster onto them, and they'll fall in love with you in no time because of the adrenaline. So Harumi is like taking charge because Lloyd is injured. Not even like all that much. I think he like I think he said that he sprained his leg. I think you did more than sprain your leg, buddy. I mean, you fell from like about 25,000 feet with nothing to stop your fall. And then you fell into like a bunch of trees. The fact that you only sprained your leg is honestly impressive. Like, just saying, he should have like a brain bleed or something. Probably more. Probably a ribs completely fractured, spine displaced, legs discombobulated. Listen, all I'm saying is that's a bit too simple. So Cole is starting to act like a real father figure. He's like, hey, little kid, you can't be doing that. Get away from that. Stop doing that. And he's like, wants to name the kid Cole Jr. Listen, people who have the last name, the first name of their dad and Jr., I just know that their dad is a fucking narcissist. I'm sorry to say it. As someone who has a brother whose name is my dad's name and Jr. with it, y'all are some fucking narcissists. Like, wow, you were so unoriginal. You just used your name and just put Junior there. The same thing for my uncle. My uncle's name is my grandpa's name, and we just call him Junior. Everyone just calls them Junior. It's just, I call my Uncle Junior, and I call my brother Junior. Or RJ. I call him RJ. So we have Rumi and Lloyd, and they're like kind of being a little romantic, and they find the temple. So they go into the temple, And there's been something suspicious going about Harumi after the into the temple. She's been acting kind of weird recently, and like we don't know why. And she's like able to like perfectly throw this knife to like stop like this tree monster thing. So Lloyd has been feeling a bit suspicious about her. So after a while, back to the ninja. The infant ends up growing into like a toddler. Like he starts waddling around, waddling, toddling, doing what he does, and it's like fucking crazy. Rumi and Lloyd are having like this, romantic little moment, and they're also talking about like Lloyd's dad. And Lloyd is all like, uh, I don't know how I feel about them trying to bring back my dad to life. I mean, he's kind of evil now. And after all of that, the Sons of Garmadon are finding the ninja and they're trying to get the system back up and running. But unfortunately, the system like just isn't coming up, and the SOG get the ninja. And guess what we figure out? While we're in the cave, Lloyd is all like, "Listen, I found it kind of weird how you immediately knew how to throw a knife when you've been a princess for most of your life." And Harumi's just like self-defense clause. And then he's like, "No, there's a lot of other stuff that don't add up." And then Harumi is like, "You got me. I'm the quiet one." Who could have seen that coming? So we get a flashback into Harumi's like past and what happened to her. So basically what happened to Harumi is that in the first season when the Great Devourer was invading the city, she was inside with her parents in their apartment building, and she was having fun, and she really liked the ninja and thought they were cool. We also see that there were like ninja toys in the first season. So how did these motherfuckers not have enough money to like buy a decent apartment? What were you guys spending that money on legitimately? But anyway, we see her playing with her toys, and her parents are all like, "Jesus, that snake is getting closer." And the snake unfortunately gets to their apartment building. And when they're trying to escape, the stairs have collapsed, and they're trying to get it to the elevator. But the elevator only has room for one person. So what do you think those two parents did? They sacrificed themselves to save their daughter. And, of course, they ended up dying because, they get crushed by rubble. And Harumi survives, but after that, she's like completely traumatized and numb to it. And like the paramedics are like, "What's wrong? What's your name?" And they're like, "You're really quiet." So that's how she got the name, the Quiet One. I'm just saying her reasons for like doing this are like bullshit, honestly. All I'm saying is that the Great Devourer, if you want to be upset at anybody, be upset at like the police or the Serpentine. I feel like those are more the people to direct your anger to than the ninja. What did you expect 5 people with elemental powers to do against a gigantic snake? Where were the police? Where were the tanks? Where were the guns? Just saying, the police could have done something too. I didn't see the police shooting any guns at this fucking snake, at least from what I saw. I wasn't seeing any, just saying, I wasn't seeing no tanks. I wasn't seeing any helicopters shooting them down. Not to mention the fact that she thinks it's because Garmadon was the only one that saved the day. It was a joint effort. Like, it was a joint effort. The ninja distracted the devourer so he could get the hidden. So he really wouldn't have been able to destroy it if he hadn't hit them. I'm just saying. Not to mention, what do you think's gonna happen when you like summon like this great evil spirit guy to your front door? Maybe the same thing that happened to you when the Great Devourer came up is about to happen to a bunch of other people. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that that's about to happen. And Lloyd says it too. He's like, don't you think the exact same thing is gonna happen when you summon his father back to life? And she's like, "I don't care about that. I want you to feel how I felt. Alone, destitute, lonely." And like, girl, you got adopted by the royal family. I know you missed your parents, but like, damn. You couldn't get some therapy or something? I mean, damn. Money can't solve everything, but it can sure help you solve some things. And one of those things would have been to get over your fucking grief. She is just sounding like she is just blinded by hatred. Like this girl has let this thing consume her, and like she just killed the king and queen as if the king and queen didn't like raise her from like poverty and her. It's really sad, honestly. I kind of feel bad for the king and queen. Rest in peace to those motherfuckers. So anyway, they start fighting. They're duking it out. So the reason that the baby was a key to like getting the last mask is because the last mask can only be taken by someone with Oni blood. So that would be Lloyd, his father, the first master, and Master Wu. And the only reason they were able to find Master Wu is because Misako had found him first, but they had followed Misako, I guess, and they kidnapped Wu and were gonna use him. But thankfully, I guess Lloyd ran into Harumi and she just kind of used that to her advantage. So, props to her on that. So, Baby Wu is like free to roam because like I guess they decided not to tie up like the baby of like the first master. I don't really blame them because I don't think I would do it either. And so like the SOG are like, they're going over to the waterfall where Harumi is. And while they're there, this like creature comes out from the sea, the same creature that was hunting Harumi and Lloyd from the beginning of the last episode, comes back and like the ninja are fighting and the SOGs are fighting. And they kind of like band together for a few minutes, but then they immediately, the SOG just steal the fucking bounty and, leave the ninja to like fucking die. So, episode 8, the ninja somehow domesticated the monster and they named it Krabby. It's really cute. I think it's cute. So the ninja, they go to the police station to tell the commissioner about what's happening. And the secretary is like, do you have an appointment? And they're like, listen, we ain't got time for no appointment. We got to see him now. And he's like, you can't see him without an appointment. And Jay is like, I swear to God, if you don't let us see the commissioner, I'm going to zap you. And he kept that promise. He did zap that secretary. So, he tells the commissioner about all that's happening, and the commissioner is like, damn, the princess? The girl who gets our tax dollars? Crazy. So they have like this big plan about what to do. And they kidnapped Lloyd and Misako, so they're stuck in Cryptarium. So, oh no, not Cryptarium. I'm sorry. They're like trapped in like this little like cage, a lever thing, and it's basically rigged. So let's use my phone, and this is an example. So the things are like usually kind of leveled, but the issue comes is that if the ninja choose to save Lloyd, his mother is gonna like start to slowly sink down while he gets risen up, and she will just like drown to death. And also get eaten by like these fish. There were like, I'm pretty sure there were like these piranha like fish there from what I remember. But either way, she's either gonna die from like getting eaten by fish or by drowning. I would say the drowning part, I just feel like it's the best way to like go out. Once your oxygen gets cut off, the brain is gonna just like go into like this asphyxia kind of thing, and you're basically gonna be asleep, so you're not really gonna feel the pain of it. Just like the first 30 seconds or so when you're like gagging for breath is like probably gonna be the worst of it. What would I know about that? Sorry. So the police, they go over to the temple to try and stop Harumi from like, summoning Satan. And surprisingly, when they go to like distract the guards and stuff to help the ninja get in there, it's literally said that they do not have guns. So how the fuck do the ninja have like literal missile and cannon launchers on their fucking weapons and vehicles, but the literal police department doesn't even have fucking guns? Like even in fucking Japan, they have guns in Japan. The police are allowed guns in Japan. This is just fucking wild. So anyway, the ninja, they're here to go and stop Harumi, but Harumi is like in the middle of the chant and she's like, you will come to me. And then Garmadon, he comes over there and like, uh-oh. Unfortunately, even though they arrested Harumi, unfortunately, that ceremony was completed and we see Garmadon just rise up from out of there and take his place. So, Garmadon is now free and he's like, okay, well, I gotta help this Harumi girl because she freed me. So, he breaks her out of prison and it's like this whole thing. And the ninja, they're celebrating being victorious, but they're not actually victorious. And Lloyd is all up in his feelings because, the girl he liked was like, evil. And then, she tried to like bring back his dead father, who is like completely evil. But then, unfortunately, we get to the police call them and are like, yeah, okay, so it turns out she actually escaped and it might be because of Garmadon. So yeah, we got a situation. So because they know that Garmadon is probably gonna try and get Wu or something because, brotherly feud, they hide Misako and Wu in Darius' apartment building. So they Harumi and Garmadon, they go over to the Kryptarian prison to like break out the other sons of Garmadon. And while they're there, Lloyd comes there. And, Harumi starts like broadcasting like Lloyd and Garmadon fighting to like everybody. And let me just tell you, remember how Garmadon in like season 2 was a bit hesitant about fighting Lloyd and he didn't like go full on him until like the Overlord possessed him? Not this Garmadon. This Garmadon pulling on his hair, dragging on his. Listen, Lloyd almost died. Lloyd was very close to meeting the first master. He was really close to meeting the first master. He was really close. He didn't though. He didn't, but unfortunately, everyone saw him get his ass beat. I personally would be very embarrassed if I, was fighting my father, the embodiment of evil, and like it was broadcast to the world, and they like all saw me get my ass handed to me. But that's just me. So episode 10, pure pandemonium. Garmadon is invading the city. The ninja are trying to like help, but it's just not working out well. It's not going well. The SOG are just like absolutely fucking shit up. So Lloyd, he's in like really critical condition. He's not doing well at all. And I want you to guess where they take him. 1, a hospital. 2, a tea shop. Or 3, an apartment building. If you pick 2, you would be correct. They take this motherfucker to a tea shop. Turns out that whole battle with Garmadon unbalances like chi and like his energy and like his powers are kind of fucked up. And the only way to save him is for him to drink this tea and for the ninja to give up some of their power to him to help him regain his power. And the ninja are like, but with Garmadon invading the city without us having our powers, what the hell are we gonna do? And the tea lady, she's just like, but they do it anyway to like save Lloyd. Thankfully, they still have their powers. It would have been interesting if they didn't. So like the tea shop lady gives them like this really cryptic message and like this like tea bag, and she's like, use this in your time of need. Use the tea. And Jay just thinks that she's tripping off her mushroom tea. Also, Garmadon makes like this giant like stone goblin thing, and like, damn. He's also still looking for Wu, and he does end up finding Wu. And there's this big fight scene of him like trying to like, try and get Wu, and Nia and Misako are like fighting and are trying to make sure that he doesn't get Wu. Thankfully, he doesn't get Wu, and the ninja take Wu with them while Nia and Misako keep fighting. Lloyd starts fighting Harumi. They're beating each other up. They're just going at it. The giant galactic stone thing catches the ninja in their bounty ship and starts crushing it and crushing it. But the ninja remember that the tea shop lady gave them, and they open the tea and all of these like star-shaped tea leaves like start wrapping around them and the baby, and they're like, yo, what the fuck is happening? Are we tripping balls? Is this death? But it's not death. But unfortunately, Lloyd, Nia, and Misako think they died. I can't blame them for that. I really cannot. But it turns out they're not dead. They got sent to the first round. That's right, the realm of the Oni and the dragon. One Ninjago was just like a fucking dystopian wasteland. The SOG are just running amok everywhere. People are like like struggling to find food. Garmadon is like he's just like not making it good quality of life. Everyone is like scared. Thankfully, we got Lloyd, Misako, and Nia, and they're trying to form like this little resistance. But to form this resistance, they need to have the other elemental masters, but they don't know where the other elemental masters are. By the ninja side of things, they are still stuck in, the first realm. Not Boy, Wu is no longer a baby. He's now like I'd say about an 8 to 9 year old kid. And, he's being stubborn and he's hungry, but they can't find any food. And they've been trying to like repair the radio to like get a signal out to Ninjago, which it doesn't really make sense because wouldn't your, radio have to have like some sort of like big generator thing to be able to generate a connection or a frequency that would be able to travel through realms from this first realm all the way to your realm? I mean, I guess they're really close by, but still. Um, it's just kind of interesting. It's very interesting. So after all of that, Harumi sends Mr. E to look for Lloyd because they can't find him. They're trying to look for him, figure out where he is. Jay has like lost it. His mind is like gone. You know how Jay is like known for like freaking the fuck out whenever something bad happens? Not anymore. He is like, I think he decided that instead of freaking out about the situation, he should just detach himself mentally from the situation, which honestly is even more creepy. Like he's all chill about it, like we should just accept our new life here. Like this is what our life has come to, and they're all like, huh. And like he's pretending like a piece of wood is like a fucking gaming console. He is just his mind is gone. He is going to need some extensive therapy after this. But and Kai is also about to strangle Jay because Jay is just like, yeah, I'm not gonna help with anything. I'm completely detached from the situation. And Kai is just he was very close to just strangling him. I think if Zane wasn't there, he might have actually strangled Jay. Um, the ninja are like trying to teach Wu, and Wu was just like, no, fuck this shit. I don't want to do any of this shit. So Cole takes Wu out to like chill and stuff because maybe he just needs to get his energy out, and they're looking for food. Then they run into this dragon, and because Cole is used to the dragons we see back in like Ninjago, who are like pretty domesticated and aren't really all that mean. These dragons are fucking feral. These dragons are absolutely feral. They start like chasing after Wu and Cole and are like snapping at them and trying to fight them. But while Wu and Cole are like hiding out in a cave, they realize that, hey, wait a second. Who drew these pictures in the cave? Because we see like pictures of like people and they're like fighting the dragons and they're like, so there's people here. And yeah, there is people because while Kai, Zane, and Jay are trying to fix this ship and like get a communication out, they do get a communication, but it's like from these other like transmitters, and they're like, wait, that sounds like they're about to ambush us. And then they realize, oh shit, we're about to get ambushed. So they start running, but they get captured anyway. So that happens. So back to like Lloyd, he's like trying to get his powers back, and he's trying to figure out what to do. The Resistant almost get caught because I guess Mr. E is like really good at tracking people. The Resistant almost, just almost gets caught, almost, but thankfully they didn't. So Cole and Wu, they get back and realize, ah shit, they got kidnapped. So episode 2, the people for the first realm, they're like interrogating the ninja, and they think that the ninja are Onis, which I can't really blame them because it turns out that the Oni can shapeshift, so I guess it's not too out there to assume that they are the Oni. So then they're like, no, we're not Onis. Don't we aren't into that devil worship. We're not Onis. But those people, they ain't believing it, and they want to like have them challenge this like pit thing. Also, whoever did this season, they really like Mad Max. I think the entire first round was just Mad Max, but with dragons. That's the best way I can describe this season. But anyway, Cole and Wu are like trying to figure out how to save the ninja, and like their entire interactions are just really cute. They're just like constantly bickering, and like Wu is always trying to like outsmart Cole. It's just a really sweet dynamic. I think it's really cute. So we're going back to Ninjago, and we find out the Elemental Masters has a secret hideout. So we go to their secret hideout. Mr. E gets killed, presumably. He presumably is killed because since he failed to get the Green Ninja, Garmadon was not having it, and he just killed him. So the tea lady tells Lloyd that like the ninja are in the first realm, and Lloyd is like, well, how the hell do we get them back from the first realm? And she's like, oh, you don't bring them back from the first realm. They got to figure that shit out themselves. And he's like, are you serious? You didn't give them anything to like send them back here? And she's like, nah. Good luck to them. Like, damn, ruthless. So Wu and Cole sneak into like this Mad Max inspired village where the Zane, Cole, and Jay have to like fight this dragon thing that is trying to kill them. And turns out that the reason that the dragon was acting extra irritated while Cole and Wu were there is because dragons can sense Oni blood and they can smell it. And because Wu is part Oni, they can smell it, and they're like, yo, 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 I can't do this. And it starts to get really aggressive and starts to like fight and beat them up. But once they realize that, oh, okay, the Oni blood is what's triggering them, he leaves with Wu, and they escape. They get out of there, and then the thing calms down, and like everyone is like, wow, they were able to tame them, and they have elemental powers, and they're like, only dragons can have elemental powers, so they're not Oni. But now that they know they have elemental powers, they're basically going to use them as bait to catch more dragons, because they basically abuse the dragons here. Jay is also having like some passive suicidal ideation because while the whole fight is happening and Kai and Zane are like fighting for their life, Jay is just instigating this fucking dragon. He's like banging on the pot, and he's like, come on and eat me, come on and eat me, just eat me already. What else is there? And I'm like, this dude has fucking gone off the deep end. He is just gone. So, the first round people, they try to hunt down the ninja to use them as bait. Jay finally snaps out of it after a very long time. There's this like fighter that has a sword that sucks their like elemental powers, and they get caught and are used as bait. Back in Ninjago, the resistance is like trying to help out Lloyd, and Lloyd is like trying to help Darius with fighting, but like the tea lady is like telling Lloyd that your power comes from your leadership, and she tells him to lead Darius in a fight. And listen, I know what she was trying to do, but like, she put Darius in a fight with the Master of Metal. That did not end well. You can already assume, if you know about Darius and the Master of Metal, it didn't end up well. It did not end up well. So, after all of that, Miss Sake, who is the name of the tea lady, and Lloyd are like, still trying to figure shit out. So we're back in the first realm, and we're learning about the firstborn dragon, and that she's like the mother of all dragons. And if they can like, kidnap enough dragons, maybe they can find the firstborn and like kill her. I don't know why they want to kill her, but they do. So the resistance is like trying to hijack the airways, and they do when they send like a message out to figure out like, what to do. But yeah, the resistance, they get their message out and it's good to go. Everything is falling into place, and the citizens of Ninjago are like starting to feel a little motivation for once in their life. Just saying, these motherfuckers have been through a lot. I am surprised that the city still has inhabitants. Episode 4. So we get a flashback of how Wu and Jay met. And basically Jay was like on top of like this radio tower, and he was like trying to make these wings to like fly like what was the name of it? I'm gonna think of it later on, and then I'm gonna say it in the middle of the video. I know. But that's how they met, and he was like, "It's impossible. I'll never be able to fly." And like Wu's like, "Nothing is impossible. You just gotta try harder." And he says, "I'll see you again." And like he of course sees him again. So the radio in the first realm somehow manages to connect to Ninjago, and the ninja hear the message from Lloyd. Again, it doesn't really make sense because this is the first realm. This is a completely different realm from, Ninjago. So I really don't know what the hell kind of power these radios have that they were able to get a fucking frequency from a completely different dimension. But it happened somehow. So Derek, he's kind of feeling a bit useless because, everyone has a power, they're really good fighters, but he ain't got nothing. So he asks Misake, well, hey, you got anything that will give me powers? And she makes him like this big, big pot of tea, like about this big. And she's like, you got to drink that whole thing and you'll get powers. And he's like, okay, bet. And he drinks that whole thing. And he does get powers, like these brown little power things, like these wisps of brown. We don't know what exactly it is, and I honestly just think it's a party trick because he just needs to pee constantly. He's not even able to use it because every time he tries to show it off, he just has to go and pee. And the one time he went to go and pee, he sees that the Sons of Garmadon are like planning an ambush on them. So yeah, it's not good. You're getting ambushed on. It's just not fun at all. That's what's been going on for about now. So episode 5, the Resistance gets jumped. Just that's the best way I can summarize it. They get jumped. Kilo, he sees Misake and like Garmadon. It's either Garmadon or Harumi, and they're like, "Hey, you gotta get her. She's not what you think she is. She's not just a regular old lady." So he goes over to try and get Misake, but Misake like disappears somehow, and it's like, well, where the hell did she go? Skylar, Nia, Lloyd, and Dareth are the only ones that manage to escape. And Garmadon sends like his stone thing to like, destroy the city to try and get Lloyd out of hiding. Because of course. So we have a flashback to like Wu and Garmadon's childhood. Like, they were fishing and like his dad was like, you always have to have faith. And, Wu, he's now a teenager and everyone's like, oh, you're a teenager now. That's crazy. Crazy. Oh, I forgot to mention. In the last episode, the ninja make like a fake firstborn dragon and they use that to sneak out. Not all that important, I guess. They just like sneak out. I could basically summarize that in one sentence. I don't really care about the first one, if you can tell. I don't like desert regions a whole lot. That's why I didn't really enjoy like the second part of Genshin Impact in Sumeru because I just tend not to like desert regions like at all. I think it's just really bland. The scenery can look nice, but it just comes off as kind of bland and unimaginative because you just have like dunes and canyons that are just the same color with maybe a bit of white and green every so often, and I just don't like that. I like scenery that has bright colors, different environments, exotic plants, and like when you're in the desert, all you're seeing are cacti after cacti after cacti, maybe a few weeds, tumbleweeds, that sort of thing. So I just don't really tend to like desert or desert-based regions, which the first one basically is. It's like just the same color over and over, lots of greens, browns, and oranges, and I just do not enjoy that. So if I can skip over most of it, I will. But I'll just say stuff that's important, which is they pretend to make a firstborn dragon, and they use that to manipulate the people, and it works, and they make their escape. So, whatever. Once we get off with that, We meet the bounty hunter for the one guy, and turns out it's not a guy, it's a woman, and her name is Faith. Turns out the leader, the Iron Baron, is really sexist because he didn't want anyone to know that, oh yeah, my first in command is a woman. So he just made her put on a mask and like a voice modifier to tell her that, okay, well, you can't tell anyone about what you are or who you are. So she just got kind of sick of it, and she thinks that, well, since you guys are here, maybe you're here to help us find the dragon armor to help us with our like civilization, and she wants to kind of like leave. So we see this like rat that appears, and it starts talking to Skylar, Lloyd, Derek, and Misako, and we're like, yo, what the fuck? Why are you talking? And it turns out that the rat is actually Misaka, the tea lady, or Misake. So she's like, okay, so I'll tell you why and who I really am. So Faith is talking about like the dragon armor and how like the first master used it to like stop a war, and it's just fucking crazy. So they gotta go and find the armor, but they don't know where to find the armor. And like I guess Master Wu, Teenage Wu, just has this feeling in his nuts that I know where it is, and he just points to some random direction. He's like, there, and just lies to this woman. And the ninja are like, really? They don't even like correct him immediately. They're like, they don't even say anything. They're just like, oh, okay, well, let's just go along with it. So like the Iron Baron finds out that his first in command basically deserted him, and he's all mad about it. We're back in Ninjago, and like Misako tells her story. Turns out she's an Oni, and like she only ended up coming here to like try and take it over. But then after a while, she realized that, hey, this place isn't all that bad, and she just like kind of assimilated herself into like Ninjago history. So good on her. I hope she enjoys herself. Hope nothing bad happens to her. So, things are going as they are. We're back at the hunters, and they're trying to track them. And like and Wu is like still lying to this woman about the dragon armor and knowing where it is. And like Cole is like, hey, you gotta tell her at some point that you don't know where the fuck it is. And he's like, I will, I'll tell her soon, but I have a feeling it might be here. And Cole is just not buying it because he knows that he just came up with it on the spot. So Garmadon is like, he doesn't know why he hesitated about certain things, because I guess there was a fight scene, and he said he doesn't know why he hesitated on killing Lloyd, but I guess he did. And Harumi is like, oh, well, it doesn't matter, stuff like that happens sometimes. And she like basically says, I know that he doesn't see you as your father anymore, but maybe now you need a daughter. And she's like, well, why don't I become your daughter? And he's like, well, of course, you're cruel, you're vicious, you're all the things I want, compared to Lloyd, who is like, good, and he wants to help the world and stuff like that. It's like, you gotta feel bad for Lloyd. Honestly, he needs a lot of therapy after this. Like, dear Lord. Just staggering amounts of therapy after this. But anyway, the Oni, they go to this like border in the first round. Turns out that the direction that Wu pointed to is the entrance to the Oni's realm, and they're not supposed to go there. But since this is like an emergency, they go there, or so they think. But turns out when they get there, all the Oni are dead. They're all gone. They don't know where the Oni are. They just know that the Oni are not there anymore. And Faith has like some serious anger pent up because Lloyd finally tells her that, yeah, I was just lying. And she's like, are you serious? I gave up everything to save you because you said that you could give us the dragon armor and it could have helped us escape. And now I'm finding out you were lying. But it turns out that feeling he felt in his nuts was actually true, because behind the door that she was taking her rage on was a map to the dragon armor. Crazy. So anyway, the SOG came looking for Lloyd, but they tricked them and they end up kidnapping Harumi, the resistance. So episodes 7, they find some stuff in Harumi's belongings, and they also find the mask of destruction. So that's great. And the hunters stop at the Oni gate, and they don't really want to cross in the first round because they're like, Iron Baron told them like, hey, don't ever cross here. The Oni are here. So they're like, we shouldn't go and do that, or else we're gonna break the treaty because they don't know. They've been thinking their entire life that there's a bunch of Oni here when there isn't. But the Iron Baron is like, well, it doesn't matter. We can just go there and we can stop them. And they're like, okay, since you say so, not knowing that he knows that okay, there's nothing there. But also, he was just completely fine on letting his team die. Like, imagine if there were Oni there. You were just okay with letting your entire team just die. Like, he's going in there knowing there's no Oni, but they're all going in there thinking there are Oni. So that's kind of fucked up when you think about it. So the ninja are like trying to figure out how to get to the firstborn's nest, and they're like trying to learn how to use new gadgets to help them with dragon hunting and dragon riding. And after all of that happens, Skylar and Misake, they pretend to like be prisoners, and like Misake is like pretending to be Harumi, and she's like taking Skylar as a prisoner because they think since Skylar's whole power is like she can replicate other people's powers, they can get her close enough to Garmadon where she can touch him, and when she touches him, she can get control of like the big Goliath monster thing. Yeah, it doesn't work out as planned. Does not work out as planned. Because guess what happens? Harumi ends up getting found by the Sons of Garmadon, and they get there just when Misake is like pretending to be Harumi really good, and they're like, okay, that's not me. That's another Oni. So then Misake lets her Oni form on, lets her real self show in the next episode. And like her and Garmadon are just absolutely going at it. And Skylar is like trying to touch Garmadon so she can get his powers. And thankfully she does end up doing that. So, the ninja and Faith are, trapped, they've been kidnapped, they've been like left tied up in the desert, and they're like trying to figure out what to do. And Wu is there, and he's like, why are we like not doing more? And the ninja are like, sometimes you just gotta sit around and think. That's what you taught us. And after they tell them that, Wu, he remembers everything, and now he becomes an adult, and he starts like fighting off all the first realm guys. And he almost wins, but then the Iron Baron is like, I will literally kill these other people if you do not tell me where the dragon armor is. So, Wu agrees to that. So then after all that happens, Faith is like, she tells them, well, hey, think about it. The Iron Baron has lied to you. There were no Oni. He keeps lying to us. He keeps deceiving us. And for what? What's he going to do? He hasn't helped us. So they're all in like an argument about whether or not they should let them free. Skylar is able to touch Garmadon, and she's like, makes it to the hideout, but unfortunately she gets followed to the new hideout, and she takes control of the stone thing. And Harumi is like escaping, but while she's escaping, she like ends up at this like building. And while she's at that building, she sees a family that reminds her of her own family, and she can't let that happen to her family again. So she like saves the boy and the family, but then she ends up dying by being crushed by rubble. So a bit of a poetic justice in a sense. But yeah, you know how it be. So Garmadon sees us and he gets all sad because he was considering her like a daughter. So he just goes on a fucking rampage with the stone Goliath thing. And Skylar is still trying to like, keep it together. She's like trying to like stop the thing from absolutely wrecking the city, but she ends up getting like fully possessed by like the Oni magic, and she passes out. Episode 9, Garmadon is destroying the city, and so Nia, Void, and Darius are trying to escape the city. But Skylar can't like walk or anything because she's knocked out from being, taken over by Oni magic. So they're trying to like get her out too, and they're like walking and walking and walking, and they're like trying to get out the city. And like Void is like, I don't want to leave the city, but Nia is like, we got to go. We got to go. So the hunters finally decide to let the ninja go, and they end up doing it too late. And Wu and the Iron Baron, they end up getting to the cave of the dragon, and They get the armor of the dragon, the Iron Baron does, and he's like being all disrespectful to the firstborn dragon. He's like, "You will bow to me. You will do this to me," and the dragon is like, "Nah, fuck that shit," and just scourges him to a crisp. Turns out the reason why the firstborn had so much respect for the first master is because the first master treated him with respect, and that's why they had like a bond. But the Baron didn't do that. So Woon gains her trust, and like Faith decides she wants to stay home, and the ninja ride off on the firstborn dragon to like get back home. Final episode for season 9. So Nia, Darius, Boyd, and Skylar, but I mean she's unconscious, are like some are like surrounded by the sons of Garmadon, but thankfully the ninja arrive with their dragons just in time and start beating ass, taking names. They're just absolutely going at it. Also, they help the other like elemental masters escape, and Lloyd confronts his father, and he starts to get his powers back, and he defeats his dad. And the ninja have like this big party, and they're all having fun. But Lloyd, he kind of like excludes himself from the party, and Master Wu comes, and he's like fully aged now, and he's all like, "Wu, what's not Wu? Lloyd, what's the matter? You're acting kind of strange." And he's like, "I think something evil is coming, but we don't know what." So that leaves us off for for season 10. Okay, so we're on season 10. It's 4 episodes long. I'm just gonna go over the 4 episodes, and then I'm gonna like go to bed for the night, and then I'll just pick back up in like the afternoon, the morning time, and I'll just finish the last 6 seasons, so I can just start editing and maybe, just maybe, get this video out by either Saturday or Sunday. I say maybe with a very big grain of salt. So episode 1, Lloyd goes to see his dad, and his dad is like, "Listen, I'm pretty sure the Oni are on their way." And Lloyd is like, "Well, what do you mean by that?" But he doesn't want to get into it anymore. The ninja are going over to, well, not the ninja, more like Cole, Zane, and Pixel. They go over to like see what the commissioner has ready for them, and turns out they made them a brand new bounty. Like, that's so cool of them. They're so nice. So like Jay and Kai are like in the monastery because they're doing like rebuilding stuff, and turns out Jay wants to like propose to Nia, because that's the only way I can see it, because Nia has called Jay her boyfriend multiple times throughout the series. So I'm pretty sure saying that he wants her to be his yang means that he wants her to be his wife. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And Kai, he's a real one. He's like, "Okay, well, you can practice on me." And he's like, "I know exactly how to like, be good to a girl." And he's like being all flirty and stuff like that. Like he ain't even got a girl. He ain't even got a girl, and he acting like this. I know this man must be having mad sex. Anyway, anyway. So the firstborn and Faith, they crash into Ninjago, and everyone is like, "Yo, what the fuck? What happened?" And Faith is like, she is somewhat conscious, and she's like, "A darkness is coming. You have to run." And then we see like this darkness that was from the first realm. It's like seeping into the Ninjago from the realm crystal, because the realm crystal no longer got destroyed because time got rewind. I got confused by that. But anyway, the black smoke starts to like spill out from everywhere, and everyone is like, "Yo, what the fuck is this?" And everyone is like trying to escape it, but they don't. And the only way to stop it is to use Garmadon. So we're on episode 2, and Garmadon is on the ship again. This is like his second time on the bounty. And he even turned off the engine. I don't know how he did that. Like, he just looked at the button, and he hit the button, and he stopped the fucking engine. And he just walked about his day like he didn't just like almost kill everybody and himself. But crazy nigga's gonna be crazy. So he's just walking around the bounty, he's chilling, he's vibing, and he like sees all these pictures, and he's like, "Yo, what is with all these pictures?" Because now his like body, well, I guess like his spirit no longer has like the goodness it used to have. So he's all like, "Okay, well, why do you have these pictures here?" these don't help with survival. It's all about survival. But Lloyd is like, no, it's not always about survival. It's about like happy memories and stuff like that. And then get into this big argument, and Garmadon ends up destroying the picture of Lloyd and him before his whole transformation, his retransformation, I guess. So it's really sad. So we stop by like the darkness, and we're here to like destroy the realm crystal because that's like the only fucking way to do it. And the reason we had to get Garmadon is because he has Oni blood, and only Onis can survive in the smoke for like long time. So they're going and they're walking and they're trying to like get over there. Lloyd was really struggling when he first got in there. He was coughing, hacking. Listen, he was not having a good time for the first few minutes. But he stabilizes himself, and he starts walking over to the board tower where the realm crystal is. We also see that for the ninja side of things, that there was a distress call from the news center, and they're like, yeah, we need help. We're trapped. We're trapped. Somebody help us. So the ninja are like, okay, well, someone has to be here to get Lloyd and Garmadon. So Pixel, like, volunteers to, like, stay there with her, like, Samurai X suit to get Garmadon and Lloyd when they're finished. And the ninja go over to try and save, like, the news team. Gail Gossip really is a true girl boss, because even while everyone is fearing for their lives, she is like, listen, I got a report to write. I got awards to win. We need to get back to work. Garmadon and Lloyd's side of things, they're like about to reach Borg Tower, but they see these little Oni creatures. And it's like, yo, what the fuck? Who are these Oni creatures? So it turns out these Oni creatures came out from the smoke. And the only way for them to defeat them is by using like their Oni powers. But Lloyd doesn't want to use his Oni powers. So Garmadon, he like starts to pick a fight with them, and he like gets his powers, and he like, I guess it's just like the thrill of the fight, like just the discord from like fighting that like fuels him a bit about it. But this like strong Oni breaks out of the crystal before they can destroy it, and he's like, it's too late, you can't do anything. Even if you destroyed the crystal, it would have done nothing. And he just goes and attacks them. So this big Oni in episode 3 is like fighting them, beating their asses. They destroy the crystal still, even though he said it wasn't gonna work. We get a bunch more of Oni creatures, and they're like fighting and they're fighting. But while they're fighting, they get to like this armor for the first master, and they use it against the Oni, and the Oni are like repented from the armor, like they don't like it. It like kind of sets them off, and it's like, well, why the hell does it set it off? And it's because that is made from the golden weapon. So the golden weapons are like a natural ward off for them. So the ninja, they reach the news center, they save everybody, but Cole ends up falling into like the black fog and dies. Pixel saves Lloyd and Garmadon, and then the ninja come, and Nia wants to make a plan to like make golden weapons with the armor, and Cole is like alive somehow, and he didn't get frozen either somehow. I guess the smoke wasn't like doing a resurgence or whatever, so he didn't get redone. So we're on the last episode because, like I said, it's season 10. It only had like 4 episodes. So getting this done real quick. Faith tells Master Wu about what happened and how the darkness spread in their homeland, and that it froze everybody, and she tried to escape. And Kai recreates the 4 weapons, and Cole is still in this fucking fog and somehow still does not die. Still isn't frozen, and he actually manages to escape the fog. I don't even know how he did this. So he somehow managed to survive. Even to like go outside the building to get to his vehicle, he managed to survive that. I don't know, because it was like established that even like a few breaths of that like immediately just like fucking kills you. So I don't know how he managed to do that. I guess it's him being an elemental master coming into play. Maybe. I feel like that's the only fucking reason. That's the only reason. The only reason. Okay. I'll stop. So the Oni, they come up to the monastery, and they start fighting. epic fight time, and everyone thinks they're gonna lose, but then everyone is like, let's create the tornado of creation we did back in like the very first origin story of the show, and they're like, could that even work? And they're like, okay, well, I mean, creation can get rid of destruction. So they make their like tornado, and they're like, okay, let's go, let's do it, and it does work. But we see like Lloyd, and he's like in this like heavenly realm, and he like wakes up there, and the first master is like talking to him, and he's like, well, hey, you defeated destruction with creation. You want to chill out with me in heaven? And Lloyd is like, I don't know. And like, I don't know why, but the first master was like really trying to tempt him into this. He's like, you've been working for a long time. You were doing a lot of stuff. You sure you don't want to just, rest forever, eternally with me? And Lloyd is like, nah, I want to go back. So he's all like, okay, just know you're not going to remember jack shit when you wake up. And he's like, what? And then, he wakes up and he's like, yo, I was think I was talking to like the first master for a second. And everyone is like, you hit your head pretty hard, buddy. Nah, you guys did not feel a pulse on this man. He fucking died and saw God, and he came right the hell back. He saw Jesus. But the scene ends with like everyone happy, and Jay asks Nia to be his Yang, and she agrees, and like everyone's happy, and there's this memorial that they made, and everyone is like all happy, and it's like a nice little party, and you would think that this is when we end it. Nah, it's not. We got 6 more seasons to go, and I will cover them tomorrow, and I will hopefully finish them. So I just remembered that season 11 has like 30 episodes, and season 12 has 32.
Be honest, how is it?
Disgusting.
This is some good shit. It's coffee, not alcohol. So, episode 1, Zane is having his visions, which don't really make sense because he's like a computer, so I don't really know how he's having these visions, but whatever. Magic and shit. So the ninja have become kind of lazy, after their last mission, and I don't blame them. They've done a lot for the city. They deserve to have a little rest and relaxation. But Master Wu, he's not fucking with it. He's all like, y'all need to train. Y'all need to do something. But there's like not been that much crime going on. Like they've been looking for crime. Like they're trying to figure out like what to do, but there's nothing to do. So Master Wu, he's giving them stuff to do. He's like, okay, well, you guys can stop this chicken. And you would think that, okay, that's kind of dumb. What's wrong with the chicken? It's an electric chicken. But they like made it their pet. Like in the later seasons, you just see this chicken chilling around the monastery like it's nothing. So the chicken be chilling. Anyway, Wu, to like get them to be motivated more, he like booby trapped the entire monastery. Nigga, you got too much time on your hands. What does this say about you too? Like you're getting on the ninja's case about not training, but like when the hell did you have the fucking time to booby trap your entire house? Your entire house. His fridge, the fucking bathroom, everywhere had a fucking booby trap. And the ninja were fucking sick of it. They were like, nah, we gotta find something to do so he can get off our fucking ass. So, they go over to Master One. They're like, listen, man, we cannot deal with this fucking shit over and over again. What the fuck do you want us to do? So the ninja are like, hey, Wu, what the fuck? What can we do so you can stop booby trapping the fucking house? And Wu is like, okay, fight me. Now, Wu, you set them niggas up. You knew you set them up. He knows he set them up. He knows that he has 1,000 years of experience on his belt. and these motherfuckers probably only got like maybe 10 years. Like, you sick for that. You kind of sick for that, honestly. You are real sick. You're sick for that. But of course, they lose and they're like, well, damn. We got beat by an old guy. And I mean, yeah, you got beat by an old guy, but it was an old guy who's been alive for like, 1,000 years. So I can't really blame y'all for losing. But anyway, after getting their asses whooped, they decide they gotta go on a quest. So, episode 2, Wu is like trying to meditate, and Lloyd is like, I gotta ask you something. And it's kind of like when you're a parent and like a little kid is there, but you're doing something. So like your little kid is just like rocking back and forth, and like they're waiting for you to finish, and you just get so sick of it, you're just like, okay, well, what do you want? And they just ask you a dumb question. That's exactly what happens with Wu and Lloyd. And I find it even funnier because they are like biologically family. So like it's even funnier because, that is quite literally his nephew. So he's just standing there, and Wu is like, okay, what the hell do you want? And Lloyd is like, so I kind of need a quest to go on. And Wu is like, are you serious? Go and look for one yourself. And he slams the door, so the ninja go looking for a quest. Everything has been relatively quiet. There has been no crime. Mm-mm. Like, they've been looking for stuff to do. Like, they are just trying to, like, find something for them to do, but it's like, man, there is just nothing to do. Which is surprising, because even Zane said so himself. He was like, for a city this size, there is a shockingly low amount of crime going on. But, I guess that means Ninjago is doing good. Good for them. They don't have many systemic issues that would cause for a rise in crime, so that's good. But anyway, they see on the news about how there's this like pyramid that got discovered, and they need someone to go and look into the pyramid. So they're like, okay, well, let's just go to the desert and go and investigate this pyramid. Nothing can go wrong when you investigate a pyramid. It's not like, pyramids were quite literally made as, tombs for the dead. So, there's definitely not something like sacred in there. Just saying. Just saying. Not like anything bad's gonna happen in this world where we got dragons and snake people and a bunch of other shit. Nothing bad's gonna happen if you go and investigate this pyramid. And we also, in episode 3, the ninja, they're like getting ready to go on their trip, and Pixel has like some new gear for them. She's like, okay, I got this new gear for y'all. This is gonna help you guys a lot. Trust me. But the ninja, they ain't really listening to all of that. Somehow, I don't know how, these motherfuckers did not realize that Pixel was building an entire secret underground base underneath the monastery. You're telling me that y'all never noticed that? You guys didn't hear any heavy construction or building? Like, when they show the clip, I know it's supposed to be like, well, they were being really unobservant, but like, I think they have to be deaf. Like, there's no way that you didn't at least like see all the like iron beams and think to yourself, why the hell does she have all these iron beams? How did she even build underneath the monastery? The monastery is underneath a fucking mountain, so the fact that she let the ninja just stay there, I'm not gonna ask how construction works in this world, because I would go fucking insane. Anyway, the ninja, they go and they take their stuff and they're enjoying themselves, and they're like talking about like being in the desert, and in the desert you can experience mirages, but then like all of their like picnic stuff starts disappearing, and they're like, yo, what the fuck? Why is our stuff disappearing? Turns out there are like these beetle creatures that are under the sand. Where have we heard this from? And they're like taking their shit, and they're trying to eat them too. So the ninja, they're like, racing around trying to find like something to put their vehicles on to save them. And somehow they all end up falling for mirages. Even Zane managed to fall for a mirage, even though, again, he is a robot, and a mirage is mostly just coming from like, it's basically a hallucination. It's just like with the heat, And if you're dehydrated, especially if you're dehydrated, you're gonna see a mirage. That's mainly why mirages are a thing, which doesn't make sense in Zane's case because he doesn't need water. He's also a machine, so he wouldn't have like visual. I I'm not saying like visual hallucinations and like different stuff like that should not affect him at all. Like mind tricks and optical illusions should not be something that trick him because he can just look it up. But like whatever, I guess. I'm really starting to think that Zane's dad killed someone and put their soul in this thing. Like I feel like this is the only fucking way at this point. But yeah, anyway, now they're stranded on like a rock thing and their like vehicles are all fucked up. So in episode 4, they're like trying to repair their vehicles, but like one of the things that they need for their vehicles was eaten by the beetle. So one of them they got to volunteer to go inside of the beetle. Inside of it's like I don't know if any of you guys know this, but stomach acid is it's pretty corrosive stuff, honestly. It's pretty corrosive. But Zane he gets chosen and he goes inside of the bug thing and they're like trying to make sure that he doesn't get like, digested. But he's able to get the little incinerator thing and they are able to fix their thing. So the ninja they make it to the pyramid in episode 5 and we meet this guy named Clutch Powers and he's basically like that story trope of adventurers who like don't really care about adventuring, they're just in it for like the fame and the money. That's basically him. But he's like actually decent, like unlike in other shows where it's like, oh well, they're not a good adventurer, they just use the other people. He is actually like a genuinely decent adventurer. Like the book he made was like actually helpful and he actually does know some of the stuff he's doing. But honestly, I just think he's like sick and tired of adventuring and he just does not want to do it anymore. He's still a bit of a dick though. So like Clutch, he doesn't really want to go in the pyramid. He's like, listen, I know how these pyramid things work. I don't really want to fuck around with that shit anymore. But then he gets a call from the Explorers Club. And you know what Explorer Clubs are like, full of white guys who basically steal a bunch of treasure from native lands. I'm getting way too political about this cartoon. But anyway, they're all like, well, hey, your membership's gonna expire if you don't like, give us like something new. So he decides to go into the pyramid because he doesn't want to lose his membership. Because, I mean, nigga, if you're not doing like the main thing you're supposed to do in this club, maybe you really should just quit. I mean, you have an award-winning book. People are buying your book. So, you shouldn't be upset about that. But, his book really is pretty decent. Like, he predicts, like, the booby trap stuff in the places pretty well. Unfortunately, one person was reading his book while they were adventuring the pyramid beforehand. And I guess they did not make it to the chapter about hidden doorways or something about trick steps. And he got murdered. He got killed. Spear in I think the chest area. I think it was in his ribs. Anyway, so the ninja they see all these like esophagus and they're like lined up against the wall and they're like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Then they make it to like this main area and there's this big puzzle thing. So Nia and Jay they go to solve the puzzle and Zane he's like reading the inscription on the wall and he realizes that, oh shit, the person in the tomb is like an evil person. And turns out it's this snake named Aspira and she's like, what the fuck? What time is it? Where the fuck am I? And everyone is like, yo, what the fuck? Who are you? And she was like, who the fuck are you? So everything is like really confusing and she's like, I'm looking for like this deceiver guy. Where the fuck is he? Girl, how are you alive for 1,000 years? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, was there some type of magic in that tomb keeping her ass alive for 1,000 fucking years? Like, she was in there for 1,000 years. And seeing how the pyramid was just rediscovered, nobody was feeding her anything. She should have died from starvation or dehydration before she died of like old age. I don't know how she fucking survived this, but she did. And they also just let her have her magic staff wand in there for some reason because she uses her magic spear staff to steal Kai's powers and knock him out. And then she also like, pins up all the other ninja on top of the wall and like has them kidnapped. And she starts like this volcanic eruption. But thankfully Clutch Powers is able to get out just in time, so I guess he's gonna like warn people. So in episode 6, we get like this little side story about these like little kids who are news kids, like they're paper kids. They throw the papers out to Ninjago City. I'm surprised paper kids are like still a thing. Honestly, I'm not like trying to be mean, but I just feel like it does feel like a really old timey job. Like it feels old timey. I mean, I feel like people just go to like a gas station or something if they want to get a newspaper. Is there really anybody who's like gets a subscription from a newspaper and someone delivers it? Like that was more of like a 1980s type of shit. And Ninjago was like advanced enough where they are using like a lot of like big technology. So I don't know how they still have like paper kids. But they do, and we meet the newest one to the team. His name is Nelson, and we meet another girl, Antonia, and she's like his instructor. And they're like riding around the city, but while they're riding around the city, Aspira attacks them. And these kids are really, honestly, I wish I had as much dedication to my job as these children did. These children, even though there were like lava snakes attacking people, even though there were like fireballs raining down from the sky, these kids were like still determined to deliver their papers, even though a vast majority of them did get destroyed. But you know what? They were determined. They were determined. And I got to give that to them. They were determined. But while they're going on their, paper route, Clutch Powers, he falls from the sky and into some bushes, and he's like, yo, the ninja, they got kidnapped. And then he faints, and he gets taken to the hospital. And Nelson is like, oh shit, nobody knows that the ninja are like trapped inside of a pyramid. We gotta go and tell Master Wu. And then Tonya is like, yo, that's a bit out of our job description. Let's go back. And he's like, nah, fuck that shit. We gotta go tell him. So he starts racing over to get to the monastery, and Antonia is like, alright, whatever the fuck, let's just do it. So they get to the monastery, and he tells Master Wu. Master Wu's like, okay, I got it. We'll go and get them. Thank you so much. You are great kids. So, that's all sweet and shit. So, episode 7. Jay is absolutely driving everybody crazy. And honestly, if I was a ninja, I would have probably boxed Jay in the face. The minute we got out of that situation, the minute we were safe, I would box him in the face. He was getting on my nerves too. He was was like, I don't even know what the fuck he was saying. Like those Mime Mamumu memes that you see all the fucking time? That's basically what this motherfucker was doing. Over and over and over again, while there is lava building up from the ground and everyone is trapped, he's not offering any suggestions. He's just doing these vocal exercises saying that, well, it helps with anxiety. Motherfucker, this is not helping my anxiety. This is making it fucking worse. But anyway, the ninja, they're able to escape before like the lava starts to reach them. But Kai is still unconscious. And let me just say, I can summarize this entire episode as Kai getting a concussion. Multiple times. This motherfucker has more brain damage than a fucking quarterback. I have never seen someone get their head hit so many times. They have been, like, no one even picked him up. Like, no one, like, Cole was right behind him, and Cole didn't even think to himself, you know what, why don't I carry Kai? Because he's unconscious, and this could cause, like, scratches and, like, brain damage. Like, no. They just drag this man on the floor, on the dirty-ass 1,000-year-old floor. They do... And then he is just constantly getting his head hit. I think I counted, he got hit on the head about 5 to 6 times. 5 to 6 times he got hit on the head. And then they get out of there, and Pixel sees them, and she's like, okay, here I am. And Kai, he finally wakes up, and he's like, yo, what the fuck? Why does my face and my everything hurt? Everything hurts. And the ninja just look at each other as if they completely forgot he was unconscious, and they were dragging him on the floor. Like, and they even show like flashbacks about how many times he got hit. I really do hope that he went to a brain doctor. He needs it. He needs to see a neurologist. So on episode 8, we get like this other side story, and it's about like the news team, like the NGTV news, and they're reporting about the whole Aspira situation. We meet this one co-worker of Gail Gossip named Fred. You know, the standard, oh, well, I get awards, so I'm like better than everybody type of guy. And he's like talking shit about the ninja. He's like, yo, where the fuck are these ninja people? Like, what the fuck are we paying them for? And he's like all upset about it. And then we get over to Gail Gossip, and she's all like, can you believe that they have him doing all the good stories, but here I am at the fucking adoption center? Like, what the fuck has he done for this company? And Vinny is all like, yo, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They can fucking hear you. And she's like, oh, well, we're at the adoption agency. And then, you know, Aspira attacks the adoption agency. Also, there was this dog that was, like, barking at the snake, and no one was helping that dog. No one was, like, grabbing the dog. Thank goodness Gail Gossip decided that she wanted to investigate this further, and the dog followed her, because, dear God, I was so scared that that dog was about to die. But, you know, anyway, we see a lot of shit happening. It's getting crazy. We also see ads that are taking place while so, you know, we're seeing all, like, these ads that are, for some reason, that are happening during the catastrophe, as if, you know, commercials and ads aren't usually pre-recorded and are usually made months in advance, but I don't know, I guess. In Ninjago, they do their commercials on the dime, on the dot, live in front of a studio audience. So anyway, we're back to this Fred guy, and he's all like, let's interview one of these snake creatures. Surprisingly, the snake does talk, and he's actually a very good interviewee.
Fred Finley, NGTV. I'm a hard-hitting reporter looking for the truth. What is your real purpose in our city?
We have come to cause suffering and pain, and to end your civilization with the flames of torment.
Honestly, he was doing a pretty good job. So, you know, Gail, she's figuring out more about Aspira and the snakes, and it turns out that Aspira wants to get, like, this forbidden Spinjitzu scroll that's at the museum, and she's trying to find this deceiver. But unfortunately, Gail gets caught by Aspira, and Aspira, like, sends out this message about who imprisoned her, and that you know, she's going to the museum and she is going to find the deceiver. So in episode 9, for some reason the police are like trying to arrest these like giant snake creatures. I guess they have giant snake creature sized handcuffs. Don't ask me. So the ninja, they're like helping out, they're doing their thing. But Kai, he's feeling kind of useless because, you know, he don't got his powers anymore. So he's like, I'm not going to be much of a help. I'm going to be a hindrance. But honestly, I don't know why, you know, she's acting like all different. What the shit? You're not supposed to be in here, Coco. My grandma is yelling because the dog is in the room. But anyway, hopefully you can't hear her yelling and cursing about the dog. Hopefully. But, you know, anyway, where was I? The police are trying to arrest the snakes, and Kai, he's feeling all hopeless. She keeps screaming, and it keeps throwing me off. But anyway, Kai feels kind of useless, so he doesn't want to, like, go there. And he's like, listen, I'll just be a hindrance. You go ahead without me. And the ninja are like, no, you wouldn't be a hindrance. You wouldn't be, you know, a burden. And they're right, because honestly, the snakes are made of fire. So you having your powers is actually better, because I feel like the fire would just fuel them. So really, he's not going to be that much of a... In fact, he would have been less helpful if he still had his powers, honestly. Because what you gonna do with your fire powers? Fuel them? But he insists that he's not gonna go. And there's this little kid, and he's a fan of him. And the kid is like, "No, you can't give up. Ninja never quit." And he's like, "I'm not quitting. I am just not getting involved with this specific fight because I'm not gonna be of much help." But the kid, he ain't fucking with that and decides he's gonna run after the ninja. So Kai is like, "Man, I gotta get this bum ass kid." So they make it to the museum, and they find the scroll before Aspira does. But the minute Lloyd touches that scroll, he like has flames sprout out of his head, and he's like turned all evil and shit. And everyone is like, "Yo, what the fuck just happened?" And he's like, "I don't know. That scroll just made me feel like different, but like in a evil good way, you know, like many certain artifacts that have the name forbidden in them do." But anyway, the Aspira ends up getting the scroll, and the little boy almost got killed, but thankfully he didn't. But then Zane, he's like remembering his vision and remembers that the scroll is involved in the vision, so he's like kind of scared. He's like, "Yo, what the fuck is gonna happen?" So we're on episode 10, and Aspira is looking for this deceiver guy, and like the ninja are trying to figure out, okay, so who is this deceiver? Is this deceiver still alive? Because they're not even asking that question. Aspira said in the camera, "I'm 1,000 years old." So what does this mean? Like, this would have to mean that somebody from 1,000 years ago was the deceiver, and we don't know who that deceiver is at this point. So not a single ninja even put into question that, okay, maybe this deceiver person is like dead. Like, it was 1,000 years ago. If it was just like an average nigga, I'm sure they would have been long dead. Bones, probably not even bones around. Probably dust. Just dust. But nah, it turns out this person is still alive. Somehow. So Nia, Zane, and Lloyd, they try to get the scroll back, while Cole, Jay, and Kai go and try and like figure out more about this deceiver. So turns out they go to the Serpentine and ask the Serpentine, "Well, what about Aspira? What happened? Do you know anything?" And the Serpentine are like, "Yeah, we know about what happened." So basically, there was a boy that went over to the Snake Village. This was like after like the Serpentine made an agreement with the first master, and the Serpentine were like, "Okay, well, we'll have our side and you'll have your side. Don't come in ours, we don't come in yours." And that was their agreement. But one day this boy came into the village, and he was all like, yo, I'm going to cause issues. But Aspira, she saved him. But after all of that, he taught her like certain stuff, and she learned them, but I guess she deceived him and like painted her out to be evil. At least this is what the Serpentine wrote down in their history, so it can be different. So yeah, the ninja are like, okay, well, who would be old enough to have been able to deceive a Serpentine? And they're like, Garmadon. So they're like, okay, let's go and tell Master Wu. And they're like, Master Wu, we know that Garmadon, we gotta find Garmadon before Aspira does because he's the deceiver. But Master Wu was like, no, I'm the deceiver. It's wild. It's wild. So we're on episode 11, and we get Wu to tell us about what happened with Aspira. So it happened like this. Again, separate sides. Serpentine had theirs, humans had theirs. Don't go there, don't go there. But Wu and Garmadon, they were playing around, and Wu was all like, I'm tired of playing in the human section. Let's go and play in the Serpentine's realm. And, Garmadon was actually being logical for once, and he was like, Wu, that is a stupid fucking idea. Let's not do that. But Wu was like, no, let's do it. What's the worst that can happen? They got kidnapped. They got found out. They were captured. So the king, he was all like, okay, well, since you guys are like the sons of the first master and you're pretty young kids, we're going to let this slide and we'll just let you stay in the prison cell for a few days to let you think about what you did about sacrificing the peace. Which is it's a decent, I'm not going to say that it's the best, but it's like a good way to punish them for like breaking a law. There, like, he wasn't like, okay, I'll kill you. He was just like, okay, you guys are just gonna be in a timeout. So it wasn't exactly the bad thing. He didn't say he was gonna keep them locked up forever. It seemed like he just was gonna keep them locked up for maybe like a day or two, and maybe like just get send their father a message to come and get them. That sounded like what he was gonna do. But nah, Kai and not Kai, Wu and Garmadon, they had to be all over dramatic. So then we meet Aspira, and it turns out that she was like a sage for the king, and she was all like, I could get you out of here if you teach me Spinjitzu. And Garmadon and Wu are like, should we teach our snake Spinjitzu? And they decide, like, they just lie and are like, yeah, we'll show you how to do Spinjitzu. We'll definitely show you. And she like lets them out, and she's like, don't forget your promise. And they go and they make it back to their father, and their father is like, where the hell are you two? And they're like, forest. And he's like, sure you were at the forest. But anyway, they learned that their dad made the forbidden Spinjitzu. Like, I thought the forbidden Spinjitzu was gonna be like something made by like a friend or a family friend, but nah. For some reason, the first master decided to make forbidden Spinjitzu. For some reason, I guess for shits and giggles. But yeah. So Lloyd and Garmadon find out about that, and not Lloyd. So Wu, he goes over to meet Aspira, and Garmadon is like, yo, I was just lying, right? We're not gonna actually teach your Spinjitzu. But Wu was all like, nah, I got to keep my promise. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't have to keep your promise. And these are one of those situations. What do you think a snake is gonna do with Spinjitzu? Just saying, this isn't like the king. Not even the king asked to learn how to do Spinjitzu. Something was gonna go wrong. Something was gonna go wrong. And it did go wrong. Because after he teach Aspira how to do Spinjitzu, Aspira decided to overthrow the king with her Spinjitzu and magic. That's right. It's almost as if she planned an evil coup. And she just used not Lloyd. Why did I keep saying Lloyd? And she just ended up using Wu and Garmadon to succeed. Wild. So wild. Who would have predicted this? So Wu and Garmadon are all like, this is so fucked up. I can't believe that she would do this. And Garmadon is kind of like, it seemed like something that was going to happen. I don't know why you taught her in the first place. But anyway, they steal the scrolls of forbidden Spinjitzu, and, they go over and stop Aspira, and they bring the original king back to rule. But Aspira, she's all pissed off at Wu because Wu never told her how to do forbidden Spinjitzu. But, their dad was upset that they took the two scrolls, and his father hid the two scrolls. And Wu never knew where he hid those scrolls, but I guess one of them was like, put somewhere. And the reason Aspira was in that tomb was because the king ordered to put her in there. And she somehow managed to survive all of that. I don't know how she survived it, but she did. So, anyway, episode 12. So the ninja are like pretty shocked about what Wu did. I mean, it was like over 1,000 years ago, but I mean, reap what you sow. And like Kai, he was really mad. He was like, yo, you always telling us all this shit, and you ain't even following your own shit. And Wu was like, listen, man, I was like fucking 10 at the time. My conscience was not fully developed. Now it is. Now I can speak my truth because I know the consequences of that truth. But Kai, he ain't fucking around with all that. He's still pretty mad. He was chewing Master Wu out. But anyway, since that scroll is at the museum, they gotta go. Sorry. Since there were two scrolls, and Aspera already has the one, turns out the second scroll is in the Explorers Club that Clutch Powers is a part of. So Zane, Lloyd, and Nia, they go over to the hospital to see Clutch Powers, but Clutch Powers is like, oh no, I can't go. I'm bedridden. I'm sick. I also don't really want to go to the Explorers Club anymore. And so they try to like go to the Explorers Club. And I just feel like as like ninja who are like, they seem to be a part of the law force at this point. Why the hell is the Explorers Club so adamant about keeping their shit to themselves? Like, I'm just saying, if an equivalent of of the law shows up to your doorstep and is like, hey, we need one of your artifacts, their evidence, you got to give it up. You have to give it up. You can't be like, well, you need a membership. Nah, nigga, that membership is overridden by the fucking law. But anyway, the ninja, they ain't fucking around with that. So then he uses like a disguise to pretend to be Clutch Powers. But it turns out Clutch Powers certificate expired already. And he's like, shit, what the fuck do we do now? So then they decide, okay, let's just sneak in there. But for Ninja, they really do suck at sneaking into places. Like, I don't understand. You guys are ninja. Ninja are known for stealth, and yet you suck at the main thing you're known for. They need us. They're known for being stealthy, and they just absolutely suck at it. But anyway, they get the scroll, and they head back to where the ninja are. But unfortunately, the ninja are trapped inside of the secret base hangar because Aspira came down the elevator, and she's like trying to break in. So episode 13, the ninja are like still stuck, and they're like trying to fix up their like vehicle so they can have a fighting chance. Zane, Lloyd, and Mia are like they're trying to get back. So I basically combined episode 12 and 13. I keep forgetting that season 11, most of the episodes are like 10 minutes long. And honestly, it really doesn't change anything. I feel like they could have just combined episode 13 and 12 and it would have been perfectly fine because that's basically what happened. It's just like a continuation, basically. But yeah, so let's just get on to episode 14. And Aspira is like still trying to unlock the door, and the ninja are like trying to fix their shit. And Zane, Mia, and Lloyd are like using the scroll, and they're like trying to get Aspira away after she like breaks open the door. And like it's just a big fight, and like people are like using the forbidden staff, and like they're getting all this power. And Aspira has a staff too, so it's like damn, just epic fighting time. It's going crazy, mad crazy. So anyway, after all of that happens, they're captured until so they like capture Aspira after Zane gets the forbidden staff, and like everyone thinks, okay, it's good, everything is good to go. We're good, everything is happy and great again. But Aspira, even though again, snakes are cold-blooded creatures, and if she was frozen in a block of ice, she would literally not be able to move. But I guess in this universe she still can, and she moves her arm a little bit, and she's able to like shoot a spell, and it was supposed to hit Wu, but Zane, he was like, nah, I'm gonna take the bullet for you, master. And he takes the bullet, and he gets like zapped away, and everyone is like, oh my god, Zane has died for like the third fucking time. But it turns out Zane isn't actually dead, because when Wu goes to see Aspira, she's like, oh, I didn't kill him. I sent him to the Neverrealm. And he's like, man. So episode 15, Piccolo's like having like this PTSD nightmare about Zane, and like all the ninja are there, and they like try to comfort her. So Wu, he comes over, and he's all like, okay, well, Zane, he's in the Neverrealm, but the thing about the Neverrealm is that it's like cold and desolate, and it's really hard to get to. So I'm gonna go and get Zane, and the ninja are like, no, Master Wu, you're a bit too old for that. You shouldn't be like sacrificing yourself like this. We'll go instead. But Wu, he's really adamant because he blames himself for Zane getting captured, which he should. Anyway, so Wu, he's like planning his he has his traveler key ready to go. He's got everything ready to go, good to go. But the ninja are like, no, we can't have our master go and get Zane. And Pixel like runs an analysis, and she's like, yeah, you five would have like a better chance at getting it done. So while Master Wu is like meditating and like distracted, Lloyd steals his traveler's key, and the ninja, they go down to get their vehicle so they can go. But turns out Wu, he figured it out, and he's in the hangar waiting for them with the forbidden scroll in his hand, and he's like looking all evil and shit. And the ninja are like, Master, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, I can't let y'all do this. Give me the fucking tea. But the ninja, they're like, nah, man, we ain't letting you do this. So they start whooping on his ass. They start whooping this old man's ass. And even though he had like a forbidden scroll that's like supposed to be like all powerful, this nigga still lost. And like he still lost. But the ninja, they get the traveler's tea, and like Wu was like, no, you can't go, don't go. But the ninja are like, listen, Master Wu, you can't keep blaming yourself. We're gonna go and get Zane back. So Pixel like takes them to the Neverrealm with the forbidden scroll, and then they leave. And then Wu was like, God fucking damn it. The reason I told them not to go is because there's no way back from the Neverrealm. Nigga, lead with that first. Lead with that first. Why the hell would you decide to lead with the whole I can't let you go part, and not with the whole if you take that tea you probably won't come back? If you said that first, they would definitely have been like reconsidering their decision. They would have been like, oh, we want to come back? So what do we do? Like, instead of doing that, you decide to just wait until the fucking last minute. Like, you should have started it with that. You should have been there when they came here and was like, listen, man, the traveler's tea isn't going to get you back. And tell them that. But nah, you ain't going to do that. You ain't going to tell them firsthand that, yeah, if you use the traveler's tea, you might not be able to come back. So anyway, the ninja, they end up getting into the Neverrealm, not knowing that they might not be able to get home. But seeing how there's a season 12, of course they end up getting home. So we learn about like this Ice Emperor guy from like a narrator girl, and she thought like decades ago the Ice Emperor took over, and after all of that happened, a lot of people had died and shit like that. And she's all like, I know that I still believe in heroes. I think one day we're gonna be free from the Ice Emperor. The ninja immediately land by a cliff, and they almost fall to their death. Almost. Their thing gets destroyed and falls off the cliff, but turns out they were like, okay, well, as long as we have the traveler's tea. But Cole had the traveler's tea inside of the car, so they ain't got that either. So they're fucking screwed. They're just fucking screwed. So everyone is like, they're just like walking around in this like cold environment, and for some reason they like never asked as Spirit to like give back, you know, Kai's powers. They weren't even like, okay, well, what's the spell to like reverse it and give Kai back his powers or anything like that. Nah, they just never like asked her the spell or anything, and they just kind of let her go to jail and not even ask that question. So he doesn't have his powers, and right about now it would have been very good to have those powers. But nah, we ain't got those powers. So the ninja, they're like wandering around. They get chased by wolves. And after getting chased by wolves, they wander across this village that's full of these people who are like frozen in ice. And somehow their hearts are like still beating. Like they still have like really faint heartbeats, but they're like technically still alive. So everyone is like, yo, what the fuck happened? Then they run into like the inhabitants of the Neverrealm, and they're like, yo, come over to our village. We'll give you food and shelter. So, you know, the ninja, they come over, and we meet the village chief Sorla, and she like gives a vision about like the Ice Emperor and how like the Ice Emperor might have their friend Zane, and that they would have to go and see the Emperor. But the Emperor has an advisor who has like this all-seeing glass, and he sees the ninja there, and he's like, yo, I don't know who these motherfuckers are, but we should probably get them dealt with. So Zane sends over his like evil samurai, ice samurai thing. So we're on episode 7, and Sorla, she gives Lloyd a map to like figure out where to go. She's all like, okay, here's your map. So this will help you figure out this is the best path to get to the Ice Emperor's palace. And Lloyd is like, okay, I can do that. And the ninja, they're like getting their gear ready, but then there's like this whole epic battle because of the samurai, and Kai manages to get his power back after fighting all of the samurai. So episode 18, the ninja, they're like getting used to like the ice and stuff, and Kai has become really popular in the village because, you know, he can make fire, so everyone is like, yeah, we got this fire guy around. We can like use him to like, you know, give us warmth and shit like that. So Lloyd decides that he himself will go to find Zane. And Mia is like, are you sure? You sure you want to do that? And he's like, yeah, because, you know, the ice samurai attacked us, so you guys need to stay here and be with the villagers and make sure that they're okay. So they're like, okay. So Lloyd, he goes up on his journey. He gets jumped by some wolves, but then there's like big white red wolf with like 5 tails, you know, like a kitsune, like saves him, and the wolf is like, okay, let's be best friends. So in episode 19, we're back in Ninjago, and we're in a prison. So turns out the ninja have been considered like disappeared, and it's all over the news. And the prison guards are like trying to make sure that the prisoners don't know that the ninja are missing, because if they know that the ninja are missing, they're gonna like try and break out. But unfortunately, some of them do, and the 3 that figure it out are Ultraviolet, the mechanic, and Fugitive, who is like this new villain they're introducing, who's like a very F-rank villain, because like no one knows him, to the point where even Pixel did like a whole database analysis on Fugitive, and it's like, yeah, you're not showing up in the record. So how is he a criminal in prison? He had to have committed some type of crime. You don't land in prison for not doing shit. What the fuck did he do? Was he abetting? Like, he had to have done something to end up in prison. You don't just end up in prison by not doing something, so he had to have done something. We just don't know what. But anyway, the 3 of them tell their stories about who they think the worst ninja is, and while they tell their stories, we get like this 2D animation, but I kind of don't really like the way this 2D animation is done. I'm not saying it's like horrific and awful. It's like decent, but like when I see like the 2D animation of like the monkey kid, I kind of wish that they used that type of animation instead of like the animation that they did use, like the monkey kid, because I feel like they should have just like used the 2D for monkey kid.
Oh, you will be unstoppable! All the more reason to get this staff to Monkey King. Flower Fruit Mountain. It's the only place he could be.
Indeed. However, Flower Fruit Mountain is hidden away deep in dangerous and unknown territory.
Oh, you're just a little noodle boy playing at being a hero.
You might have that old fool's staff, but you are not the Monkey King.
You're right. I'm the Monkey Kid.
Instead of that, but all of the stories are like over fabrications. For Ultraviolet, she thinks that Zane is the worst because Zane popped up on a dragon the last time they fought, because, you know, he came from the first realm and iced everybody, including her. For the mechanic, he thinks it's Mia because Mia like steals his like cars and stuff. And for Fugitive, it's Jay, but his is completely over exaggerated because Jay, it's said in a later season that when Jay met Fugitive, he was like, who are you? Like, he doesn't know who this man is. So the ninja have like never fought this guy, so I don't know where he's getting this shit from. But yeah, and like Jay is like this Dragon Ball Z X person in his story, but they end up getting caught from Pixel and are brought back to prison. So like this wasn't really an essential story. Probably just something to, you know, finish up the season. So we're on like episode 20, and Cole is like giving the kids like a little puppet story about what happened, but you know, it scares them because it's basically about Aspira and like Zane, and you know, that's not the best story to tell little children. And like Mia is all like, did you really think that would be a good idea to tell kids that? And Cole was like, man, I was not expecting this. Lloyd is basically using like this kitsune wolf as like a therapist. He's like, yeah, so then my dad tries to like kill me. And this wolf looks so fucking sick of it. That wolf looked like she was about to fucking jump off the fucking mech. Like, honestly, I think she was just done with it. She looked so tired. Anyway, we see like a bunch of like dead people and like bones and shit, and this giant bird starts attacking people. The people being Lloyd and the wolf. But thankfully, Lloyd and the wolf are able to like hide out in like this cave, and they find the mech that disappeared with Zane, and they find a message from Zane and how he was trying to reboot the system and trying to figure out what was wrong with the mech and how to get home. And he says in the recording that while he's doing the diagnostic, if the diagnostic is interrupted, he will do a manual reboot and his memories might get like, you know, fucked up, and someone has to like go into the cloud and like get them back for him. But yeah, so that works. And Lloyd, he fixes up the mech, and after he fixes it, he kills the bird. He didn't kill the bird, but he really should have killed the bird because it just caused problems later on. So we begin for episode 21 and we go back to episode 16. And it's like this nightmare situation from Cole's point of view, and he thinks that everyone is like blaming him about the Traveler's Tea. And like the ninja are upset about the Traveler's Tea, but right now they're like not really caring about that right now. They got bigger issues. And he's just really blaming himself. And he's like trying to like help the others, but the others don't really need his help. And he like blows off on them, and he's like, man, fuck this, fuck y'all. I'm gonna go and save the day. I'm gonna get us our Traveler's Tea. And he finds out that there is a Traveler's Tea tree up in the mountains, and he has to go get it. But there is this thing called a crag, and it like defends the tree and stuff. But you know, Cole, he's not letting that stop him. But he gets there, and turns out, yeah, there really is a crag. So in episode 22, he's like fighting the crag, but you know, the crag is like maybe 8 to 9 feet tall. He's really tall, and he's like beating. He's not like beating him, but like he's like fighting, and they're fighting each other, and like the ice bridge like breaks, and then he's like, "Oh shit, what the fuck?" The ninja, they find out where Cole went, and they're like, "Man, fucking hell, we gotta go and like save him." And the villagers are like, "Okay, you go do that. We'll be fine." And Cole wakes up in like the cave, and in the cave he finds out that like the crag was the last one of his kind. And we also find out that the crag wasn't being like mean. He was actually trying to help out Cole because the bridge was gonna collapse. So the crag is actually a pretty nice guy. So they become friends, and Cole's able to get the Traveler's Tea. But then Mia and Jay, they see like the crag, and they attack him. But you know, Cole is like, no, he's a good guy. Don't fuck him up. And they're all friends now. So episode 23. Lloyd is still talking to this damn wolf like it's some sort of therapist, and again, that wolf is sick and tired of this. This wolf cannot do it anymore.
The sons of Garmadon, and they had this creepy symbol that looked like my father. As soon as I saw it, I knew. Here we go again. I just have the worst luck. There was this girl named Harumi, and I really thought she liked me, but I found out she was just pretending. She only wanted to bring my father back from the departed realm to destroy us. Just my luck.
So the samurai, because they couldn't fuck up the village, get punished, and the the advisor is like manipulating the emperor, and it's like they're all your enemies. They don't care about you, and it's just getting worse. So Lloyd and the wolf have to fight like this monster thing, like this ice monster thing. And they're like fighting, but unfortunately the wolf gets injured, so he helps the wolf like bandages up its leg. But when he wakes up the next morning, the wolf isn't a wolf. Turns out it's a girl named Akita. And Akita and Lloyd are mad at each other because Lloyd realized he just revealed his like deepest, darkest secrets to a girl. And Akita is like, well, don't get mad at me. You're the one who wanted to act like I'm a fucking therapist. Like, they're just like mad at each other. And because they have like similar goals in mind, like Lloyd wants to get Zane from the Ice Emperor, and Akita wants to get her brother like revenge for her brother from the Ice Emperor. They're like, okay, we got the same destination in mind. Let's just help each other out. So episode 24, Akita tells her, her story. It's again told in like this 2D animation. She's from this village called the Formlings, and they basically have like the power to like transform into like animals, different types of animals. And she was kind of scared when it was time for her changing ceremony because there was only one other person who didn't get to change because if you don't have a pure heart, then your body it doesn't get to be like changed. You don't become a formling. But that only happened one time, and like her and her brother, they go to their ceremony. But then the advisor, he comes over and he's like, "Oh well, if they don't get their gift, are you gonna cast them out like you casted me out?" And the chief is like, "We didn't cast you out. You're left on your own accord. That's your own fault." But the advisor is like, "Okay, I'll be back and I'll fuck your shit up." But like no one's like everyone takes that as an empty threat. So Akita and her brother Kotaru, they go out into the wilderness and they end up getting their like formling form, and they're like running around and they're having the time of their life. But then when they get back to their village, Akita decides she wants to just do one more run, and her brother goes to the village. But when Akita gets there, her entire village has been frozen over by ice, and she sees like the Ice Emperor take her brother, and she's like, "No, I can't let this happen." So that's why she basically wants to get her revenge. So on episode 25, Cole, Nia, Jay, and Crack, they head down the mountain, and then they see a dragon coming, and they're like, "Yo, what the fuck?" And this dragon, it comes to freeze the village. And Kai, because like his powers, he stayed back. Kai, his powers are like okay, but they're like only to the point where, unlike when he could like throw fireballs and attacks like that, he's like kind of restrained to like just being able to like light fires and like maybe grill some stuff. That's like where he's at right now. So he's like all up in his feelings, and he's like, I can't. He's all upset because he feels guilty that he wasn't able to protect them. So the ninja decide they gotta go to the Emperor. The dragon sees Lloyd and Akita and like tries to fight them, but while they're fighting, the dragon destroys the mech, and Vex like makes the dragon bring Lloyd over to the Emperor. So Lloyd, he gets over to the Emperor's palace, and he's all like, "Wait a second, that scepter in your hand," and he finds out that that scepter was the scroll. So it turns out that the Emperor is Zane, corrupted by the staff. So episode 26. So we're back in Ninjago, and Pixel and Wu, they're like trying to find like a portal to help them get into the Neverrealm. They're trying like stronger teas, stronger variations of it, using different ingredients, but they just cannot find the Neverrealm. And unfortunately, they end up opening a portal to the Departed Realm, and we see the the person for the or I guess the embodiment of the curse realm in there, because technically she died, and she sees them, and she like starts to like get herself out of the portal, and she ends up escaping, and we get like this whole like Godzilla kaiju inspired movie type thing. But Pixel is able to stop it, and they're able to bring the preeminent back into the departed realm. But because they did that, they don't have enough tea anymore. So that sucks. So episode 27, we learn about Vex's backstory and how he basically abandoned, like, just left the community because he felt bad about not being able to get a form. While he was, like, in his whole isolation phase, we see Zane when he crash landed, and Vex was, like, watching him from afar and watching him, like, tinker around with the mech. And the reason we saw that cave that Lloyd and the wolf went in with the mech inside is because Zane used the staff to make it easier for him to get the mech in the cave and made like a little ice fort away from that giant bird. So he's like sending his message over, and Vex is like waiting by him and is looking over, and he's like looking at the staff, and he's like, okay, well, I gotta do my reboot. If I'm disturbed from my reboot, then my memories are gonna be fucked up. So after he does all of that, Vex, he takes like the staff, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna destroy you, and I'm gonna take the staff. But it turns out the staff doesn't respond to him. So he unplugs Zane's thing because he heard about him saying that it would cause a disruption. And after he does that, Zane can't remember who he is or what he is. So then Vex is like, oh, well, you're the Emperor. You're the Ice Emperor. And this guy, he took over your throne, and you gotta get it back. So Zane is like, okay, I'll do that. And he goes over to the Emperor, and he like blocks him with ice and turns everything into ice, and that's how we get the Ice Emperor. Which would also mean that there's some sort of time difference because it's been said in the story by Akita because she was the narrator in the first episode when we start this arc, meaning that technically time must work like a hell of a lot different here. So I guess what was 2 days in Ninjago was about 30 years or so, 30 to 20 years in the Neverrealm, it seems. So we're on episode 28, and Lloyd, he's like all confused. He's like, yo, what the fuck? And he's like trying to like bring back Zane's memory. He's like, Zane, don't you remember this? Don't you remember when I like, made all of your suits pink? Don't you remember that? And Zane is like, I don't fucking know you. So after all of that happens, the ninja are reaching the Emperor, but they get attacked by the dragon again. And Lloyd ends up getting put in the dungeon, but he meets Akita's brother because Akita thinks her brother is dead. But it turns out he got kidnapped by the Emperor. And, Lloyd is trying to break out of there, but turns out that the bars are made out of something that can, withstand somebody's power. So the ninja are, trying to repair the bounty after, fights. And, of course, the wolves come back. But, Nia, she bangs on the console, and somehow the thing is fixed. And one of the samurai helps Lloyd and the brother because one of those samurai was actually the king before. So he's all like, listen, I want my throne back. I want to stop this evil nigga. If you can get this emperor to remember himself, I will thank you very much. So they were like, okay, we can do this. So we're on episode 29, and Akita, she's by herself, and she reaches the castle. And this girl is ready to just kick some fucking ass. She is here to kill. So Lloyd, Kotaro, and that samurai guy are trying to escape, and the ninja, they're about to reach the palace, but again, dragon attacks them once more. The dragon is fighting them and hitting on them, and they almost died. They almost died. Almost, but thankfully they didn't die. And Nia was so scared after the experience. She's holding on to the console so hard, and Jay is Nia, we're safe. You can let it go. And she's like, okay. And she just she was scared shitless, and I do not blame her. So Akita, she gets inside the palace room, and she got her knife ready and everything, and she's like, I am going to kick his ass. And she does. She is she almost gets to him, but then Lloyd is like, no, the Ice Emperor, he's my friend. He's the friend I've been looking for. And Akita's like, your friend killed my brother. I'm gonna kill him. So then, Lloyd is trying to stop Akita from killing the Ice Emperor, and they're fighting and they're dueling, and it's getting crazy. And Akita almost gets frozen, but it comes to Lloyd, and then, Lloyd and Zane, the Ice Emperor, they start fighting each other okay, let's fight. We gotta fight. Akita, she gets right back up and she is ready to just kick some fucking ass. So the Emperor is Zane, and then after all that fighting, the ninja helps Zane realize that he's Zane, and he's like, oh shit, I completely fucked up. So he reverses everything, and everything gets back to normal, and everything is just doing well. And it's just back to normal. Vex gets casted out from the lands completely, and they go back to the village, and they are about to use the traveler's tea, but then the chief is like, no, that traveler's tea, that can't get you back home. But Crag has this berry that he found, and they use that in the tea, and that helps them make a portal to get home. And Akita gives Lloyd a little kiss, she got a little crush on him. And, the ninja, they make it back home, and everything is nice and merry. Until season 12. Until season 12. So season 12, 32 episodes. So, we're in Ninjago and everything is going pretty well. Mechanic has broken out of jail and he's like breaking into this like old tech warehouse, and it's like full of all this like retro tech like VHSs and like those types of things. And he's looking for like a motherboard, and he finds this red motherboard, and he's like, okay, this is what we need. So then they come in there and they're like, yo, what the fuck? And so they start fighting these motherfuckers and using like the older technology for like weapons and shit. And the ninja, they get the hard drive, and the mechanic is arrested, but he's like, oh, this isn't over, this isn't over. So they go over to the mechanic's hideout, and it's like this old arcade place. And they find like all these old arcade games and everything like that. And they find this one game that's like just not working called Prime Empire. And Jay is like completely nerding out about it. He's like, yo, this video game, it was like so good from what I've heard, but for some reason they just delayed it. And the ninja are like, okay, well, why did they delay it? And he's like, I don't know, they just did. So the ninja are still investigating, but like Jay is like trying to fix up the thing, and he sees that, oh, there's no motherboard. So then he gets the motherboard from out of his the motherboard that a criminal tried to take, and he puts it in the video game, and the video game starts up, and it sounds like this whole like big sonic blast, and it like affects all of the city, and it turns on the game, and the game starts to work, and like Jay starts playing on it. The ninja, they're still looking around, and they find this like old computer, and there's this voice on it saying that Unagami wants to speak with you. Did you get the hard drive? And they're like, who are you? And he's like, I'm Unagami. Put it in the game, blah blah blah. And the ninja are like, okay, what was that all about? So Jay, he finishes up the 12th level, and then when he's asked about the 13th level, the game like opens up automatically, and it's like, oh, would you like to enter Prime Empire? And so Jay, he just like goes in there, and then like the episode like ends with a bunch of like computers and different arcade games where like, do you want to enter Prime Empire? Do you want to enter Prime Empire? So the ninja, they finish with their investigating, but they don't see Jay anywhere, and they find it weird because Jay would usually say something. But there's a security camera in the hideout, so they look at the security camera and they see that Jay just got randomly sucked into the video game. So they like open up the passageway, but it doesn't look like how it looked like in the video. So they're like, okay, so what the hell is going on? So they got a bunch of calls about how like different arcade games are switching from their usual game and to Prime Empire. So they go and ask the mechanic for answers, but the mechanic isn't giving them up so easily. So instead, the ninja decide they're going to find the creator of Prime Empire, Milton Dyer, and learn about the game. But it turns out he's like a recluse, and he lives on like this deserted island. So they got to go over to this island, but the island is like fully booby-trapped, and there's all of these games and these different mechanics. He has like these like military hunter dogs and these like statues that shoot lasers, and like a maze that like squishes in on itself. But thankfully his assistant was in the mansion, and he was like, oh, I was in the shower, I didn't hear you guys. If I had heard you, I would have turned off all the security. So he brings the ninja in, and they're like, okay, well, what can you tell us about Milton Dyer? Turns out he doesn't know where Milton Dyer is either. He was so happy about, letting his new game out, and for some reason the company said that they didn't want to release it anymore. And after that, he was talking about how old they were going to pay, and he never saw him again. So they see all these recordings of Milton, and they're like, okay, so Milton is probably Unagami who's trying to get revenge on the company. Episode 3, we got people vanishing left and right because of the game, and the game is getting banned. People are like, arcades are like unplugging the game, and the police are taking them in. And, the people who own the arcades are like, yo, this is my revenue. What am I supposed to do? And they're like, listen, we gotta like ban video games right now because a bunch of people are vanishing once they make it to a certain level. So like in prison, Unagami like hacks into the prison center and like gets the mechanic out of jail so that he can help him with the plan. So we make it to Borg's like not apartment, to Borg's tower, and we learn about how complex the game is, and that even Borg is impressed with how advanced the game is for its like for when it was made. So it's kind of like a metaverse type of place, and there's like different levels and different subgenres, and it's like really interesting. And there are two options. They can either one go inside the game and try and shut it off inside the game, or two, they can try and find Milton Dyer in the real world and get him to shut it off. So they decide to split up. So Zane and Pixel stay behind because if they go in the game, it could mess with their coding. And the other ninja decides to go inside the game. So Cole is like playing the game so they can get inside the metaverse, but then the prisoners that got broken out by Unagami are like getting up to Borg Tower, and they're about to go in like fuck shit up. Fugitive was also released, but like they didn't want Fugitive to come, so Fugitive is just like living his best life, feeding the birds, enjoying himself. He's just enjoying himself. So the prisoners, they make it up there, but Cole is still playing, and thankfully he's able to complete the level, and the ninja are able to escape, and the prisoners just let it go. They're like, okay, well, doesn't matter. They're with Unagami now. We'll leave it be. And they were trying to get the motherboard, but thankfully Zane took the motherboard before anything could happen. And then we get to see like the inside of Prime Empire, and I can basically explain Prime Empire as like Cyberpunk 2077. That's what it was called. I forgot. That game was a good premise, but it flopped, unfortunately. We run into like the bad guys, and we find out that the ninja being in the game, they can't use their powers. They aren't like how they used to be. They're having like a hard time because all of their ninja skills are like aren't working as they used to. They can't do their moves anymore. They're not as strong as they used to be. They're not as angelic as they used to be. They're just like kind of back to when they first started learning spinjitzu and stuff. And there are these people that come and save them called the like it's basically a cult for Jay. Like they're all in like these different skins of Jay, like in his different costumes from throughout the seasons, and they're like, yeah, we're with Jay, we're friends, and they're like running super fast, and all the ninja are like, yo, why are we so tired? We don't get tired like this. And they're like, because your stats are at like 0, and because your stats are at 0, that's why you're like this. And we can just like buy moves and shit like that. And Mia's kind of petty about it. She's like, man, you know how long it took me to learn moves like that? I mean, I can't blame her. If I saw someone who has 0 fighting experience learn a move in less than a fucking minute, and it took me years, I too would be kind of mad. So anyway, they take them to find Jay, and again, Jay has managed to start a cult in a very short amount of time, and we're introduced to like this character named Scott who like does like mechanic repairs, and he has this secret hideout that not even Unagami can find. And you see Jay, and he's basically in this like Gem and the Holograms makeup look. I hope that any of you get that reference, please. I am only 18. I'm not that old. You guys have to know what Gem and the Holograms is. Okay, so we're on episode 5, and we meet this NPC called Okino, and he's basically like a guide through like the first challenge to get a Keyblade, and he has to take the players and through this forest, and then through this cliff, and then through this maze. But many of his players end up dying because they either don't listen to him or they're just really stupid. And like, a lot of them has died, and he starts to get like really depressed because he feels like I'm not doing a good job. All of my companions and my players, they keep dying. He has every right to feel that way. Even when he got one of them to the maze, they still end up dying because she got like caught by a bird. So yeah. So then there's like this whole graveyard, but he sees this like one master come in with his NPC buddy, and he's all like, well, yeah, I always help my master. Don't worry, never give up. And Okino is like, okay, I'm gonna give it another try. And then the ninja comes through, and they're like, oh, are you our guy? We need the help. And he's like, okay, we can do it. I will help you, ninja. So in episode 6, Okino is like helping the ninja out, and he's like, listen, I've not been the best guide. A lot of my previous players have died. And the ninja are like, what? How many could have possibly died? And then they just see the graveyard of swords behind them. And then they're like, oh, So they're a bit on the iffish side, but they're gonna let it go. So all of the ninja have 4 lives, surprisingly. Kai ended up using 2 of his lives because he forgot, because he didn't know that you're limited to only 4 lives, so he used 3 of his lives. And now he only has 1 life. Way to go, Kai. I mean, you play video games too, I'm sure you should know this. But everyone else has like 4 lives. But unfortunately, Cole lost a life, so he has 3, and then Nia loses 1, so she has 3. And they're ambushed by like this rat group that works with Unagami that are trying to like get them. And they kidnap this one rat, and they get this one rat to tell them like, okay, well, we need to know how to get to this one place quicker. And he's like, well, there's a glitch in the system. You can go through that glitch, and it'll get you to the cliff much faster. And they go there, and they tell Okino that he's a part of the game. I don't know why they would tell him he's a part of the game. I feel like that is not a good idea to tell, an NPC that, oh yeah, you're not real. You're just a concept in a game. And he's all like, what? No. But then he sees the glitch happen and he's like, oh, so none of this is real. I'm not real. And it gives him a whole existential crisis. Turns out the glitch was a trap by the rat guy. Who would have guessed? But they end up escaping, and Okino is just in full depression mode. So episode 7, Okino is still really depressed. The ninja are like trying to cheer him up, but like he's always like, am I truly feeling happiness, or am I just coded to feel happiness? All that existentialism. I don't blame him. This is what happens when you tell NPCs that they're fake. You can't just tell something that believes it's real and believes everything around it is real, and to just suddenly like, they didn't even like ease him into it, and they're like, did you ever wonder why certain things happen the way they do, or why you can only do certain moves, why you're limited to certain things? Like, they didn't ease him into it. They were just like, yeah, you're not real. None of this is real. It's a game. Like, that doesn't help. You could ease him into it at least, but nah, no easing into it, none of that. But anyway, they escape, and it's like, we figure out that Unagami is like trying to build a portal to the real world. Doesn't really make that much sense because, it just kind of doesn't. Just saying, it really doesn't make sense to like, make a portal to the real world, because this is a virtual world. They're all coding. It makes sense when it comes to like Zane and Pixel, because Zane and Pixel have physical bodies. Like, yeah, they're code, but at least they have a physical body to like move around and operate with. When it comes to a virtual world, it's all coding. So I really don't understand how he expects to build a portal to the real world with no physical bodies made. Like, there's no physical bodies made. It's just implied that, okay, we'll make the portal and then we can just walk out of there. You're gonna be basically non-existent because you're coding. You're ones and zeros, literally. There's no physical metal body for you. You're just ones and zeros. I'm stressing. They get up the cliff, are attacked by some soldiers, and then they make it up to the cliff. Hooray. Episode 8, we enter the maze, and everything like freezes, and Unagami visits Okino, and he tells Okino that, well, hey, if you kill the ninja, I'll allow you to, become a real person and get out of here. And Okino is like, well, they are my friends. I can't, like, just leave them there. I can't abandon them. But Unagami is like, okay, if you don't, then you will never become a real person. So they all go like in the maze to get the blade, and Okino is like kind of having like trepidation. He's like, I don't know if I want to do this or not, and he's kind of like scared. So they go and they see the dragon, and they try and get the keyblade, but it fails, and they have to fight the dragon. But the dragon is immune to everything. But it turns out that there's a weak spot behind the dragon's back that Okino knows about. But Unagami is like, well, don't tell them. If you don't tell them, they'll never know, and then they die, and you get to become a real person. But Okino was like, no, and he tells them, and they get to the weak point, And Okino, he decides that he's just gonna go on his own adventure. So episode 9, we're in the real world, and Zane and Pixel look for Dyer's parents. Turns out Dyer's parents don't know where he is either. They're like, yeah, we haven't seen our son in like years. We just want him to come home. And they show a picture of him with his old friend. So Zane and Pixel decide that, okay, well, we gotta find the friend. So back in Prime Empire, they're trying to get the next blade. And to get the next blade, you have to win a race. So they decide that they need to like get entered into the race. And the race is like, I think 200 each. So they have to like get money, but they don't have enough money. So they join a dance competition. So Jay and Nia, they start, dancing. They're getting their thing on. They're really getting it done. This one team is cheating. So, and then on the Red Warriors, the soldiers for Unagami, they come in. So now they're like dance fighting, and it's getting wild. But thankfully, Jay and Nia win, and they enter. But it turns out that you need your own vehicle. They don't provide vehicles. So now they got to go to Scott to get some vehicles. So episode 10, Scott is kind of, on the grid about it. He's like, I only got one life left. I don't know. This is a big risk. I'm giving you vehicles. But the ninja are like, well, we got to try and save everybody. So Scott is like, okay, I'll let you guys keep my bikes. But unfortunately, he only has 4, not 5. So they need to find a 5th racer. But there is one racer named Racer 7. And Racer 7 has been programmed to constantly lose. Whenever she reaches a certain point, she is just programmed to lose the race. And so Lloyd goes over to Racer 7 and he's like, listen, everything is fake. This is fake. You ever wonder why no matter what you do, every time you get to that one part of the race, you always lose? And she's like, okay, I'll think about it. And then she joins them. She took it better than Okino, honestly. Episode 11, the enemies, they find Scott and the ninja. Scott holds them off and he sacrifices his last life so that the ninja can escape and get the race. So they start the race. They all win the race, but unfortunately the race, Cole and Kai get cubed, and finally Racer 7 has broken her losing streak, and she's finally like, okay, I'm gonna go on my own adventure. I did what I need to do. So on episode 12, we go from we're trying to escape the race because Unagami is like, okay, well, they're here, you guys gotta get them. So the ninja, they know that they need to, the remaining ones, Jay, Nia, and Lloyd, have to get to Tiradoma, which is where the last Keyblade is located. And they get there and everything is glitching, and it's this platform game. And if you don't know how platform games are, basically once you die or mess up, you get sent right to the beginning. So Nia, Lloyd, and Jay get really sick of it, and they're super, just absolutely tired of it. And after they're finished with that platform game, all of them end up with only 1 life left. So, not good. In the next game after the platform game, it's an old style fighting game. So Lloyd, he decides to fight because, he's a green ninja. So he goes and starts his fight, and his opponent is Harumi, or a coded version of Harumi. And I think this was a subtle but nice reference that they added in. Harumi was wearing a Kill Bill outfit, so that she was not coming to play. And she's trying to manipulate Lloyd, and Lloyd is such a dumbass for actually falling for it. Lloyd, I know you're still kind of hung up on Harumi, but she's dead. She died, right? So why are you acting as if, it's a video game. She's dead. So why are you acting as if she is literally talking to you right now? She's not. It's code. It's just code from your memories. But nah, he falls for it. And unfortunately, he did get to kill Harumi, the coded one, but he ended up getting injured too. And he gets cubed. So now it's just Jay and Nia, and they have to go and stop Unagami. So in episode 13, the intro starts off in this black and white noir type beat. We got jazz playing, and Zane is talking in this mob boss transatlantic accent, and Pixel is all what the fuck are you doing? And Zane is all oh, well, to help us investigate the case better and figure stuff out, I decided to download a bunch of detective movies and books so I can figure out what to do. And Pixel is like, that makes absolutely no sense. But he's like, nah, it makes sense. It makes sense. So, Pixel and Zane, they go over to the place where Milton's old friend is working. Turns out he works at Dara's karaoke bar. So they ask him about what happened, and unfortunately, Zane starts a bar fight with the guy who's Fugidub's brother. And again, they don't know who Fugidub is, but his brother is like, come on, you gotta know who he is. And they're like, no, we don't. I really do want to know the real story behind Fugidub. How did he get in prison? How does he know the ninja? Do the ninja know him and they just don't remember? I need answers for them for this man. I need answers. But anyway. So they find the friend and they go to where he said. He's like, okay, well, there was this old pizza place we like to hang out at. Maybe he's over there. So they go over to the place, and it's the mechanic's old workshop, and the mechanic is there, and he starts to attack them, and he takes Zane, and Pickle does Zane's whole detective thing, and she finds Milton. Turns out Unagami was the original name of the AI-4 Prime Empire, and he was kind of weirded out by this, because he's like, no, I never completed the game, I never completed the AI. So unless he completed himself. So the AI became so advanced, it was able to complete its own coding. So we're on episode 14, and Wu is like looking for Zane, and the mechanics break in and like they find Wu and they take him in. And like Milton is like kind of subtly dissing Pixel. He's like, well, you're just a computer, all of your emotions were just like, programmed into you. They're not real. But Pixel is like, okay, well, I could say the same thing about a fucking person. And she's like, well, you might not think so, but the Unagami programming, his feelings feel real, and he feels like you abandoned him. So Milton is like, okay, I'll do it if it means that I can, stop all of this from happening. So Jay and Nia, they get to like this little sushi restaurant, and this lady is there, and she's like, okay, do you guys want like some sushi? And Nia is like, dude, this is definitely like a trap. Oh, this is the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Anyway, let me go back. Episode 14, basically after all that shit with Pixel and Milton, find out that the mechanic is helping Unagami make the portal. So while Unagami is making the portal inside, mechanic is making like a physical portal in the real world. And he needs like Zane as like a power source. We also figure out that Scott in the game was like the beta tester, and after he went missing, that's why the developers, cut the game off, because it's like when you lose a beta tester and the program admits to like, oh well, I made sure he had the best gaming experience, and so you can like guess what kind of happened. So that's why they turned it off. Anyway, so Jay and Nia make it to like a sushi place, and they almost get killed by like the waitress and like these octopi hot dog thingies and killer sushi, but thankfully they're able to like stop it, and then they reach like the next obstacle, and it's like and they make it to Unagami. Nia unfortunately gets cubed, but is able to save Jay, and but unfortunately the gate gets open beforehand. So Unagami and Jay are fighting, but Unagami kind of has the upper hand because he's in a world that he controls. Jay, he calls upon like this dragon thing, and he uses the dragon to follow Unagami. So we're on episode 16. Zane's life force is being like drained out of him, and he's like in pain. Jay comes through the portal, and he's like fighting Unagami, and he realizes, okay, well, I gotta act like a family therapist and get Unagami and Milton to like get back together and like become family. And thankfully he is able to do that and then become friends. And then, for some reason Unagami becomes like, a human child or like a kid. I don't really know why, but he does. And somehow the codes, like the NPCs, are able to like go into the real world. Don't ask me how that's possible. It just is, I guess. It just is. And that's it for this arc. Now we're going into the next arc, And this is episode 17. Cole's being kind of lazy. The others are doing their chores. He's playing video games. And Wu, he's kind of in a bit of a funk because he feels like ever since some of the missions, the ninja haven't really need him as much as they do anymore. But the ninja are like, no, we still need you. You know, you're still our friend. You're still our master. But Wu was like, there's a time when, the students no longer need a master. But, they're trying to teach him that no, they still need him. And he's just in this funk. Okay. So anyway, while Wu is in his depression, we get a letter from Shintaro. This is the Ivory City. It's this like beautiful utopian city, and people are like rarely invited. So this is a big thing to get invited here. So it turns out that the princess Vanya is being, she's getting older and it's her birthday, and she wants to invite the ninja, to her birthday party. And the ninja are like, okay, sure. And they want to bring Wu along to help him get out of his funk, but Wu is all like, no, I'll just keep you back. And then the ninja are like, come on, man, when do you ever get to see like a mystical, never before seen kingdom? And Wu is like, I've been alive for 1,000 years. When you've seen one, you see them all. And Misako was like, nah, fuck that shit. Get your ass out of your bed and get on that fucking ship. She told his ass, and he listened. So, we go and we're on the bounty, and while we're on the bounty getting up to Shintaro, these, like, big-ass bat creatures start attacking us, and, like, it's getting crazy. So, the ship is about to crash, because the dire bats literally ripped the wings off of the fucking bounty, and the ninja almost crashed into the snow, but thankfully the Shintarans, they're like, oh yeah, the dire bats, we forgot to mention that. They tend to like come up a lot. That's why we don't really invite people, because they're like really hostile. Thank goodness you were close by, or else you would be like dead. So the Shintarans, they have like wings, not like actual wings. I thought when they said that the people of Shintaro have wings as like they're born with wings, but these are just like mechanical wings that they use to like fly and get around. They're not like born with wings. They're just like little clip-ons that they use to fly. Which is still impressive, but I was expecting them to be like born with wings. Probably would have been funner. But, we get over in Shintaro, it looks all pretty and extravagant, but honestly, I was expecting it to be a bit more pretty. I mean, it's not to say it's not bad looking, it's nice looking. It's just like, when you hear about this like exclusive, extravagant city that's barely had any guests come to it in the past few years, it's like, okay, well, it's gotta be pretty. Like, I was expecting like some high-ass sculptures, maybe a bit more gold, since it's called the, Ivory City, like maybe some like, I guess I was imagining like, the Crystal Empire from like My Little Pony, where like there are these homes made out of crystals, and like, there are flowers, and like, I think that's what I was expecting. But, I guess, subtlety is better than, being over dramatic and, extravagant. So, we're on episode 18. Everyone is just loving Shintaro. They're like, wow, this place is beautiful. This is amazing. And the king of Shintaro, his name is Evangelist. He's like, yes, welcome to my kingdom. My daughter is a huge fan of you guys. And we see Princess Vanya, and she is like a huge ninja fangirl. She's like, you guys are like so cool. I've read everything about you. I've read all about your adventures. It's so cool. And it turns out she has like a little crush on Cole. But Lloyd is all suspicious because, the last time a princess had a crush on one of the ninja, it didn't exactly end well. So, he's all suspicious about Vanya, and he even goes up to Cole and is like, hey, I'm kind of suspicious about Vanya. And Cole's like, are you feeling this way because you're genuinely suspicious, or are you just kind of on edge after what happened with Harumi? And he's like, I'm not on edge about what happened with Harumi. But nah, he is kind of on edge about what happened to Harumi. So like Cole is about to fall asleep, but then he hears like this noise, and this like purple troll creature like pops out of nowhere, and Cole, he starts following it, and he's like all scared. And then he sees that this thing has a necklace, and in the necklace is a picture of his mom and dad. So he's like, what the fuck? How the fuck do they have a picture of my mom and dad? So he calls a meeting with all the other ninja, and he's like, okay, you guys, I saw like this purple troll thing, and it had a necklace that had my mom and dad's pictures in it. And the other ninja are like, dude, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would why would your mother have been here? When would she have been here? And even Wu was like, I never remember your mother having a necklace, so I think you were just dreaming. But it turns out Vanya, she was listening in on the conversation, and she was like, I think what you saw was real because when I was little, I had an imaginary friend that looked exactly the way you described, but I don't think he was imaginary. So she takes him to like to this underground place, and she says under here there's a mine, so we have to. So she's like, I think this is where my imaginary friend came from, so let's go in together. So they go into the mine, and they see like these skeleton people, and they're like abusing like these ogre looking people and the purple troll looking people. So Cole is like, okay, I'm gonna help them, you will get the ninja. And she's like, okay, I'll go and get the ninja. So Cole, he goes into the mine, and we see that they're mining Venstone. Crazy. So he's like trying to fight, but he doesn't know that they're mining Venstone. So he's like trying to use his power, but his powers don't work. Then we see like this skull sorcerer guy, and he comes in, and he's all like, you dare disrupt my work, you dare do this, and he imprisons Cole. So Princess Vanya in episode 19, she's like, she goes to the ninja and King Vangelis, and she's like, Father, me and Cole, we went into the abandoned mines, but they're not abandoned. There's a bunch of people there, and they're being held prisoner by like these skull people and this skull sorcerer, and you need to get someone to help Cole. And her father is all disappointed. He's like, Vanya, I told you to never go down there. I can't believe you would disobey me. And he's like, I'm so sorry, Ninja. I will have my army go inside there and get your friend back. And the ninja are all like, okay, cool. But, Lloyd, he's kind of suspicious about it. He's like, okay, well, you're the one who led them in there, so what the fuck did you do to our friend? But, Vanya is like, no, I really didn't mean it like that. I did not want him to get captured. I thought he would have been okay. But, they're not falling for that. And, the ninja are like, okay, well, we kind of gotta, save our friend. Even though the king tells them not to, they're gonna go instead. So Cole, he's like working in the mines, and we find out about like the geckos, the purple ones, and the ogres who are like, the green ones. And they have a bit of a rivalry, and they don't really like each other. So the ninja, they go into the tunnels, and they find Cole but Cole wants to help the geckos and the munches get out of there. But unfortunately, because the geckos and the munch have their little rivalry going on, they're all like, oh, well, we don't want to do this because of the geckos, and we don't want to do this because of the munch. And because of this, the ninja get caught too. So episode 20, Vanya and Wu made like these little cutouts of the ninja to like make sure that King Vangelis and the guards don't figure out that they're missing. And, they're trying to figure out what to do to like keep this under wraps. So back at the ninja, we figure out why the munts and the geckos are kind of like, not really with each other, like they don't like each other. So it turns out a few years ago there was this like dragon called Griefbringer, and it was like terrorizing the munts and the geckos. But then this warrior came in, and it's very hard to figure out what her name is. The geckos call her Gilly because every name for the geckos starts with a G, and the munts call her Millie because the munts, everyone's name starts with an M. So, Gilly slash Millie was this like fierce warrior, and she destroyed it, and she had 2 blades, and she gave 1 blade to the geckos and 1 blade to the munch. And after all of that happened, she left, but I guess someone took the gecko's sword and someone took the munch's sword. But the 2 blamed each other for it, and that's how their whole rivalry began. So the ninja are like, okay, so it was definitely the skull sorcerer that took them. Because I guess the geckos and munch aren't like the smartest, so they didn't realize that, okay, it was a setup by the skull sorcerer. So the ninja, they're trying to like sneak out, and they're trying to convince like the geckos to like, leave. And the skull is like, they are able to like make a plan, and they get the geckos and the munches to just agree to disagree for a short time. But unfortunately, while they were trying to escape, everyone is separated. So it's like separated. Nia, Lloyd, and Jay. We have Zane and Kai, and then Cole is just all by himself. So episode 21, we're following Jay, Nia, and Lloyd, and they are with the months. And the months, like, take them in, and the queen of the months likes Jay a lot. But Nia, she's not fucking with that, because, that's I'm assuming it's her husband. Since the whole yin and yang thing, I'm pretty sure yin and yang is like an equivalent for husband and wife because again we hear Nia call Jay her boyfriend multiple times and then she changes it to saying that he's her yin. So I'm pretty sure it's like a genre of like saying husband and wife. But anyway, Nia she ain't fucking with that. So she decides to fight for like Jay with the queen, and the queen is kind of whooping Nia's ass for a bit. But then Nia she remembers that I'm a ninja, and she just fucking whoops the queen's ass. But it turns out that when you beat the queen in a fight, you become queen. So now Nia is the queen of the geckos, not the geckos, the queen of the months. So Kai and Zane are lost and they're like running and they run into the geckos and they're like hiding and the geckos are talking about how, oh, this is so crazy, how everything is happening, that skull sorcerer guy, and they're like singing songs and shit. And they have like this moth stuff. But the moth ends up like falling on Kai and it falls right in his mouth and he just starts gagging and throwing up.
It's in my mouth! It's in my mouth! It's in my mouth! I think I'm gonna barf. I think I'm gonna...
Who are they? Outsiders! They must be in league with the skull sorcerer!
And the geckos are like, what are you? Are you months? Are you skeletons? And like Kai is like, well, I mean, we have skeletons, but we have like flesh and organs and stuff. And Zane is like, I don't got those things. I'll show a clip of that because it's really funny. Like Zane looks like so done with it.
Skeletons. I mean, we have skeletons, of course, but there's so much more to us. Like veins and organs and stuff.
I have none of those things.
But anyway, they like take Kai and Zane to meet the Chancellor, and the geckos are all like, okay, well, to make sure you're not skeletons, we're gonna have a Mino. We're gonna put you on trial by Mino. And they're like, what the fuck does that mean? And then they're dropped down into like this like underground thing, and they're like a Mino comes up, and it's like covered in Venstone, and it's like, okay, if you die, you're guilty. If you don't die, you're innocent. And so the ninja, Zane and Kai, they're like fighting it, and Zane figures out that, oh, the Mino is just aggressive because of the Venstone armor it has. And he breaks it off, and Mino is no longer aggressive, and it becomes his friend. And then the geckos see everything that happens, and they're like, oh, wow, that's really impressive. That's so cool. And after all that happens, they make Kai the Chancellor. So, yeah. In just a day, Nia and Kai have just become the rulers of 2 civilizations. So, after that, Kai is like, okay, well, we need to learn more about this skull sorcerer and why all of this might be happening. So the gecko that used to be the Chancellor takes Kai to like their cave of stories, and it doesn't really make sense, but thankfully the gecko like translated. There were like these 3 adventurers who went deep into the cave that not even the geckos and months go into, and they awoke like this ancient evil, and that's basically how it happens. And like Kai is like trying to get the geckos to like make a treaty with the months, but it does not work. Anyway, we're on episode 23 and we're back on the surface, and Vanya is like talking to her little baby dragon for advice, and she is just struggling. She's like, should I help? Should I go in there? Maybe I should go in there and I should save them. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna do it. So Cole is like recreating a scene from Cliffhanger, hanging off a cliff. Please tell me you guys understand Between the Lions. Please. I'm making these references hoping you guys understand. I'm not old. I was born in 2004. But anyway, so like Cole's hanging off of a cliff and he's like struggling, and he gets attacked by like these spider things and dire bats. He is just not winning. He is not catching a break. He is just getting attacked and beaten. But thankfully, Vanya finds him and saves him, and Chompy turns into like this big dragon thing, and Cole sees it, and he's like, your dragon just turned into like a fully grown dragon. And Vanya's like, no, he's basically harmless. He's like a baby. And he's like, no, I don't think it's just a baby. I don't think it's just a baby. But anyway, Vanya takes Cole to see the king, and Cole tells the king about what happened. And the king is like all pissed off, and he's like, I can't believe you would disobey me again. You keep disobeying me. So the king reveals that he was actually the sorcerer, and that he's like been mining Vengestone, that he's like Shintaro functioning. And Vanya's like, I can't believe you would do this. But, he's all like, well, I just did what was necessary. And because of what, like, Cole and, Wu got involved, he, like, banishes them, and he, like, opens a trap door, and Wu and Cole end up falling. And, Vanya gets her wings out, and he's like, listen, if you go and save them, you are no longer my daughter. So she jumps in and saves them. So in episode 24, Vangelis, he lies to the guards saying that Princess Vanya was attacked by her dragon. And all the guards didn't even buy that. I mean, they followed the order because, he's the king. But, like, the minute he said that, they were like, Chompy? Chompy? And he's like, yes, Chompy. He attacked the princess. And they're like, Chompy? They're confused, but they follow their orders, and they, like, put Chompy in a little cage. And it's really funny. So, like, Wu and Cole, they're falling, and Vanya is, like, there, and she's like, don't worry, guys, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna help you out. But unfortunately, it ain't working. It turns out the wings aren't meant for, like, heavyweight. It seems like the wings at most can maybe carry 2 people, but when it comes to 3 people, the wings just, like, break apart. So Vanya, Wu, and Cole, they're, like, falling to their death, and Vanya's kind of chill about it. And even Wu comments about it. He's like, for, like, a princess, you're really chill about, like, falling to your death. And she's like, well, I have Master Wu and Cole. You guys have survived worse. And they're like, no. So then she starts to freak out. But thankfully, they land in, like, this spider web. And the spider's web is, like, just, they get stuck to it. And Cole gets, like, wrapped up in, like, silk, because of course he does. He is just not winning right now. And he's, like, wrapped up in, like, this cocoon of silk. And he's like, what is happening right now? So Vanya is telling him this in descriptive detail. She's like, it's wrapped you up in a cocoon of silk. And he's like, oh my god. And now it's taking you to be fed to somebody. And she's like, oh no. It, like, reminds me of that scene in Steven Universe where, like, oh my god, they're burying me in the ground. And she's, like, crying. And they're like, those flowers are lovely. Like, that's what it reminded me of. But, anyway, they managed to, like, cut through the spider's web. But again, they're still falling to their death. And they managed to end up in, like, this little whirlpool river thing. And they, like, slid down first. I actually like that they, like, didn't do that thing where they make it where, okay, well, you fall from 100 feet, but because you landed in the water, it breaks your fall. But not really. If you were to fall down at a certain height from water, it would be as bad as, like, landing on fucking concrete. So thankfully they didn't do that. So, they have their whole discussion, and they make it into, like, this whirlpool thing, and, Cole, he taps into, like, his earth power, and he's like, okay, earth power, and he shuts off the whirlpool, but then, of course, the whirlpool ends up breaking, and they fall into, like, this little pool, and they get out of the pool, but then they meet the 3 adventurers we heard from the Gecko story. So in episode 25, we learn about the adventurers themselves, and we're back to, like, this 2D animation, and we meet this guy who's a part of the adventurers called Krogan, and he's pretty stupid. He comes from Metalonia, just like the Master of Metal, and I thought that Metalonian was gonna be like this ice place based on, like, the accent that they have. It sounds like a Russian accent, or, like, Ukrainian or something like that. So I thought they were gonna be in, like, a winter environment, but it's actually more of a desert region. And he goes over to his dad, and he's like, I want an adventure. Why can't I have an adventure? And his dad is like, Krogan, you're pretty stupid. You've literally attacked many of my allies. And, Krogan has, like, his little axe that talks, but it doesn't actually talk. And his dad is like, please stop thinking that your axe talks. It doesn't talk. I'm really concerned about you. And the axe is like, I do talk. He's lying to you. So Krogan might be schizophrenic. Maybe. It's in, like, again, this 2D animation that I wish was the Monkey Kid animation. But, it's okay. So his dad does find a mission that he can take, and it's from Vanya's dad, and he's like, okay, I want you guys to go and find this skull thing, and it's for me to destroy it. So, the adventurers, the fungus wizard, and this thief that's Plundar, they all go over to the cave entrance, and they start to go and look. They get through all these booby traps, and they find the skull. This is like a full D&D campaign type of shit. And they get the skull, and they bring it back to the king, and they're like, listen, king, you gotta destroy this immediately. It is truly evil. But then the king is all like, I thought about it some more, and actually this will like really help me out with stuff. And the adventurers are like, what? And he banishes them to the very end, and they call themselves the lowest because there's no lower than they can go. I don't know how they survived in that cave for so long, because seeing how in the flashback it was shown that Vanya was like a child, and now she's like at least a teenager, even a young adult, that's a good 10 to 15 years they probably spent inside there. Like, damn. Ain't no one worried about them? Like, damn, where is Krogran's father? He must have had questions. But anyway, Cole motivates them to like try and find a different way out, but the Logie are all like, listen, we've tried our hardest, we have not found a way out. We've been looking for it for the past few years, and we've never found a way out. But Cole is like, never give up. So in episode 26, we get a flashback of Cole's mom. So it turns out that Cole's mom got sick from some sort of illness, and she was like on her deathbed, and Cole was a very like rebellious kid, but not like in a bad way, in like a, okay, if I see someone get bullied, I will beat them up. I don't care if I get like in trouble. And that's exactly what happens. And Cole's mom is like, I'm not upset with you because I know you're mentally ill. She's like, I'm not upset with you. It's nice that you have a good sense of justice. And she's like, listen, promise to me that if you see anything cruel or unjust, you will fight on it and you will not give up. And he's like, of course, I promise. So that's like his whole motivation. And like Plundar is all like, I told you there's no exit. And like Master Wu, he's all like, I don't know what to tell Cole. But Vanya is like, old man, get off your ass. He needs your help, and you need to help him. So, Master Wu was like, your mother used to say that when she was underground, it really helped her connect with her element, and maybe he can try doing the same. So Cole manages to do that, and he finds a path to get out. But they gotta go under the water, and then they gotta go out the water. But once they get out the water, they find like this whole lava section, and they gotta get past it. But then this like magma monster comes up, and it's like trying to kill them, and it's like roar, roar, flashing lava all over the place. But everyone is able to escape, and they block off the entrance. But the magma monster is still chasing them, but they just don't know it. Episode 27. Lloyd, Jay, and Nia try to convince the monks to join a truce with the geckos, but it's just not working. They all do not like each other. On the gecko side, they're trying to also get Zane and Kai are also trying to get them to do the treaty, but it's not working. So they do what they do is considered like a slug race, and the slugs actually look kind of cute. I don't really like slugs in real life, but I gotta say the animated the slugs really cutely. And if the gray slug wins, then the geckos don't go and make a truce. And if the brown one, no, if the brown one won, the geckos don't do the truce. If the gray one wins, they do the truce. But the gray one is like really, really slow, and the brown one is like really, really fast. So Kai is like, listen, Zane, why don't you like make an ice thing and help the, gray one get like a little boost? And Zane is all like, man, I don't want to do that. That's cheating. That's going against their legal system. And Kai is like, listen, we gotta get a treaty in place. Just fucking lie and get it done. So Zane is all like, okay, whatever, fuck you. And he just like does his thing, and he helps the slug get past the finish line. And so they decide to make their treaty. So turns out we learned from the geckos, from this one gecko called Gleck, and he's the one that had the necklace that Cole saw. So it turns out that Gilly and Millie is actually Lily, who is Cole's mom. So Cole's mom was the warrior that had came to save them, and Kai and Zane are like, oh, Lily / slash Gilly, she doesn't exist anymore. She died, and like the Gecko is all like, "Oh no, this is bad." But they're like, "Okay, well she has a son," and they're like, "Okay, okay, that can work. That can still work." So everything is like going pretty good. But unfortunately, the Skull talks Vangelis into releasing Griefbringer. And while they're doing their whole peace treaty, Griefbringer attacks, and everyone has to like run and escape. So F-28, the Lonely Gang is like just being chased by the magma monster again, and they escape, and they reach like this old temple for elemental masters of Earth. So I guess there were a lot of elemental masters for Earth. And this temple contains like these secrets called the Senjutsu Burst, and it was a thing that Cole's mom was trying to learn, but she wasn't able to. There's like this mech made out of stone, and only like Cole can control it because he's the master of stone. And we see like this mural from her, and with fungus magic, we see that the ninja are like running around and they're trying to escape from the Griefbringer. And Cole's like, okay, we gotta help them. And Vanya is like telling Wu he needs to stop like just leaving Cole alone and like having him deal with this himself and be motivational. So Wu finally starts to like get out his funk and realize that yeah, they might not need him all the time, but there are still times that they need him. So in episode 29, everyone's running for their lives. They reach like this little safe room, but like they're cornered, they can't get out. And it takes like a whole life and death situation to like finally get these motherfuckers to agree to it, to like helping each other. And they find like this thing buried beneath the rocks. But turns out it's not helping anything. When they open it with the geckos and Munster's help, it's just an empty tunnel. But the chancellor and the previous queen, they like get together and they're all like, listen, we gotta help. And like Mia and Kai are like, hooray, we finally like have them have a treaty. And they're like, we don't have a treaty, you guys are the king and queen. And they're like, okay, whatever. But unfortunately they do get caught. So episode 30, Wu motivates everybody and Cole makes a plan to like get back up and how to save everything. So they run into the magma monster again and the dire bats, and just everything is just not going well. And they get out and they like scare an elderly couple because they were like walking around the palace and they were all like, oh, this is like, this flower is called this, and they're like in their little old person argument, they're like, no, no, no. And then they just randomly stone mech bursts out the fucking ground, and like they are just, I am surprised they just didn't keel over. I think I would if I was their age, but thankfully no. So they get to Vangelis, and and Vanya confronts her father, and the guards are there, and they're all like, Princess Vanya, I thought you were dead. I thought your dragon ate you. And she's like, no, my father threw me down a fucking hole. But anyway, Vangelis is all like, I don't want you doing this. I don't want to hurt you. But if you force my hand, I will. And, Vanya forces his hand, so now she's fighting the royal guards. So in episode 31, we're back in the mines, and the ninja are in a cage, and Vangelis is like about to kill the ninja, and then he reveals that he's the king because the ninja didn't know he was the king. And the ninja are all like, well, fuck us. Now, the lowly, that are now called the uply because they escaped, they come over and Cole's got like everything ready. We got the army, and Vanya's behind them, and she's like, let's do this. So Cole, he gets his mother's blades and he faces off against Vangelis. This whole rebellion is happening, and the ninja join the fight, and it's like getting crazy. But then Griefbringer escapes again. So Cole and Vangelis are just like absolutely swaying. They're like beating each other's asses. It's getting wild. But Cole's mom's blades turned out they didn't have any like secret powers or anything. They were just normal blades. So it's like, but then Cole is like unlocks his like elemental burst and like completely destroys the skull, and the king gets arrested. So Vanya gets coronated, and the ninja leave and they say their goodbyes, and Vanya and Cole have this whole little will they won't they kind of relationship thing going on. She obviously still has a crush. So Wu finally gets on his like little funk, and we got all this adventure stuff. Season 13. Thankfully, there are only 4 episodes, so it won't take me that long. 3 more seasons to go. But the next two seasons has 16 and 18 episodes. So, and first episode, Misako and Clutch Powers are like exploring the island. For some reason, Clutch brings like a tanning bed, even though technically speaking, he's on an island. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, as someone who lives in the Caribbean, you don't need a tanning bed. Trust me, I live in the Caribbean. You don't need a tanning bed. Most days are full of sun. And on the one day that it rains, it's still hot as shit. So anyway, they're in the forest. They're like trying to figure out how to get this they didn't explain what it was that they were there for, but like we learn about it later on. So they're like looking and they find like this totem pole, this stone totem pole. And they're like, yo, this is a random totem pole. I thought this island was uninhabited. Turns out this totem pole can come to life and it starts attacking them and it kidnaps them. Now we get to the ninja, and the ninja are like looking into certain stuff because there was a break-in at like a breakout in Praetorian prison, and they're looking into that. So some guy from the explorers comes by and he's like, hey, here is your mom's stuff. Her membership was revoked. And he's like, what? Why was my mom's membership revoked? Turns out, Misako has been lost at sea for the past 7 weeks. Yeah, like I guess she was doing regular communication with the Explorers Club, but then after that, she went off contact for 7 whole weeks. And let me just say that Wu is with her. You were telling me the ninja weren't a bit weirded out that not only Wu but Misako were just gone for like 7 weeks and did not contact them at all? Like, at least Misako did keep contact with Lloyd. Like, Lloyd knew that his mom was like looking for an answer when, Wu disappeared. But now she didn't like have contact with them. Did Lloyd not find it weird that for 7 whole weeks Master Wu or Misako like gave them a note or anything, or at least said something about what they were gonna do? And why didn't the Adventurers Club notify them earlier? Like, come on now. I feel like after the 5th week you should have been like, we think your mother is dead because she was lost at sea. So it turns out the reason why Misako went to this island is because it's the Storm Belt. And the Storm Belt is known as like this really dangerous place that's full of like thunderstorms, and just, it's not good. It's not a good place to be. And she was trying to like chart this uncharted island, and Pixel is all like, I can't believe she would do this. This is like super bad. But, she does. So Pixel finds out that there's one person that survived being in the Storm Belt, and it's this guy named Twitchy. Well, his name isn't Twitchy, but people call him Twitchy because, I'll explain. The ninja gets to like his gas station and he's like, oh, I went to that island before. And he like has obvious PTSD because his balloon was like just, sailing around, but it got taken off course and he ended up in the Storm Belt and he landed on the island. And while he was in that Storm Belt, he was hit by lightning 11 times. The fact he even survived 3 times is incredible. But because of being, hit by lightning 11 times, he has like short-term memory and he tends to like twitch around a lot, and that's why everyone calls him like Twitchy. And the ninja are like really adamant about letting this guy like come with them. I don't really understand why they were so adamant about that, because it's obvious that he has like some serious trauma from being on that island. And he's all like, I don't know why they didn't just ask him a few questions, write it down, and just keep it for later. No, they just gotta bring this guy, as if he's gonna be any help. He has short-term memory loss, forgetting like everything every like 5 to 10 minutes. He's almost as bad as Dory. But like the ninja are like, come on. And they actually manipulate him because, again, short-term memory loss. And the ninja are like, oh, you said you were going to come with us to the island. And he's like, oh, I did? Well, if I said that, then I'll just go with you guys. Like, that's kind of sick of you guys to do, honestly. So, episode 2, we're like hearing about, like, Twitchy is telling them, okay, well, this is what happened on the island. There was like blue sand and like a bunch of other stuff that I saw. It's like crazy, but the ninja don't believe him because, yeah, Sure, let's not believe. Let's let's not believe the one guy that survived the island. Like, how you gonna bring him there and then not even believe half the shit he's saying? That's just fucking crazy to me. So anyway, we get on the island. Like, we get to the island and like they're using like these paragliders and these like, I don't know why. Again, I feel like if you're in a storm belt and the oceans, like if you've ever been in the sea during a storm, you know that like ocean waves can get like really high, especially if it's like really bad storms. So the fact that they were using a fucking paraglider as like a way to get there is just. I'm surprised that Zane didn't get blown away on that fucking paraglider. Like honestly, just all it takes is one wind that goes northwest and he would be gone. But I guess not. I guess the wind didn't blow him back, and they end up on the island, and they're like exploring the island, and we get a glimpse of this like little creature thing, and then it attacks. But it turns out it's a dragon that's been domesticated. So it's like playing fetch, kind of like a dog, and the ninja are like trying to distract it so they can get away. But the dragon, he just wants to like play around, and he keeps coming back. So while the ninja are like investigating, they run into this totem pole again. And again, like I said, the totem pole attacks them, and it turns out that the totem pole can replicate their attack. So now they're like trying to figure out what to do. And then Lloyd and Twitchy get separated from the others, and the others get like kidnapped and taken, and they wake up to like these purple, sparkly people. And these sparkly people think that they're trying to steal their amulet, and they lock them up. So in episode 3, everyone is locked up, and we see like, except for Jay. They put Jay in like a separate place because they saw him use electricity. So Lloyd, he plans a rescue, and this like two-headed guy brings Jay some food, and they're like best friends, and they keep calling him Gift of Jay. So I guess Jay thinks that, okay, maybe I'm like a god because I can like use lightning powers. I guess that's something that they worship. So he's like becomes like their like ruler, not like their ruler, but he's like, he's treated nicely there. So Lloyd, he comes in and he like gets the dragon to like cause chaos for the people, and Lloyd helps break out his friend. But before they can leave, Clutch Powers, he tried to steal the amulet, the storm amulet, because this storm amulet is like, it belongs to like this beast called Wojira, and Wojira is like the manipulator of storms, and they promise to never let this amulet leave the island. But Clutch is like trying to steal it, and because he tried to steal it, they get tied up by poles, and Jay is becoming a human sacrifice. I bet you weren't expecting human sacrifices, but yeah, human sacrifice. So in episode 4, Kai is able to free himself and the others, and they go after Jay. But then we see this Wojira person who comes to get like, Jay, because the villagers think that, oh, well, Wojira, she woke up and she's been like harassing them and been asking for like gold and the food and everything, and they ran out of stuff, so now they've been using like live and human sacrifices. So then the ninja, when they go to get Jay, they realize that the Wojira is made out of wood, so that doesn't really make sense. So they're like, I think someone is tricking you. And then they think to themselves, okay, what person would be sick enough to make a fake wooden sword, like a fake Wojira out of wood, and then use it to manipulate the people that live there? Ronan. So yeah, it's Ronan, and Jay is found by Ronan, and Ronan's all like, well, yeah, I did kind of like manipulate them, but like, and he was also responsible for like the breakout from Crypterium. He used like the prisoners to help him get like the money and stuff. So the ninja, they come over and they get the gold and everything back, and they take Ronan to prison, and they give the people back all their stuff, and everything is good to go. And Clutch tries to steal the amulet again, but thankfully it doesn't work. And then we get a sneak peek of like Wojira. It's for like season 14, because season 14 is a fucking whirlwind. Season 14. We can do this, you guys. We can do this. I'm so fucking close. 2 more seasons. Okay, I'm gonna speed run this because my mom is gonna be home in like the next 30 to 40 minutes, so I gotta go. So, episode 1, we meet this new villain, Misdemeanor. Like, Misdemeanor. Okay, and she's like trying to meet somebody here to like give them like some sort of package, but the ninja, they bust her. And she's like carrying like a shit ton of Venstone, and the ninja are all like, why is she carrying all this Venstone? So Nia, she tries to like stop her, but unfortunately Nia's powers are just not in control. And she like makes this like tornado of water and she can't like stop it. So when it finally collapses, it like causes like this big tidal wave and basically floods this entire little village. And like, you know, her powers are just keep acting up. She's like exploding the toilets, setting off the sprinklers. So Master Wu, he's like, we need to call your mother, but Nia's like, no, I don't want my mother around because I guess her mom can be a bit overbearing and overprotective. So she's all like, no, I don't want my mom coming here. But Kai, he's like, nah, I'm ringing up mom. So then, you know, mom arrives. So in episode 2, you know, Nia, she's mad at Kai, and Kai is like, but we need her help. So, you know, Nia's mom is being a mom, you know, she's like, your room is a mess, you gotta clean it up. You can't be a good master of water without a clean room. You have to have a good attitude. A ninja always wakes up early, and she's like making like a healthier breakfast. Like, she gets her like these like seaweed bacon things and like seaweed pancakes, and it's like, seaweed is really good and it's healthy for you, and it might help you get more in tap with your water. And Nia's like, ugh, I don't want to do this. Nia's mom is just being really overbearing, and she's like feels like she's going insane. So she goes to talk to Kai about their mother. But Kai, he kind of likes having his parents around because, you know, he kind of enjoys. For Nia, she feels like her mother is just trying to do too much, and is just like, you know, not treating her like an adult and treating her like a child, and is just babying her. But, you know, Kai kind of likes that. Like, you know, his mom is like making him sandwiches, and he's playing video games with his dad. So he's like enjoying himself, and he's just like, listen, you just have to like give mom a chance. She's just trying to help. But, you know, she ain't listening to that. So Zane and Pixel go on a water rescue, and this like tentacle monster is like trying to drown this ship. And while the tentacle monster is drowning the ship, there's like this energy burst that like messes up with their stuff. And when this energy burst happens, it like makes Nia's powers like malfunction, and she like explodes like this pool, this like hot tub that they have. But it's not a hot tub; it's actually like this bell that's like really sacred. So I'm like really shocked that Master Wu is just letting them do this. But whatever. So it seems as if that this energy burst that is coming from like this deep sea trench might be the reason why Nia's powers are malfunctioning. So they go in the trenches. So in episode 3, we're like under the sea, and I would like put in a you know, under the sea clip, but you know, Disney. I don't know much about copyright, but one thing I do know, Disney will copyright anything it can. So I ain't risking it. Even though I barely even have like 10 subscribers. So, you know, it turns out like the Titanic happened in this universe because like Pixel has like this submarine, and she reveals it, and she's like, this submarine is unsinkable. And, you know, I think it was either Cole or Kai, and they're like, you know what happens when you like to call a ship unsinkable, right? And everyone is just like watching Kai. So like, did the Titanic happen in this universe? Was there like a Titanic XS event that happened? And where? Because again, Ninjago is the only landmass. So like, did it go up the coast to like the northern part of Ninjago, and it just hit an iceberg? Like, I got to know, honestly. But, you know, they all get on the submarine. Kai doesn't go because, you know, Kai actually has a fear of water. I don't know if his dad also has a fear of water. I know for a reason that Kai is probably afraid of water and doesn't know how to swim, even though Nia knows how to swim. I think it's because he's a fire elemental, but I don't know. Is his dad the same way? Just saying. So they're like on their ship, and they're under the water, and Zane puts on like this little pirate accent. But while the ninja who are on the ship are doing their chores, are about to do them, they realize that, oh, someone has already done our chores. And Nia is like, wait a second. Someone's doing all our chores, is really sneaky, and she looks up on the roof and she sees her mother. Her mother snuck onto the ship. And like, you know, she's all like, also Jay for some reason thinks that it's a ghost butler. You see, they need to stop using Jay as a fucking lightning rod. It is really starting to have effects on his mind. Anyway, so, you know, we're in the trenches, and We're seeing all these sink ships, these ships that were attacked, and then we end up like losing power. Well, like the ninja, they lose power, and they end up getting stranded because like these like manta rays came and were like shooting at them, and they got hit, power loss. So episode 4, they're trying to figure out how to power up the ship again. Jay suggests that he fries the battery up with his electricity, but they're all like, no, 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 that's not a good idea. It would be kind of bad even for you. So they're like, okay, well, what if we figure out where the energy source is, because we know the location of the energy source, and one of us goes over there to try and find out if we can like use it to power the ship again. And so Nia goes with her mother, and they're like heading over there, and like Nia and her mom have a bit of a heart to heart. Nia like kind of reveals that the reason why she's been kind of standoffish is because she's still upset about what happened with her and her dad. And Maya is like, I didn't want that to happen. Sometimes you just can't pick a good choice, and you just have to pick one that is the best option. And Nia, she's not really hearing that because she's younger, and like Maya is like, listen, I never want you to have to make that choice, but you need to understand that unfortunately that was the choice I had to make. But Nia doesn't want to hear it, and I think both of their feelings are valid. Like, yeah, Maya never wanted that to happen, but like Nia also has a right to be upset because she was basically robbed of like a relationship with both her parents at a young age, and she does have a right to feel a bit upset about that, even if it wasn't her parents. Her parents didn't want that to happen. So like both feelings are completely valid in this situation. So they're like heading into, and they find like this secret little temple in the place, and they're walking in, and we see like these snake creatures and like a pool full of jellyfish, and like this snake guy who uses like some Dr. Octopus type legs. He walks in, his name is Gluttonous, for what reason, and talks to the others, and then there's a fish guy comes in with like a bunch of octopus legs, and he's all like talking to the scientist and saying like, I want you to wake her up now. But the scientist is all like, listen, we don't have the right components. We don't know how to replicate the power that comes from the amulet. And he's like, try again. So it turns out that these people are trying to reawaken Wojira. That snake monster that was gonna destroy the world. Yeah. They want to reawaken it. So Maya and Nia are like found out, and they get captured while trying to run away. In episode 5, Maya and Nia are like tied up to like this pillar, and we meet the person that was talking to the scientist. He is the Prince of Metalopia, I think. Metalopia, and his name is Kalmar. But Nia calls him Calamari because he's a bad guy. So she's like pissing him off and telling him to like just fuck off. I'm not telling you shit. And he's all like, okay, whatever. And she's just like really pissing him off. And so much so that he charges up his spear to like hit her. But one of the guards like alerts him, and he ends up hitting the pillar that her and her mom are tied up on. So turns out his father was calling for him, Trimar, and he was like, listen, I heard a rumor that like you're sinking human ship. Is that true? And Kalmar is like, no, it's not true. I would never do that. And his dad is like, listen, you have a hatred for the human world for some reason, and you need to stop. You can't keep doing this. It's bad. You are going to like risk the treaty that we made. And Kalmar is all like, oh well, technically speaking, back in the old days, the sea, we never used to have land. It used to just be sea, and we used to rule everything. So why is it like this now? And Trimar is all like, listen, man, all life is valuable. You need to stop acting like we're better than everybody else. And Benthamar is like, well, yeah, listen to father, brother. And he's like, fuck you, adopted brother. He just calls him adopted brother all the time. So Maya and Nia, they use the broken pillar to escape, and they get their chains off, and they start to escape. But like they send out the Ripper Sharks to like stop Nia and Maya. But Kalmar gets upset that they did that because they need them alive to find the location of the island that has the amulet. So even though they have like back on the ship, they have a little bit of electricity, and Jay tricked them so he can go and recharge the battery, and he's able to get the power back, and he survives. Even though he was like, I get he was he's the elemental master of electricity, but like he hooked himself up to this super strong battery under the water and used his electric powers. He must have gotten some serious brain damage. So Maya and Nia are outrunning the sharks. Nia uses her power to escape, and Jay and the others get saved. The Merlopians arrest them, and the king is like, "Listen, humans, what are you doing here? You could have risked the peace." And Nia is like, "Well, we wouldn't have been here anyway if someone hadn't shot down our ship." And he's like, "I'm sorry, who shut down your ship?" And he's like, "This like weird calamari guy." And she's like, "Oh my god, it's my fucking son." So he calls over his son, and his son sees them, and he's like, "Oh, these people are lying." And he's like, "Are you sure they're lying? Because they're saying that you've destroyed their ship, and I know how you act." So there's like this whole thing happening, and they're fighting, and Calamar, he's like, "Enough of this. I'm going to do what you never had the balls to do." So he shoots his father and kills him. But since there's nobody else there, and he already like shot off the other royal guards, he's like, "Help, help. The surface dwellers killed my dad." So the other security guards, they come in and they're all like, "Come on, we gotta arrest them." So the ninja, they start running. And Benzamar, he comes in and he's like, "What happened to father?" And Kalmar's all like, "Oh, the surface dwellers, they shot him." And Benzamar checked on his dad, and his dad is like still like, he has a pulse still, and he's like, "We need to get the royal physician. We gotta at least try and save him." But Calamar is not hearing that. He's like, "Well, you go do that. We're trying to find these surface dwellers." So Benzamar is like carrying his dad on his back. They the ninja, they're trying to like, get out of there, trying to escape. So but they flood this certain section of the gate, and they think, because the last time they saw humans, most of their technology was kind of below. So I guess they think that, oh, okay, their tech is still kind of low, we can just flood this thing and they'll die. So they flood this thing, and Trimar, he tells Bento the truth, and that Kalmar was the one that killed him. And Trimar tells him that to help the surface dwellers to stop Kalmar. And then Kalmar becomes the king because, succession. So the ninja get trapped, but Bento frees them, and he like takes them to the hangar, and like the ninja escape. Then we got this whole speed chase going on, and like the others are all like, "Well, hey, we can't fire at them. We're in like Merlopian territory. We don't want to risk others like getting hurt." But Kalmar doesn't want to hear that. He's more obsessed with like trying to get them to stop. And now Bento was like considered a traitor. So the ninja, the gate go to get the amulet from the keepers. So in episode 8, we learn about like Bento's backstory. He was orphaned. He doesn't know who his mom and dad are. He just knows that one day he was like being attacked by these eels, and King Trimar went to go and save Bento. But Kalmar was not really happy about that. Kalmar has like a very huge disregard for human life, and or any life in general. He just thinks that him and like a few others are the best, and everyone else is awful, and they shouldn't get to live. But Kalmar is like been looking up about Ojira. He's always been fascinated with Ojira, and his dad is like, "You need to let this Ojira stuff go. It's not healthy." But Bento, he ain't listening to all that. So it's crazy. So Kalmar manipulates Bento into finding the temple, and once that's done, he's like, "Okay, you help me find the temple. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care about you." So that's how we ended up. That's how he ended up finding the temple, and now we're back to the present, and we're trying to get the amulet. So Kalmar, he goes to the Uncharted Island 2, and the ninja reach the island, but it turns out that the amulet that the amulet that the keepers had, it was a fake. Clutch Powers did in fact end up stealing it, and he took a fake. He put a fake in. So that means that the real one has been in Ninjago the entire time. So now they gotta tell Kai, Cole, Ray, and Wu that, yeah, they gotta go and get it from the Explorers Club. Also Misako, I keep forgetting her, but she kind of sucks. So, whatever. So the ninja for the ocean crew, they're, in the ship, and they're like, "Okay, we gotta get to Ninjago first." But Benzomar, he shows up, and he's all like, "Why don't you give me the amulet, and they're like trying to pretend like the amulet they have is the real one, but they're like, come on now, we heard you, we know that that's not the real amulet. And they find out that about a Ninjago city, so they go and they destroy their ship so they can't move. So now Calamar is going to go and get the amulet, but thankfully they were able to tell like the others and Ninjago to go and get it. So in episode 10, Kai, Ray, Wu, and Kai and Ray, they were sparring before like Cole tells them what happened, and like Kai was beating his daddy's ass. Like Ray was like, "Hey son, can you like go a little easy on me?" And Wu was just instigating. Like Wu was like, "Yeah, this is a bit dull. Kai, throw some fire at your father." So Cole tells them what happened, so they gotta go and go to the Explorers Club again. We all know this isn't gonna end well, but regardless, we're going. So back at the island, the others for the water crew, they're all like, "Man, what the fuck are we gonna do? How are we gonna get off of here?" So Benthamar is like, "Well, you're named Nia, and you're the master of water, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm the master of water." And he's like, "Well, you're named after Nian, the first elemental master of water." And like Maya, Nia's mom is like, "Oh yeah, we did name her after Naiad, but Naiad was just a myth." And Benthamar is like, "No, she wasn't a myth. She was a Merlopian, and she was able to command like the whales and stuff." And he was like, "You should like use your power to call the whales." But Maya's like, "But she was never able to do that. Maya was never able to do that while she was a master of water, so she doesn't know if Nia will." But Nia is like, "Okay, I'll give her the shot." So like she's like starting to like get a few fish to come by her, and she does manage to summon the whales to come and help them drag the ship. Back at Ninjago, they're trying to get in the Explorers Club, but the Explorers Club, it ain't helping. They're like, "Oh, well, Misako, your membership is expired, so we can't let you in." But then Misako is like, "Okay, well, I challenge the Sphinx." And the Sphinx is like, telling the riddle. If you don't know how Sphinx work, they're like these beings who, to let you pass, will give you like 3 tries to solve one of their riddles. And the riddle is give me food and I will thrive, give me water, I will die. Cole uses his answer for cake, Wu uses his answer for discipline, but Kai, he's like, "Oh, it's fire," and it's correct. And the guy, he's all petty about it, he's like, kind of sucks. They're usually better at that. But anyway, they get there and they get the amulet from Clutch Powers, but at the same time, Calamar comes over and he takes the amulet. And now there's this whole big fight scene. And, everyone is trying to get the amulet. So episode 11, the news kids are back at it again. And it turns out Antonia is leaving and she wants to work at an ice cream place. I don't really blame her. I honestly, if I could pick a fast food job to work at, I would pick an ice cream place because there is a low chance of getting burned. As someone who used to work at Wendy's, the fear of getting burnt lived with me, and I actually have gotten burnt like a good. In my 2 years working there, I got burned about 5 times. So yeah, I would literally pick an ice cream parlor if I had to work at a fast food place again. But Antonia's leaving, but Nelson is like all upset. He's like, "You can't leave. What about everything that we do?" And she's like, "Yeah, but it's really stressful." And again, delivering in pure chaos because Calamar's army is like just rampaging everywhere, and they run into the ninja while they're fighting Calamar, and like Wu gives the kids the amulet, and the kids are like riding on their bikes and they're trying to escape with the amulet, but it's just not working. And Calamar, he's like, "Yo, what kind of kids are you?" And they're like, "We're just paper kids." And he's like, "I cannot believe that these little paper kids almost threatened my mission." Kai falls into the ocean because that happens. So Antonia fishes him out, and Nelson does some CPR and they save Kai, and everything is good to go. And they tell Wu and the others "Hey, we tried but we didn't make it." And they're like, "It doesn't matter, you did your best. Let's go and try and get Calamar." And then after all that happens, Antonia decides that she'll still stay because she feels good helping out like that. And episode 12, we learn the tale of Wojira. when the first master came, when he was just a child, like he was a child when he came to Ninjago. He met Wojira, and Wojira was just like a force to be reckoned with. She controlled the wind and the sea and just created these really violent storms. So him, the island keepers, and the Merlopians all teamed up to try and defeat Wojira, but it just didn't work. So Nia, the first elemental master of water, she tried, and she saw that there were two the amulets were locked onto Ojira's head, and if she took one of them off, it might be able to help. But she wasn't able to do it in her regular form. So Niad merged herself with the sea to stop Wojira and take the amulet. And so the Merlopians took the water one, and the keepers took the electrical one, and then the Ninjago's first master created the land. And that's how that ended. Again, they're by the docks, but unfortunately, Calamar gets the upper hand, and now then they're all tied up. But thankfully, the minute he drops them, the submarine gets back, and Calamar's like, "Did I not sink this ship?" And everything is just causing issues. Nia goes after Calamar, and she ends up getting the amulet. Bento is allowed to stay, and everyone says their like goodbyes and they're having fun. So Cole, he brings the amulet up to Shintaro because it's all up in the mountains and the dire bats, and he's like, "Okay, Shintaro, okay, Vanya, just look after this and make sure that no one ever gets it again." But it turns out that the amulet that Nia got was a fake. So some sailors, they run into Wojira, and it's just fucking crazy. So that scientist of Calamar's, Gluttonous, comes over to speak to the ninja. Nia and Jay have like this little romantic moment at the arcade before Gluttonous tells them what's happening, and he's all like, "Listen, that amulet you had was a fake one. He's summoned Wojira. She's awake now, and she is going to fuck your shit up." And they're all like, "What? But I thought we saved him. I thought we saved the world. I thought everything was done with." And he's like, "No, no, no. He's still coming after you guys. You guys gotta like leave. You guys gotta evacuate the city." So they evacuate the city, but unfortunately they did not do it in enough time because Wojira comes and Ninjago gets flooded. Episode 14, Ninjago's completely flooded. Darius is like on a bus, and he's like actually doing a good job at like saving people. He's like improved a lot compared to the other seasons. He's like helping people. He's telling them to get down, telling them what to do, how to brace properly. He's actually doing a pretty decent job. And then, Jay comes over to help them. Gil, she's still girl bossing. She is just, I hope I'm just as good a journalist as Gil Gossip. She's a real one. She's a real one. She is just getting all of this footage, and she's like, "You guys need to be safe. Stay safe. Are your children going to die?" Put in that clip from that Inside Job show where she's like, "Are your children going to die?" Because honestly, that's what Gil Gossip reminds me of, honestly. So none of their attacks are like working on Wojira, and Kalmar and Nia like face off, and everything is crazy. It's all wild. Everything is just going crazy. So Kalmar and Nia are fighting, and Jay is end up like stuck in his ship. He can't get out. So he's like, getting water inside of his thing, and he can't eject. It's like getting really serious. They run into Kalmar's army, and Nia retreats with the others. They get to save Jay, but unfortunately Jay got too much water inside his lungs. And now there's water trapped in his lungs, and Nia cannot remove the water. So Nia is like asking Benzomar how Nia became one with the sea. And Benzomar was like, "Listen, you can't reverse becoming one with the sea. If you do that, you might not be able to come back ever." And Nia is like, okay. So everyone is asleep, and everything is just still really bad, and she sees Jay like wheezing, and she's like, "I gotta do what I gotta do." And she has like this heartfelt moment, and I legitimately cried when this came on, because she like walks out of there, and like Jay like comes to consciousness a little bit, and he's like, "Where is she going?" And Nia is like on the building, and you see like her tears like falling in her eye, and she like says, "I love you," and she jumps into the water, and she starts to merge herself with the sea, and Benzomar and everyone wakes up, and they're like, "Oh my god," because she takes the water out of Jay's lungs too when she does that, and Benzomar is like, "Oh my god, she is becoming one with the sea, we gotta stop her." But unfortunately it's too late, and Nia becomes one with the sea, and merges, and she faces off Kalmar once again. We have this epic fight scene. Kalmar is eaten by Wojira. Then Nia turns into like this water dragon and starts fighting Wojira, and she wins. But unfortunately, once the battle finishes, Nia is having like the sea is like calling out to her, and she's all like, "Listen, I have to go. I can't keep this form any longer. I need to leave." And Jay is like, "No, no, no. We can't. You can't go. I need you to stay here with me." But Nia is like, "I can't. I have to go. You'll be okay." And she's like walking up into the distance, and Jay is like, "No, no, no. You have to stay, please." And Kai is like begging too because that's his sister, and he's like, "Listen, Nia." And like Nia says this line that her mother said a few episodes ago about why she had to make the decision. And Nia is all like, "Listen, tell my mother I only understand what she said. That's how the cookie crumbles." And then she leaves, and the water recedes, and now we don't know where Nia is. So Jay tells Nia's mom about what happened, and her mom is just like all emotional because she knows why Nia said that, and it's like really sad and emotional, and like the entire city shows up for like everyone in Ninjago, even like the Shintarans, and I think even the Serpentine like showed up, and like they come to like pay their respects to Nia, and that's it. And we get to see like Nia, in the water and having a fun time. So we see Misdemeanor again. She still has all this venge stone with her, but instead of the regular ninja, we see these new guys called the Neon Ninja, who basically have replaced the regular ninja because they haven't been around lately ever since like Nia left. And like we see this like crystal spider thing after like the after Misdemeanor like leaves, and the Neon Ninja have like stopped her. They like just go. So like everyone, so I'm like so they're just wondering like, okay, what's going on? So we're in the monastery. It is just an absolute pig style. Like really, it is just a mess. I know it smells fucking awful. So there's a new mayor, and he's basically like a J. Jonah archetype. He's all like, well, the ninja, we haven't seen them in over a year, and every time they get involved in a fight, there's always millions to pay, and blah 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 blah. And I don't see you having the police do anything. When was the last time the police like helped out? Just saying. And it seems like he likes like the newer ninjas better, even though they're like doing the pretty similar thing. So, Cole, he's like all upset about it. And like Zane is like, I mean, I guess the mayor kind of has a point. And Zane has like completely shut off his emotion because like after losing Nia, he was like going through grief. So he thinks that if he shuts off his emotions, it'll help with stuff. When it's really not. So Cole is like, okay, with all of this like Vengestone that's been going about, he's like, okay, we should bring the team back together. So he asks Master Wu if he thinks he should bring the team back together. Master Wu has just been like absolutely burying himself in like trying to figure out a way to bring Mia back. And Cole is all like, well, Master Wu, you shouldn't like be stressing yourself out like this. We will figure out a way. So he first goes to Kai, and Kai is like teaching self-defense classes, but he decides to join because it was to help. And Lloyd became like a window washer for what I don't really know. I mean, I guess his reason he said is because he doesn't want to lose somebody else as a leader, but like Nia kind of like chose it. So like you can't get, I mean, I get people process grief in all types of ways, but like why did he pick window cleaning? As like any job he could have picked, he picked window cleaning. We learned from the TV that they're holding this like candlelit vigil for Nia for her sacrifice since it's been like a year. And we get to see Jay, and he's staying at Zane's dad's little White House. He's just full blown depression. He's like talking kind of crazy. The grief has just like utterly consumed him. He has like glasses of half full, I mean half empty, but half empty, glasses of water. And he's all like, well, since Nia is a part of the sea, maybe she can like just come back in these because she's a part of the ocean. And Zane is like, well, this is tap water, so this wouldn't be Nia. But he sees all of the candlelit, the candles that are coming over from the city, and he's all like, you know what, Nia wouldn't want us to do this. So they all team up together and they decide to finally, you know, become a team again to stop this problem. So in episode 2, we get to see what Nia's been up to ever since becoming one with the sea. She's like saving ships from sinking and helping a bunch of people. And ever since she's merged, she has like basically forgotten her whole life because one of the after she had saved the guy from drowning, she says you're welcome, and they're all like, hey, that's Nia's voice. Thank you, Nia. And she's like, Nia. So she doesn't even remember her own name. So she's like, I wonder who that is. And she's like all wondering, and we get to see the previous person, Nia, who merged herself with the water, and she's all like, well, why did you save them? I mean, there's a lot of ships that like, you know, drown in the sea that destroys, so why are you saving them? It's just a natural part of it. And she's all like, oh, I don't really know, I just do. And Nia's like, well, you need to try and figure it out. And she's like, I don't really remember anything. So, you know, Nia, she's trying to be a bit helpful, and she was like, maybe you need to go up to the surface. And she sees all of the candles, and she reads them, and then she starts to remember, you know, Kai and Jay and everybody else. And she's like, oh crap, she's like, oh crap, I have to like find them. And she sees the lighthouse, and she goes there, and she sees like this painting of Jade with his beard, and she's all like, wait a second, how long have I been gone for? So, you know, she can't really hold her like water form out of the water for a long time, so she has to jump back in. So she looks for Niad, and she's all like, well, Niad, what do I do? How can I unmerge myself? And she's like, you can't. It's not possible. You would have to get rid of like your elemental powers. And she's like, okay, well, how would I do that? So she decides that she just like races all the way over to like where the ninja are. So the ninja are like underground. They're looking for the Zen stone. And after they reach underground, they find like a little in the abandoned like subway tunnels. They find this like little cart with a guy inside, and he has like a bunch of Zen stone, and he has like papers to sign, and he's all like, okay, well, this is the Zen stone, so come on, I need a signature. But then Misdemeanor pops up, and she's like, oh yeah, the original ninja. So she's like fighting them, and they're all fighting each other, and it's getting crazy. But then the neon ninjas, the new ninja, they come in and they also help with the fighting. And the neon ninja are like shade, like they're giving shade on the old ninjas. They're all like, well, yeah, it's old timers like you. That's why we do this type of thing. And like Kai is like old timer. I'm not that old. I'm like in my 20s. But you know, the neon ninja are all like, well, we had this covered. We had a tracking device planted on them, but since you guys got involved, you know, it completely messed it up. And you know, the others are like, okay. And they're like, okay, well, we don't like you guys at all. So they go back, and like everyone is like kind of, you know, on edge or kind of, and you know, Jay says some stuff, Kai says some stuff, and then they both start to fight. And they're like, are we even a team anymore without Nia? She was the one who completed the team, but Nia, she pops up just in time, and she's like struggling to keep her form, and she's like, I need to get rid of my elemental power. But then, you know, Zane freezes her because she can't keep up her elemental form in like without like a full body of water like the sea. So he has to keep her frozen. So now the ninja, they have to figure out how to get rid of her power. And then Kai remembers Aspira with her spear. And Wu is like, no, absolutely not. You cannot release Aspira or else she can like absolutely mess shit up. Like they can't let her out. But the ninja are like, that's the only other way. So, like, episode 4, the ninja, like, they go to the mayor and they're trying to ask for permission, but he refuses. He's like, no. Aspira caused way too much damage. We can't just let her go like that. And I can kind of understand the mayor's reasoning for this, but, like, at the same time, it honestly kind of would have been better if he just let the ninja, you know, like, let Aspira, like, just, you could have done that in the prison cell, honestly. I mean, the prison cell that they keep Aspira in, if all it takes is like one shove and she'll be knocked off. Just one little shove. So like all I'm saying is that they could have brought Nia in like in some like freezer or whatever, and then once they did that, they could like, you know, get the whole thing done with, take away the spear, and you know, easy and done with. But nah, the mayor's like, nope, absolutely not. I don't want a spear here. I don't want her out. So the ninja are like, okay, we gotta break her out. And Wu is like, absolutely not. You are breaking the law. You cannot do that. But the ninja are like, nah, we gotta do it. We gotta save Nia. I'm like, I gotta agree with them. So they have this whole plan. So Lloyd, Kai, Zane, they're gonna go and get that spear. While Cole and Jay are gonna get the spear. So Lloyd, Kai, and Zane are at the, prison center, and they're like getting to Aspira, and they let her out, and they're all like, okay, well, if you help us with Nia, we'll let you go free. And they are like, oh, and Aspira's like, okay, whatever. But Zane ends up dropping his thing, and because he dropped that alerts the security guards, and because that alerts the security guards, they gotta run, and they're found out, but like they don't know that these are the original ninja. They think these are like new ninja called like the Black Ninja or whatever. Feels a bit racially motivated. But when it comes to Cole and Jay, they go to Borg Industries to get the staff, and he's like, okay, let's get the staff, and they break in, but the vault is like completely empty. There's no staff. There's no nothing. So they gotta get back to the team. So episode 5, the mayor, he gets a call about everything that happened. Zane comes in time to like freeze back because they have Skylar freezing her, but Skylar's power can only last for so long. So Zane comes back, and Aspera and Wu, they're kind of like pissed off. Wu is like, I told you guys not to do this. You guys are gonna suffer the consequences. So little reunion, and the staff. It turns out the staff is being transported. And I find it so funny how they find this out, because Kai is all like, well, how the hell are we going to find the spear? Call up Borg and ask him to, like, tell us the location of the spear and where it's going? And Pixel does exactly that. She's like, yeah, hey, Dad, can you tell us where that spear is being located? We need it to save Nia's life. And Borg's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. You guys have saved my life so many times. And he just, like, gives them the location. Like, he gave them everything. The route, the time, where they were gonna be, what car was gonna have which items. Like, he just gave them everything. He's a true G. I gotta love Borg. He is a true, gotta love that man. But yeah, anyway, so they are able to get the staff, but unfortunately one of them uses the real name, and the Neon Ninja were also inside of the truck, and they're like, wherever there is, they keep saying this thing with their fucking Team Rocket or whatever, and like the other ninja are like, okay, shut the fuck up. They start fighting each other, and then all of a sudden, one of them accidentally says one of the other's names, and they're like, wait a second, you're the old ninja, just in disguise. And they unmask them. And it's like, fuck. So they gotta run, because now the cops are on their tail. So, they get the staff, they punch people's lights up, they head over to the monastery, they find Aspira. Listen, it's not... So now they're like rushing back to the monastery to get there in time. So episode 6, the ninja are like on their way, and Aspira is like being kind of petty about her staff, and she's like, well, they haven't come back with my staff yet, so I'm gonna leave. And Wu was like, no, you can't leave. Come on, just wait until they get the staff. And she's like, no, I should just leave. And Wu was like, okay, well, what can I do to make you leave? And they're just in like these really stupid and silly competitions, so that Wu can just like distract her enough until the ninja come. So like the ninja come, and they give Aspira the spear, but then she immediately turns on them, and then the police come, and Aspira is all like, fine, okay, since the police are here, I will free your friend. So she like starts sucking up Nia's elemental energy, and it's like a lot. And then Neon Ninja, they pop in, and they're all like, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm here to stop it. And they're like, sure as hell you are, and they just start fighting these motherfuckers. Honestly, I would have loved it if like the Neon Ninja weren't like super experienced and just got their asses handed to them. It would have been so funny to just watch these like neon pretenders go on with their swords and stuff and being all fancy, and like, yeah, they might get some hits in, but the ninja are like, wait a second, I have the powers of a god, and just absolutely just annihilate them. But no, the ninja, they're better than me. So, everything happens, and Aspira is able to get all of the energy out of Nia, and Nia is returned back to her normal self. but the ninja are about to get captured. So Lloyd, for some reason, lets that Spiro go. He's all like, I'm keeping my end of the promise. Like, nigga, she's evil. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because like this Crystal King guy, he goes over to like Aspira wherever she's hiding out, and he's all like, "Well, do you want to join us and be a part of my council?" And she's like, "Yeah." So I guess, and he like breaks up like a bunch of bad guys from prison. So like, I guess it doesn't matter if he let her get arrested too, but So anyway, the ninja are in court and they get convicted because even though they had like a decent amount of money saved up to like be able to do certain shit, I guess none of them like considered to save that money in case they need like a lawyer. And who do you think that they called to get a lawyer from? Darius. Darius, who took 3 weeks of law school. Like he said he was like, oh yeah, I was like in 3 weeks of like some sort of law program, but like that really shouldn't work. Like, how did he get a license? Like, to get a license, you would have to pass the bar, which would mean for Dara to even have a legal license, he would have need to pass the fucking bar exam. And Darius is not the type of person to pass the bar exam. Like people don't realize, like people hear how hard the bar exam is, but I looked up what the bar exam looks like, and like, dear fucking God, the way that like that test is set up, Jesus, I have a huge respect for people who get into law. That shit looks hard. I mean, the aesthetics when it comes to like being a lawyer are really cool and the money, but like school and the like the job, not really, not really. So that happens. But anyway, they're in a court and they get convicted, and the judge is all like, well, listen, because you saved the city, I'm not going to give you a life sentence. So he gives them 5 years in prison, which is bad, but like, it's not that bad. I'm just saying, I've seen like people who have done less crime get like worse punishments. All I'm saying, that's all I'm saying. Like the ninja are like, we can't do prison for 5 years. I mean, it's gonna suck. Obviously, it's prison, but like, 5 years compared. Like I've seen people who have got busted for like minor drug possession, and like getting like almost 9 to 10 years in prison. The fucking ninja released a fucking terrorist out of prison, and she's now been lost, and no one can find her. I'm just saying, the fact they got 5 years, I understand why they did it, but like the fact that the judge even gave them 5 years is honestly just, that's incredible. And I know they were all like, well, what about like community? Like Darius was trying to get them community service, but like, unless their community service was finding Aspira, I don't think that was gonna work. So anyway, they get sent to prison. Then he turns on his emotions for a few seconds, and then he's all like freaking out, and they're like, okay, let's turn that back. Nia is like struggling about not being able to help because she doesn't have her powers anymore. Lloyd gets like this visitor from a guy with a mask, and he's telling Lloyd about like this Crystal King nonsense. And instead of just like explaining to the police, like, hey, the guy who visited me just now, he says that he's trying to like break out a bunch of guys from prison. Y'all gotta stop him. Instead, he decides that he, who is already a prisoner, is going to jump the guard, take his key, run around the entire prison, hitting and punching other guards, and to try and get this guy, which he doesn't do. Like, Lloyd, I know what you were trying to do. I know you're trying to help the city, but like, come on, man. You gotta know better than this. You don't do that. You don't say that you're not gonna cause trouble, and then you literally punch this guy and take his key card. That's, you're glad that he doesn't, like, fucking. Anyway, we go to Shintaro, and the former king is like in his room, and then the Crystal King's little spider thing pops up, and it's like, hey, you want to come over? And he's like, okay, sure. So episode 8, we got Darius and Skylar that come to see them, and Darius is trying to figure out how to get like the ninjas from like something to do, and like they hear like the ninja tell them the news about the Crystal King, and they're like, okay, we'll look into it. Nia is like getting rid of a bunch of her like ninja stuff because of her power, and Wu convinces her like, hey, you were Samurai X a few seasons ago. Why don't you do that again? And she's like, oh, maybe I will. Maybe I will. And the Crystal Spider, so like Pythor, he sees the ninja and he's all like, well, look at that. You guys are in jail. Must suck to suck. And he's all like, that Crystal King guy, he's definitely gonna put me on his council soon. And he's right, because that Crystal Spider comes and he breaks him out. And the ninja try to stop it, but they kind of just make things worse. And then, listen, those prison guards probably hate their asses at this point. Probably fucking despise them. So, episode 9. So they gotta work because, prisons do, like, labor stuff to help them, like, get back into it. Fugitive talks to Jay, and Jay is just so confused. I just need them to do, like, if they do another season, I need them to do some sort of backstory into Fugitive. Why does he like Dove so much? Why did he become a person in crime? What's his obsession with Jay? What did he do to end up in jail? Because, like, Pixel literally says that he doesn't show up in the database. Like, not even, like, the ninja's database, the criminal database. So how the fuck did he get in jail if he didn't commit any crime? And his brother says that Jay made him end up in prison. So Jay had to have helped or, like, had him get arrested. I don't know. But, like, Jay is saying that he doesn't know who Fugitive is. So I, like, genuinely need to know what the fuck. I'm taking this too seriously. Anyway, Darius and Nia plan like a prison break, and they get the ninja out. But Fugitive also follows, and they're like running away, and it's fucking crazy. So the mayor, he calls in this bounty hunter called Hound Dog McGee, I think. I just called him Hound Dog. Yeah, Hound Dog McBragg is his name. So Hound Dog, he comes and he starts to search, and the ninja break off to like split into two teams. So it's Kai, Zane, and Darius who go to a separate site, and then Cole, Lloyd, Jay, and Fugitive who are going so they can meet up at Twitchy's gas station. So in episode 10, Zane, Darius, and Kai hitch a ride with like this girl. Her name is Sally. She wants to go to Ninjago to become like a singer, and she shows them like her music, and they're like, wow, this music is actually kind of good. This is good music. And she's like, oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my music. But then she like starts to like break down because like Zane like pointed at a picture of her and her parents, and she says that she like ran away and she stole her dad's van, and she feels all guilty, and she doesn't want to feel all bad about it. But she's like feeling pretty awful. So the Zan and Kai are like, don't worry, it'll be okay, it'll be okay. But then McBride finds them, and Sally thinks that the cops are after her because she stole her dad's car. So she starts like doing an entire chase scene, not realizing it's for the ninja. And then she finally realizes near the end, like when they're by a cliff, she's all like, wait a second, they're after you guys. And Kai is like, we've been telling you this for like so fucking long. And then they fall into the lake. And surprisingly, the car doesn't immediately sink. But everyone is just freaking the fuck out. They are freaking out. Except for Zane, because he turned off his emotions. But everyone's like freaking out. And McBride, he falls down there too, and he's going after them, and Zane freezes the water, and they get out. And she feels all bad because her dad's car is just like completely wrecked. But Zane, he's all like, listen, your dad wouldn't do that. He's like, he wouldn't be upset. He only cares about you and your safety. And she's like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, we can go back to your dad and you can explain everything to him. So they go back to her dad, and her dad like understands that her mom is happy. And then Kai notices that Zane turned back on his emotions, and he's like, oh, you finally put your emotions back on. It's really sweet, honestly. So in episode 11, Lloyd, Jay, and Cole, and also Fugitive, they're walking in the desert. Fugitive is absolutely driving Jay and Zane. Jay looks like, I think Jay finally realizes what like the other ninja have to go to sometimes with him. He can be a bit of a handful sometimes. So I think he's like, getting his karmic depth. But anyway, Fugitive is like trying to teach Jay how to be a bit more, like a villain, and he's like, you need to commit like little crimes and stuff. So he gets like this bottle of water, dumps it on the ground, throws it out, knowing that like they're all thirsty, and it's like littering. And like Jay is like, you really wasted our water? And he's like, no, I have another one. And he drops it again, and he litters, and his Cole looks like he was about to punch this motherfucker. So Fugitive like drops about like the Crystal Council and how like they have King Vangelis and a bunch of other people, and he's all like, yeah, those are all the people who I heard got taken into the council, and they're all like, what? So they make it to Twitchy's gas station, they get something to drink, and they're trying to figure out who this Crystal King is gonna go to next. So like, they realize that the mechanic is probably next after his whole thing with that video game. So they decide they gotta get to him next. But unfortunately, like the police come over to Twitchy, and Twitchy like forgets, that he's supposed to be hiding the ninja and tells them that they're there. Fugitive sacrifices himself so the ninja can escape. They run over, and Lloyd pretends to be the mechanic and goes to the Crystal King's hideout. In episode 2, Lloyd, he makes it to the council. So like the abandoned end line was the line that we went to in like the earlier episode where we met the one guy with all the Venstone. That was actually like the entrance for the Council of Villains. So crazy. So like the council knows that Lloyd is pretending because they see it, and he gets shot, and it turns out the guy in the mask is Harumi. I'm telling you, every time somebody is dead, they're not actually dead. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, we're on season 16, you guys. The last episode. We're on the last season. So, season 16, we got a few episodes to go to. About 18. We have 18 episodes. So, episode 1. We learn how Harumi ended up getting back to Ninjago, even though she, definitely died in the Rebel. So she did, in fact, die. She did die, but she was, stuck in, this purgatory limbo place. And, the Overlord basically was like, well, hey, I can bring you back to life if you, serve me. And, Harumi immediately realizes, wait a second, you're the Crystal King. You're gonna, destroy everything. I can't serve you. And he's like, okay, well, either serve me or die. And she picks serving him, and he helps her get out the rubble. She goes over to so she's starting this whole evil plan. She goes to the old Oni temple, creates this whole crystal palace for the Overlord. She's just getting wild. She goes to King Vangelis to get some Venstone because the Overlord wants her to make an army out of Venstone. So she goes, she gets the Venstone from King Angelus. Turns out she was there. She was literally there when the ninja had came. She was there when the ninja came, which is just crazy. So, Harumi, she wants to get the golden weapons and use them as a way to bring back, to bring back the Overlord. Lloyd is trying to rid his way into Harumi's heart. He's Harumi, you're not like this. I know that you like me too. And she's like, can you let this go? This was 10 seasons ago. Can you let it go already? But I mean, it seems like she has a little soft spot for him. So that's how it is. So in episode 2, Hound Dog comes to impound the bounty from Wu, and Wu is all like, well, hey man, I understand that you're doing your job, but come on, the ninja aren't here. I haven't seen them. And Hound Dog is all like, well, listen, old man. And he's just talking mad trash about Wu, as if Wu is not the literal son of God in this universe. I'm not saying he gotta be treating him like royalty and kiss kissing his ass, but like, damn, at least treat the guy with a little respect, like just a tad. But anyway, I mean, he did fight in a few wars too. He fought in a good amount of wars. So anyway, he did do his fair share. So Lloyd and Harumi, they're kind of I forgot to put. So yeah, it turns out Wu does know exactly where the ninja is. In fact, they're like literally talking to him, and they're trying to figure out where Lloyd went because they lost him when he got like with the council. So Lloyd and Harumi are doing their same song and dance of this will they won't they tango, and she's trying to get Lloyd to unlock his like Oni side because Lloyd is part Oni, and she's like, listen, if you release your Oni side, you will be so much stronger than you are. And he's like, no, I'm never gonna let my Oni side out. I'm not gonna turn out like my dad. And she's all like, but your dad is strong. So it's like just causing this contradiction, and Lloyd, he's just kind of sick and tired of it. So like Harumi like sends an ambush because the ninja are getting pretty close to their base, and she like basically blows up the tunnel, and even though the ninja like hide inside of an old subway car, Lloyd thinks that they like died. So that's not exactly gonna work well. And once Lloyd sees that, he like he lets his Oni side out. He lets his Oni side out, and let me just tell you, girl, Harumi almost died. Harumi was so close to meeting the first master. Like, listen, she was gonna die. She was gonna die. If Mr. E hadn't found Lloyd and like, shoot him, he would be dead. She would be dead. She would have been dead if, Mr. E, thank goodness he was there, because Harumi, dead. Dead, 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 dead. So episode 3, the ninja, they're still kind of trapped. Harumi and the council, they get the weapons from they get the weapons because they blew up the monastery. I don't know why I didn't write this in my notes. Yeah, they go to like build the they go to blow up the monastery. So like, Pixel, she's there. Pixel, Skylar, Nia, Wu, they're all there. They're trying to like figure stuff out. Then, the council comes in, they start fighting, everyone's fighting, everyone gets knocked the fuck out. They like get their little spider robot things, they start counting down. Pixel has like these little mini Pix robot drones, and they like help her with building stuff. That's why she's able to build stuff so quickly, because she has those. So, one of the little Pix, she gets back up, she builds herself up, and she like starts to save everybody. So like Wu and Skylar and Pixel. But unfortunately, the one little mini Pix didn't know that Nia was underneath the rubble and closes the elevator. So then Nia, she wakes up and realizes that she only has like 20 seconds to escape before like everything blows back up. And yeah, thankfully, she woke up and she goes, but Wu was like, no, we gotta save Nia, we gotta go and get Nia. But turns out Nia went in her Samurai X suit and she survived. But, the monastery got blown up. Again. This was like the third time. Like, damn. I feel bad. I feel kind of bad for this monastery, like, honestly. It's happened so many times, honestly. Like, it's weird that it's happened more than once, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come bug? That boy. But, anyway, the subway car is collapsing, and like Nia has to go and save the ninja. In episode 4, Harumi has like Lloyd tied up in these chains, and he's like hanging upside down, and he is like mad because like he thinks his friends are dead, and he thinks that Master Wu and the others are dead. So he's all like, man, fuck you, bitch. And like, Harumi is all like, yeah, whatever. But you can still join us. And he's like, why the hell? Harumi is like trying to get Lloyd to join, but she is like not making it like appetizing at all. Like, girl, you gotta like at least give him something. Like, come on now. But nah, she ain't doing that. So anyway, the ninja, they're still kind of trapped. Jay is like singing this like really bad song in like the tunnels, and like Nia comes to save them just in time. Turns out they go to like Nia's old samurai hideout, and it's just like they're all like, well, everything sucks. It all sucks. So Harumi starts like the ritual to release the Overlord. So in episode 5, the Overlord and Lloyd, they're talking, and the Overlord is like, well, hey, listen, why don't you join my side? You can be a part of my team, and we can have like a good life. But Lloyd ain't about that life. He manages to like escape, and Harumi is still like, I want you to join me. Come on, we can still like work together. And Lloyd is like, nah. And he like jumps off, and he takes Harumi with him. He like, that was such a cold move that he did. He was like, nah. And then he just grabbed her, and like they both fell. Surprisingly, again, they fell from a like more than 100-foot drop, and they still did not manage to die or suffer any physical damage at all. It's honestly pretty impressive. So like the mechanic is like, he was like being really real, because like when Harumi fell, Asphira was like, we gotta jump after them, and the mechanic's like, oh hell no, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. You do it. It's like he was so real for that. He was so real. So Lloyd gets them to wake up, and they start to go again. And like he gets his signal back on, so the ninja are like, okay, we know where Lloyd is, but we gotta get the bounty. But the bounty, was impounded, so they gotta go to the impounding place and get the bounty back. So they gotta break the law again, breaking laws left and right. So the ninja go get caught, but Wu helps them out. Harumi is like reminiscing to manipulate Lloyd, and Lloyd is like, fuck you, don't start that BS with me right now. And like they're in their whole enemies to lovers era, and like they're trying to help each other, but they also hate each other. And I was just like, whoa, this whole scene is just all that is. The council are trying to find him and Harumi, but the ninja, they come in time for Lloyd, but they learn it's the Overlord, and they like, it's not good. It's not good. And like there's this floating crystal palace up in the sky, and they're all like, well, now we've seen everything. So episode 7, because I'm just reminding myself, it's 11 more episodes. So the castle, it comes over to like invade the people of Ninjago. It starts releasing like these Venstone soldiers, and like when these like crystal Venstone soldiers touch like regular people, it like infects them and turns them into these crystal zombies. Never thought I would say a sentence like that before. So our girl boss Gail is like up on the scene. She got Vinny with her, and Vinny is all tired. He's like, yeah, I got this new roommate. He kind of sucks. He's keeping me up at night. Gail is like, nah, fuck that shit. We got reporting. And like the Overlord, turns out the Overlord can't like be truly defeated, because like it's like the embodiment of destruction. It's like something dark comes out, then yeah, obviously at some point or another it's just gonna come back. But Wu didn't think it would come back until another like 7 generations, so like a good 700 to 1,000 years. He didn't think the thing would come back, but nuh-uh. So then he like remembers that he keeps getting these newspaper clippings over and over again for the past few months. He's been getting these newspaper clippings. So he's trying to figure, and they have like a code on it. So he's like, okay, well, we got to figure out who this is coming from. So they go over to the little newspaper kids. And the newspaper kids, they look at the code, and they say that it's an identifier code for when they are delivering the papers. And Nelson goes on that route, and he's like, oh, that belongs to Vinny, the camera guy. So they're like, okay, well, what the hell does Vinny know about Overlord and all of that shit? So Pixel is trying to get like a sample of the crystal so she can like think of like a shielding solution. And it turns out that Vinny's roommate is Garmadon. So Wu, Lloyd, so Wu and Lloyd, they talk with Garmadon. So Garmadon explains what happened back a few episodes before. Vinny was like telling him that not everything is about survival. It's about like happiness and joy and family and memories like that. But Garmadon didn't really understand that. And after everything that happened, he was just having a hard time understanding what to do. So he was kind of just wandering around trying to figure out what he was supposed to do, how he was supposed to help people. So he went back to Vinny, and Vinny was like, okay, well, you can stay at my place. So, he was trying to be good, even though some of the stuff he did wasn't the best, he was still at least trying to do good. So, it's not all that bad. So after all of that happens, Garmadon says that he's, like, gotten really attached to this, like, plant, and, like, Lloyd is really pissed off because, daddy issues, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So with all of that, he's all like, yeah, I don't really want to do the fighting thing. I took a vow of violence, and like Lloyd is like, bullshit, you're an Oni. But Wu was like, you gotta respect your father's wishes, and like Lloyd is like just not respecting shit. So after all of that happens, they leave, and Garmadon is like, okay, goodbye. But then there's like an explosion from like all the shit that's happening outside. And his like plant crystal fern, like Christopher, that's a fern. Anyway, it ends up getting like damaged, and Garmadon is all like no, and he like starts fighting, and they find out because of Garmadon fighting that the Venstone warriors are not immune to Oni power. So now Lloyd has to like tap into his Oni side, which he does not want to do. So on episode 9, everyone is getting like transformed, and to stop the soldiers, Lloyd needs to unlock his Oni form. So Garmadon is like trying to teach Lloyd, and it does not go well. It's like, you're awful, you can't do it, this is horrendous, how can you think of doing this? It's just awful. So it's not going well. But since he's all So he's saying about how he needs to unlock his like ultimate Oni form, and Wu is all like, okay, well, since there's an ultimate Oni form, maybe there's an ultimate dragon form. And Garmadon is like, nah, man, that might not work. And he's like, okay, let's go and find Misako. Maybe Misako knows something. The Neon Ninja are like trying to stop all the Crystal Warriors, but they get turned like immediately. Garmadon is like, still trying to teach Lloyd, but it's just not working. And it isn't until like Garmadon mentions Harumi and how better she is than he is that Lloyd is like, okay, yeah. He gets pissed off and his power is like set off. Pixel modified the like vehicles and the ninja. Try again, and it worked okay. So like in episode 10, they're fighting with the new vehicles, but it's just not working all that well, because the issue that comes with the new vehicles is that they have like a set limit on them. So like after a while, if they use like the power up way too much to help, then they can end up overheating their engines, and it's gonna like just be useless. We're in Crypterium prison where all the prisoners are like, I hope those ninja get their asses whooped. And Ronan is like, well, hey, the ninja are literally out there saving our lives, ours included, like as prisoners. And they're like, yeah, but we can like steal stuff if they're no longer there. And he's like, okay, and what do you think they'll be left to steal if the Overlord takes over? I swear, if people here don't have like basic critical thinking, this isn't even critical thinking, this is basic common sense. But anyway, they're like trying to, stop everything. The ninja, their vehicles aren't working as much as they used to. Lloyd is on the bounty with like Garmadon and Wu and Nia, trying to like drag the castle away from the city, but it just doesn't work out. It's too much. Everything is like overpowered. Wu actually tried to like fight the Overlord, but like did not work. It did not work. And he's like falling, but he ends up like getting back up, and he's doing like some sick ear tricks. Like honestly, Master Wu was like stunning on the hose. But with all the shit that's happening, Zane gets crashed out of the sky. Kai and Cole, they crash into a wall, and the bounty gets split in half. I swear, this bounty can't catch a fucking break. It just keeps getting damaged. So episode 11, Wu is doing like some of his wild air stunts trying to avoid stuff, but he gets hurt and he falls into the river. But thankfully the little news kids, they see him fall and they go and save him, and then Tonya is like, "Oh my god, Nelson, you do it. I did it last time." And it's like really funny. So the news kids bring him back to their place. So Jay, he saves Nia because the mechanic was about to like kill her, and the news kids are like helping Wu get back on his feet, and the kids, they're like ready to fight, and like Wu was like, "I ain't letting y'all fight. Y'all are barely even like fucking adults. You guys are like 10 or 12 years old." It's like really funny. He was like, "Listen, you guys are like 12. I'm not letting you do that." So like these kids, they head for the city's edge, and then Wu wants to help them, but then after like he sees what they did to help the survivors and stuff, he's like, "Okay, we'll stay and we'll be like a little resistance." So in episode 2, Lloyd and Garmadon, they're in the sewers. They're trying to find the serpentine and like figure out what to do. Lloyd is like still really mad at his dad. We see Hound Dog trying to arrest Lloyd, even though the world is literally falling apart. He's like, "Yeah, but I'm still gonna do my job." But Lloyd, who's better than me in a lot of aspects, decides, "I'm gonna save you. You're like, you're a decent guy. You're just following orders." But it's not always about that. So he goes. Turns out the serpentine also got infected, or at least a vast majority of them did, because we run into some infected ones. They go over to like the library and they're like trying to learn about and they're trying to like leave a message for the serpentine to find. Misako finds like something about an ultimate dragon form, but this is coming from Quanish, who was known for being a bit of a fool, even though he had like prophecies, which reminds me of I can't remember her name, but it reminds me of that Greek tale about that woman that can like that has prophecies that are very accurate, but because she like talks nonsensically and she's kind of weird, no one like believes her prophecies until they actually come true. I would have to like look up that, and I'll put it here if I look it up and I find it. So after all of that happens, we get to see Pixel and Zane, and Zane is like glitching out, and he ended up getting hit so hard that he reverted back to when he was like the Ice Emperor, and it's just like he thinks he's the Ice Emperor, and he's just like absolutely not helping with anything. He's like yelling like, "I am the Ice Emperor," and his like body is like just completely fucked up. But thankfully, Ronan and the other like villains, they broke out of jail because like the power went out, so they got to break out, and they come to help him. So that's kind of good. Oh, and they also go to Borg Industries, and like Borg is there, and he's like building stuff, and he's like, "Hi, Pixel. I'm so glad to see you." And Pixel is like, "You didn't run away yet?" And she's like, "Run away from what?" And like she opens up his like blinds, and like you see all the destruction happening, and Borg is just like, maybe I should take some more breaks. So we're on episode 13. So Kai and Cole's side of things. Pythor is like around the corner and he's like trying to find the ninja. Cole has a concussion. He is like really confused. He's really out of it. So Kai is like the only responsible one. He's like trying to hide them, but then Cole gives out their location when Pythor asks because concussion. So Kai is like running away with Cole, and Cole is just not helping anything. But thankfully, he runs into Skylar, and Skylar like helps out by taking some of Cole's power and using it. Cole finally snaps out of it after they get twisted, and I think when they get close enough to the news building. Lloyd and Garmadon are in the library of the Serpentine. They start arguing, and like Lloyd opens up about how Garmadon didn't do anything for him, how he feels like it's not fair, like just opening up about all his like mental trauma and his parental issues, because like this nigga ain't had any of the parents, like god fucking damn. So Wu, he saves Kai's group, and they all end up inside of the little newspaper place. So episode 14, Kai is like trying to cheer everyone up. He's like making noodles with Skylar, and he's all like, "Well, Skylar, when this is all over, you want to like be boyfriend and girlfriend?" And she's all like, out of all of the fucking times you could have asked me, you're gonna pick when the world is literally about to end? She was like, oh, like, listen, man, you left me on red for like the past 2 to 3 years, and now when the world is ending, you wanna hook up? And he's all like, well, shit happened. Getting stuck in a video game, getting stuck in a fucking prison, getting stuck in a mine. I became a chancellor. I was in like this mystical city. I was under the water. My sister like basically died and forgot about me. And now all of this is happening. So, it's been crazy. But, she's like, maybe after this is done, we can think about it. And he's like, okay. Feeling himself. So, they remember Shintaro and that Shintaro was going to like help them out if they ever need it. But they have to get like a good signal. So Vinny tells them like, hey, we can go to the TV center. And they're like, okay. So Racer 7 from, the whole video game arc, she's like, she calls herself Blazy now, and she's like, listen, I'll help you get there. And Pixel is like trying to get like, the prisoners to help them out, and the prisoners are like, okay, sure. Zane gets rebuilt, and Zane and Pixel, they're like, okay, let's do this. We're gonna fight. So episode 15, Lloyd is still in the Serpentine Library, and Garmadon leaves his like plant behind, and he's all like, oh well, he just leaves his little plant behind because he's like realizing that Lloyd is like using the plant as like symbolism for him, and he leaves the plant behind. So Jay and Nia, they're trying to like make a call out to like Metalopia. They're like trying to get a call out. Nia is trying to make contact because her powers are coming back like bit by bit. So he's like, okay, well maybe, just maybe, you can try and like send a little message over to Merlopia. And she's like, I don't know. But he's like, I believe in you, so you can do it. Blazy is just giving Cole and Vinny a heart attack. Like her driving is like, woo, damn. Garmadon, he's like starting to understand compassion, and when Lloyd realizes that he got rid of his plant, he's like, come on, let's go back and we can get the plant. So Cole, he sends a message to Shintaro, but it doesn't seem like the call made it because a bunch of like these dragon crystal things attacked them. So like, and I guess ain't no one coming to help. They all dead. So episode 16, Wu shows them the dragon form to like help them, and we get a whole callback to the intro song from like Kai. They do their thing, but it's not really working. The council figure out where they are, and after all that, there's like this hidden clue that they figure out, and then they realize how to get their dragon form. So Garmadon, he asks Lloyd like, hey, do you trust me? But Lloyd doesn't want to give like a direct answer, and this causes like Garmadon to like get really pissed off, and him and Lloyd go to fight the Overlord. So Garmadon and Lloyd, they fight the Overlord. The warriors getting closer are starting to nullify the ninja's power, but thankfully all of those like distress signals they sent actually did get out. So that means that we got Shintaro, we got the Serpentine, we got the Merlopians. That also means that Nia's powers are coming back. So this is all cool. And we got Sally coming back, and she's got this like ukulele guitar with like a pride flag. Gay rights? Yes, absolutely. Let's go. So after all of this, we're having some like epic fight scenes. Everything is like going crazy. We got Program, and his theme starts playing. Shit is getting wild. They turn into like these dragon things. They're looking all cool. They start fighting. It's like just lots of fighting. And Lloyd, he's like helping with his dad fighting the Overlord. But it turns out that the Overlord didn't want to take their powers. He wanted to corrupt them. Crazy. So we're on the final fucking episode, my guys. It has been a journey. So, final episode. So we still fighting. Garmadon gets injured. Lloyd goes into his full-on golden Oni form. He starts beating his ass. It's getting crazy. So then they realize they gotta unleash the golden weapons, but this means that, the ninja, they gotta get rid of their powers too. So they're like, okay, let's do this. And because of that, the dragons like form into this one like big mega four-headed dragon that Lloyd is riding around to help them defeat like the Overlord. And like, the ninja are all like, man, I hope that we, get our powers back at some point, and Wu was like, don't worry, I'm sure you will. And the day is saved. Harumi is like, I don't think I want to be like evil anymore. Garmadon, he replants Christopher in like the grass in the dirt, and like everyone is like trying to help rebuild the monastery. It's really sweet. It's really sweet that they're trying to help them rebuild the monastery. Like everyone comes by, Sally's song is playing, and it's a happy ending. And as of now, everything is over until like I don't know, maybe like next year. Hey, maybe next year we'll have like a 17th season where like aliens invade Ninjago. If that actually does happen, I will drink my own piss, honestly. Anyway, thank you for watching this video. I know the audio is not going to sound the best because, again, I use a webcam. But, if you're able to get past the awful audio, then, I hope you enjoyed this video. I know I, rambled a lot. I know it was a lot to handle. Please, subscribe to my channel. I kind of want to do this as, a little hobby. I like to share my opinions about media very strongly, if you couldn't tell. Anyway, I'm going to be doing another video. Hopefully I can get it done in time. It's a PowerPoint presentation about why the Barbie A Christmas Carol is the best Christmas Carol adaptation. So until that video, I will see you guys. Bye-bye.